This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents Country Nights, written by Winter Renshaw, performed by Grayson Ash and Alastair Hainsbridge.
Maybe there are things inside of you that are the very same things inside of me. Things that need to be together, like the broken odds and ends of atoms and stars, calling to be formed into something whole, something kind of like love. Lorne Eden, author and poet. Chapter 1. Leighton. Babe, I'm not done yet. My fingers press into the back of his arms as his naked body unsticks from mine. My lips, parted and breathless, wait for his to return, craving the heat of his tongue, as I bask in the early Arizona sunrise peeking through our curtains. Grant pushes himself away from me, rolling to the cold side of the bed. The contents of his climax spill from the unsatisfied ache between my thighs. Thought I told you. He offers a 2-second apologetic smile. I'm meeting a client at 8. Have to go in early. I glance at the vintage alarm clock on his nightstand. There is more than enough time. 5 more minutes? I roll to my side, my swollen lips curling into a slow grin as I trace my fingertips along the crumpled sheets between us. Please? That's all I need. He smirks, like he thinks I'm being cute, and then he walks around to my side of the bed, bending to kiss my forehead. He drags his thumb along my lower lip and exhales through his nose. Here, he says, reaching toward my bedside table. Pulling the top drawer open, he fishes through the contents before retrieving my purple vibrator, a relic from the early days of our relationship, when I was still trying to be the girl I thought he wanted me to be. A plan that backfired, and then some. This ought to help. If there were more light in our bedroom this morning, he'd probably be able to see the color draining from my face. You don't want it? He asks, pausing for a beat before placing it on the bed to my left. I can't answer. I'm speechless. Ever since Grant finished law school at NYU and made partner at his uncle's prestigious law firm in Scottsdale, he's become self-involved, self-obsessed, and disgustingly self-centered. It's all about him all of the time. I didn't want to see it. I didn't want to believe it. All this time, I made excuses for him, convincing myself it was a phase, convincing myself one of these days I'll get the old Grant back. The one with the charming smile who couldn't keep his hands off me. The one I fell in love with, fresh out of college. The one who was obsessed with me, seeing to it personally that my happiness was above all else. The one who almost made me forget about the ones before him, and not think twice that there might ever be one after him. Grant strides toward the en-suite bathroom, his tight ass flexing as he moves, and I listen as he flushes the toilet a moment later. The shower begins to spray. My eyes move to the vibrator. I refuse to touch it. And besides, my mood has miraculously vanished. Twisting the diamond engagement ring on my left finger, I run my fingertip along the sharp edges of the glimmering, brilliant cut stone. It was supposed to symbolize his commitment to me, hope for the future, infinite love that never ends. Peeling myself out of bed, I wrap the parakel sheets around my body. Suddenly, the idea of standing naked before him feels awkward and vulnerable in a way I've never felt around him before. As I make my way to the bathroom, I clear my throat and feel the creep of nervous heat as it blooms up my neck. He turns to me, rinsing suds from his eyes as his fingertips massage his thick, sandy blonde hair. You want to get in? I don't want to be with you anymore. I didn't rehearse the line. I didn't ponder the decision longer than the time it took me to walk from the bed to the en-suite. Sliding the diamond ring from my finger, I place it gently next to the sink. Grant scoffs, pushing the glass shower door open and sticking his head out. Leighton. I shrug before tucking a messy strand of dark hair behind one ear, unable to meet his gaze because, although my head knows the man standing before me is different from the one I once knew, my heart knows no difference. As soon as he leaves for work, I'll clean myself up and pack my things. I'm not sure where I'll go, but I'll figure it out. Any place would be better than sticking around here like Grant's personal doormat. All because I didn't give you an orgasm? He laughs. He isn't taking me seriously. Shaking my head, I say, "It's not that." He rinses the soft white suds from his body, steps onto the mat, and wraps a white towel around his waist, tucking it at his hip. The scent of cedarwood shower gel permeates the muggy air, suffocating my senses as his hands circle my waist. Spinning me to face him, he cups my chin in his right hand. "Talk to me," he says, focused. "What's this about? What's going on here?" "You've changed." He rolls his eyes, still smiling. "Of course I've changed. I'm building the life we've always dreamed of. The long hours, the Maserati, the wardrobe. It's all part of an image I have to project. Nobody wants to hire a lawyer who rolls up in a rusty sedan and an off-the-rack suit. Come on, you know that." "I'm not talking about that." His brows meet. "Then how have I changed?" "You're selfish," I say, "and you never used to be. We used to be in this together, you and me. We used to fit together so easily, and now it's like we don't even line up anymore." "Christ, Leighton, you know I love you. You know you're the center of my world." He drags a hand through his damp hair. "I'm sorry my career is overshadowing what we have right now, but I promise it's not forever." My mind replays a moment from last weekend when we attended a charity gala in downtown Phoenix. I counted at least 8 women who couldn't take their eyes off Grant all night, and the man was well aware. He strutted around, peacock-proud, introducing himself to anyone who so much as met his cunning emerald gaze, never once introducing me as I stood in his shadow like a forgotten afterthought. There's a difference between networking and schmoozing. The old Grant would have worn me proudly on his arm, kissed my forehead every chance he got, and introduced me like a true gentleman. Instead, he left me alone by the open bar, at one point spending 25 minutes chatting up a leggy redhead and head-to-toe Givenchy. She couldn't stop smiling in his presence, touching his arm as she laughed at everything he said, and he stood unusually close to her. I'm not a jealous woman, and I never have been, but seeing how Grant looked at every other woman that night with the same gaze he used to lovingly reserve for me filled me with doubt and made me question our relationship for the first time since we met. "You scheduled a client dinner on our anniversary last month," I say, "and you forgot my birthday this year." Grant places a hand over his perfect, chiseled chest. "And I apologized for those incidences, did I not? The old you, the old me." His brows lift, incredulous. "There is no old me. Stop being dramatic. I'm going to work before you make me late with all of this." A little piece of me dies every time he takes that tone with me, which lately has been more frequent than ever. He shakes his head, disgusted, and heads to the closet. When he returns with a red gingham tie in hand, he releases a quick breath. "We'll finish this when I get home tonight." He places the tie on a rope hook, and his tone is softer than it was a second ago. For a splintered moment, I second-guess my decision. Am I being rash? Do other people spend almost 8 years with someone and then wake up one morning and decide it's over? That it's not worth trying to salvage? That it's suddenly come to this? I watch Grant as he stands over the sink, lathering shaving cream onto his chiseled cheekbones, humming a Rolling Stones song to himself like it's any other day. I don't think this man has ever worried for a single second that he might lose me, and maybe that's why he's pushed me to the back burner over the last couple of years. I love you, Leighton. He stares into the mirror, our eyes meeting in his reflection. I'll fix this. Whatever's bothering you, we'll figure it out tonight. I'll make it right, I promise. That's Grant, cold and cutting one moment, sweet and tender the next. He never used to be this way. Grant's razor drags along his cheek, leaving a track of smooth, tan skin in its place, and he flashes his trademark disarming smile that makes me think the old him might still be in there somewhere, waiting for me to breathe him back to life. I pause before stepping out of the bathroom and heading back to bed. Mondays are my late day, and I don't have to be at work for another 3 hours, which will give me more time to think this through. Passing his nightstand, I catch his lit phone screen from the corner of my eye. Normally, I wouldn't look, but there's a nagging sensation in the pit of my stomach, a jarring feeling that tells me something isn't right. Peering into the bathroom, I don't see Grant. He must be in the closet changing into a suit. Sucking in a deep breath, I steal a look at the text message, taking up half of the screen. And then my heart drops to the floor. I am ready for my cross-examination this morning, counselor, but I had a couple of questions before we proceed. Lace or silk? My office or yours? XO. A million questions swarm my mind, all of them circling at once. Who is she? How long has this been going on? Is she the first? How could I not know? Why would he initiate sex this morning? Why would he tell me he loves me and then run off to fuck someone else? Leighton? Grant's voice brings me back, and my frozen stare moves from his phone to the bathroom doorway where he stands. His hands adjust the Windsor knot of his tie, though right now I'm wishing they were my hands, pulling it tighter and tighter still. If I can't breathe right now, why should he get the privilege? What's wrong? My vision drowns in warm tears. It was different earlier. There was a sense of pride in knowing I could make the decision to end things based on principle. But now? It seems the decision has been made for me. There's no recovering from this. There's no bouncing back. This is the bottom dropping out. Leighton, talk to me. Grant moves closer, lowering to his knees and taking my limp hands in his. I want to recoil at his touch, but I don't have the energy. Did something happen? Is it your grandmother? He doesn't get it, at least not right away. But when his eyes move toward the phone, his breath catches, and then he lets me go, his hands sliding off of mine, slow and careful. Grant stands, straightening his posture before slipping his phone into his pocket and studying my face. The weight of his stare is heavy, but the silence between us is heavier. The man who has argued hundreds of cases over his budding career is officially speechless, unable to defend his reprehensible actions. And how could he? The evidence is damning, and his lack of words may as well be a guilty plea. He leaves. I stay. But not for long. Chapter 2. Leighton. I mean, you could come live with us, my younger sister says on the other end of the phone. But Adam has 50% custody, so his kids are here half the time, and the house is super chaotic and loud, and I don't think you'd enjoy sleeping on the sofa. Besides, you always said you hated San Francisco and— Obs, I'm not going to impose, I say, stopping her before she makes this any more uncomfortable for either of us. Our relationship is as complicated as we are close. The love is there, but we'd kill each other if we lived together at this point in our lives. Besides, I'm not keen on the idea of sleeping on someone's sofa, and hanging out with my 4 rambunctious stepnephews doesn't exactly appeal to me in my current state. You know you could stay here, Aubrey reassures me, if you really needed to. I know. I just don't think you'd enjoy it. I can picture her chewing her nails to the quick, worry lines spreading across her forehead, guilt eating her alive. Stop, I say. You and Adam are still newlyweds, and you're still adjusting to the whole stepmom thing. The last thing you need is someone crashing on your couch. Where are you going to go? Slumped against the hallway wall, I place my palm across my forehead and exhale. I don't know. I've got some money saved. I was thinking of going somewhere remote, somewhere I could just get away and figure things out on my own. Like a tropical island? No, more like, maybe, I don't know. I chew my bottom lip. Back home. Home? As in Kansas City? Home, as in Bone Steel Creek. I squeeze my eyes tight. We haven't so much as mentioned Bone Steel Creek since we fled our family farm over a decade ago, leaving life as we knew it in a cloud of gravel dust. Life was grand, until it wasn't. But deep in my heart, and in ways I can't explain, it's still home to me. In my mind, it's still chock full of love and laughter, and the kind of memories that make my heart so full it feels like it's about to burst. You're going to move to South Dakota? The repugnance in her voice is ripe. She clearly doesn't share the same memories as me, but she was younger then, and her fond recollections aren't quite as vivid as mine. I'm not moving there, I say. I just want to go there for a while. A month, maybe 2. But why, though? We don't have any family there, at least not anymore, Aubrey says. And I can't imagine there's anything there to do for fun. What's the population? 1,500, 1,600 at best? I've been wanting to go back for a while now, just never had the chance. I kind of feel like it's now or never. Rising, I shuffle to the office and take a seat at the desk. Lifting my laptop lid, I cradle my phone on my shoulder and pull up this new RentBnB website I keep hearing about. A quick search of Bone Steel Creek, South Dakota, pulls up only 3 listings. A dated 2-bedroom ranch within city limits, a 5-bedroom hunting lodge just past the Country Line Road, and a sprawling white farmhouse, complete with a wraparound porch and a picket fence. Why are you so quiet? What are you doing? Aubrey asks. Clicking on the farmhouse, I zoom in on the picture. Holy shit! I flip through the interior photos. What? I think our old house is on RentBnB. I click through the pictures, my heart beating in my chest as a grin claims my mouth. It is! Oh my God! Aubrey, our old farmhouse is for rent, $75 per night, and it's available immediately. That'd be weird to stay there, though, she says. Don't you think? I don't think it's weird. I think it's a sign. My phone dings from across the room as I'm knee-deep in my first suitcase. I'm not sure where I'm going, but I'm not sticking around here. I messaged the owner of my old house on RentBnB 2 hours ago, but I'm not holding my breath. Taking a break from packing, I grab my phone and check my email for the 11th time since this morning. To Leighton Hart. LeightonHart@GoMail.com. From Casey Tibbs, ctibbs2001@sdsct.net. Subject, Bone Steel Creek Rental. Hi, Leighton. Just wanted to let you know I received your message via RentBnB. There are a few other parties interested in renting the house during the dates you requested, one of them looking to stay this weekend and through the end of the month. But since you're wanting to book this place for 60 days, I'm willing to give you first dibs. There's just one issue. Payment via RentBnB takes several days to clear, and if you're needing the house by tomorrow, I'm not sure that's going to work. The only other option would be for you to wire me the payment today. I can meet you there first thing tomorrow, or whenever you arrive, with the keys and answer any questions you might have. It's a really neat house, full of a lot of charm and history, and the location is quiet and picturesque, perfect for a relaxing getaway. Let me know if you're okay with wiring the payment, and I can send you a contract via email. I've done it that way in the past and have had no issues, but I understand if you'd rather not. Feel free to call me as well. I'll be around all afternoon. If I don't hear from you by 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, I'll be renting to the other party. Hope to hear from you. Casey Tibbs, 605-555-4482. With juddering fingers, I dial Casey's number, and he answers almost immediately. I can't let this house get away. I have to get out of here. And this might be my only chance ever to go home one last time. Chapter 3. Leighton. There's a tan line on my left finger where my engagement ring used to reside, but the tighter I grip the steering wheel of my rented Impala, the more it fades away. 36 hours ago, I watched Grant walk out of our luxury Scottsdale townhome without so much as an apology. Once I composed myself, I called my sister, booked my stay, and packed my things. And now, I'm here. Parked near the side yard of my childhood home, an electric buzz hums through me. Hope? Excitement? Fear of the unknown? I feel everything all at once, and I love it. The proprietor is supposed to meet me at the door to hand off the keys and answer any questions. I've already paid the $5,000, which covers 60 nights here, as well as a cleaning fee and deposit for incidentals. A sleepy Australian shepherd mix pokes its head up from the back of a dark blue vintage pickup truck outside our old machine shed. Rising, it wags its tail before hopping down and coming to investigate. The ring of my phone and the console cup holder startles me. Once again, it's Grant, and once again, I choose to ignore him. There's nothing he can say or do at this point to convince me to give him another chance. An apology would be nice, but it wouldn't change things. The damage is done, and I've never believed in second chances. Tossing my phone in my bag, I climb out of the car and pop the trunk. My 2 suitcases are filled to the hilt, crammed full of almost everything I have. Clothes, shoes, jewelry, photos, a few keepsakes. Grant owned everything else in the apartment we shared, and looking back, I wonder if it was just a tactic to keep me around. He owned everything. I had nothing. Only him. Soon after graduating law school and moving west, he insisted we start from scratch. He wanted all new everything. The kinds of things that a Maserati-driving, Gucci loafer-wearing attorney would have. We threw out our stained futon, hot plate, and faded dorm bedding, and embarked on our new journey courtesy of his shiny and new black American Express card. The dog watches me, blinking its mismatched eyes and keeping a conservative distance before taking a seat on the dirt and gravel driveway. Wheeling one of my bags to the gate, I show myself through the very same picket fence my father built 20 years ago, and pause to take it all in. I wasn't sure what coming home would feel like. I'd thought about it 1,000 times before, mostly in little daydreams, but I don't think anything could have prepared me for the fullness enveloping my body, or the tingles running down my spine and out my fingertips. I can't remember the last time I felt this connected to anything. Being here just feels right. This is home. This is home. Closing my eyes, I can almost hear the sound of my brother and sister chasing each other around the yard with a hose, giggling and squealing. I can picture my mother's flower beds next to the front porch, a sea of pink blooms, and all the Boston ferns she insisted on hanging every spring. The scent of clean air and freshly cut hay fills my lungs, and in the distance, a cow bellows and a wind chime jingles. All these years have passed, and yet nothing has changed. There's not enough money in the world to buy this feeling again, so I bask in it, standing on the sidewalk as the bright South Dakota sun kisses the top of my head. It's been far too long. Moving on, I make my way up the painted steps of the front porch toward the screen door. The storm door is wide open, and in the distance, the smell of someone's dinner wafts through an open window. That's odd. Why would the owner make themselves dinner at a rental property? Knocking on the screen door, I clear my throat and peer inside, hands cupped around my eyes. "Hello?" I call out. The clinking and clamoring of kitchen dishes tells me someone's definitely in there. "Hello?" I call again louder. "Anybody home?" Pulling my shoulders back, I practice a friendly smile until the sound of heavy boots scuffing against wood floors grows louder. A shadowed presence fills the doorway before slowly stepping into the light. The door swings open, and a tall man wearing dusty jeans, faded boots, and a plaid button-down stares me down. "Hi," I say, forcing a smile. "I'm Leighton." The man says nothing, his honey-brown eyes inspecting me from head to toe. "Leighton Hart," I add. "From Arizona?" He's quiet, still. "We were emailing yesterday." My smile fades. "About your house?" His dark brows meet, and he releases a hard breath. There's a tiny scar above his upper lip, no bigger than a point on a barbed wire fence. And while there's a touch of salt and pepper at his temples, he's got a young face and a body built for riding and roping. "Woman, I haven't the slightest clue what you're talking about." He breaks his silence, his voice low and monotone. "Whatever you're selling, I'm not interested." He steps inside, letting the screen door slam against the frame. "Wait, what?" I knock on the door. "Come back." I hear him groan, his boots shuffling and then stopping as he turns to glance back at me. "I paid you $5,000, I say, my voice broken and climbing higher in pitch than I'd like. The cowboy moves closer, opening the door. I take a step back, and he follows, letting the door slam again behind him as he strides onto the porch. $5,000? His lips pull up at one corner, and the closer he stands, the more he towers over me. "Yes," I say, "for a 60-night stay at this house." I rack my brain trying to remember the owner's name, the man who eagerly accepted my payment and seemed more than excited to ensure I was going to have a lovely stay. "Casey," I say when it hits me. "Casey Tibbs, that's your name." His face is washed in incredulousness as he stares into the distance for a brief second. "Casey Tibbs?" he asks. I nod, certain that was the name. "Lady, I think someone played some kind of trick on you." He snuffs his chuckle, expression turning serious. "Casey Tibbs is dead." I'm confused. "He was an old rodeo cowboy from the 50s, he says. "Whoever scammed you out of your $5,000 knew their South Dakota lore. Man's buried about 90 miles from here." So this house isn't for rent? My posture deflates. My everything deflates. I think I'm going to be sick. "No, ma'am," he says, shoving his hands down the front of his tight jeans pockets and rocking back on his boot heels. "This is my home. Has been for the last 7 years." My jaw falls, but nothing comes out. "Better call your bank, get your money back, and get yourself a real place to stay." He studies my face. I wired him the money. Like a fucking idiot because he seemed so friendly and benign and sent me a contract that in retrospect was nothing more than a piece of paper with a bunch of fake names and numbers on it. "Good Lord," the cowboy shakes his head, pinching the bridge of his straight nose. "Why would you do something like that?" Everything happened so fast. When I saw the listing, I didn't want it to get away. I didn't want to lose my chance, and I wanted to get the hell out of Scottsdale and away from Grant as quickly as possible. Casey Tibbs claimed that sending him the money directly through the website would take 3 to 5 business days to clear. And if I wanted the place immediately, I could just wire him the money, and he'd meet me at the front door with the keys the next day. I can't believe I fell for that. I have my reasons. My cheek scald, my ego burnt to a crisp. Of all the stupid things I've done in my life, this unquestionably takes the cake. He shakes his head. I can almost feel him judging me. Not as smart as you look, I take it. Would it be too much to ask for a little bit of compassion here? Kindness? Something? My hand spans my forehead, and I remind myself to breathe. I don't mean to bite his head off, but stating the obvious is a dick move. Compassion? The man scoffs. I don't do compassion, and if you're looking for kindness, you're looking at the wrong man. Our eyes meet, and I see his are dark, pained almost. There are no smile lines etched on his smooth face, no crinkles at the sides of his eyes. His movements are steady, deliberate. His stare is heavy, loaded. People used to be nicer around here. I exhale, shaking my head and taking in my surroundings one final time. A wave of emptiness washes over me, followed by a flood of exhaustion. I'm officially directionless, stuck in a boat with no oars and drowning in a sea of rash decisions. I remember a time when people around here smiled and helped each other and treated others with the same fairness and respect they expected. His eyes narrow. What the hell are you talking about? I grew up here. I point at the house, peering over his shoulder and past the screen door. In this very house. We moved when I was 15, but this was our home. This was our farm. My father built this fence. My initials are carved into the closet door in the last bedroom at the end of the upstairs hall. My mother picked out that wallpaper in your living room. He doesn't smile. I'll have to thank her. The flowers really give this place some real pizzazz. Sarcastic ass. Rolling my eyes, I add, I don't expect you to care. I was just giving you a little history on the property. I don't care, he shrugs. Okay, well. I pull in a deep breath and gather my pride. Thanks for nothing. Gripping the handle of my bag, I lug it off the front porch and pull it down the sidewalk. It catches on a crack in the concrete, tipping over, and when I stop, I notice him watching me. I can't get to my car fast enough, and by the time I'm peeling out of his gravel drive, he's retreated back inside my home. Asshole.
Chapter 4. River. Morning, handsome. Donna grabs a chipped John Deere mug and a glass coffee pot, flashing a crooked smile that lights her wrinkled face. Morning. I remove my hat and take a seat at the counter at the Old Home Diner on Main Street in Bonesteel Creek proper. The usual? She asks, pouring a cup before carefully sliding it in my direction. She wipes her hands on her apron and grabs her notepad before retrieving a pen from behind her ear. Yes, ma'am. I nod, glancing around for a newspaper or advertiser, something to occupy my time until my bacon, wheat toast, and eggs over easy come out. Only something catches my eye. And it sure as hell isn't the yawn-inducing headline on the Bonesteel County Tribune. That girl. The one who showed up at my house yesterday with her suitcase in hand, claiming she rented my house for 2 months, is seated at the far end of the counter. At least I'm pretty sure it's her. I come here damn near every day, and I'd know if someone seemed out of place. Plus those baby pink shoes. Nobody around here has shoes like that, all shiny and pristine. Or jeans that expensive looking. The only jeans people wear around here are meant for climbing in and out of dusty pickups and muddy tractors. I figured she'd have left town by now, considering the way she left my place with her tail tucked. Can't blame her for feeling like a jackass after letting some internet scammer get the best of her. You doing okay over here, sweetheart? Donna asks her. The girl looks up, brushing her messy, dark hair out of her eyes, and nods. There's something sad about her. Or maybe she's just one of those women who have sad eyes. Deep and inquisitive, like she's staring way down into your soul when she looks at you. Can I get you anything else? Donna asks. My check would be great, thank you. The girl grabs her bag off the empty spot next to her and fishes out a red leather wallet. Wiping her eyes with the back of her hand, I realize her skin is red and blotchy. Her eyes watery, and her nose is all red. For crying out loud. Is she still crying over yesterday? I've got little patience for stupidity, and even less patience for young women who expect the world to go easy on them just because they're easy on the eyes. Donna waddles my way, placing silverware and a paper napkin in front of me. Food should be out soon. She catches me watching the girl, and her lips fight a smile. Pretty little thing, isn't she? Looking away, I reach for my coffee and take a sip. I guess. Swatting me away, she chuckles. I used to know her parents. Long, long ago. Went to high school with them, actually. So sad about her daddy. He was a good man. I meet her misty, mascara-caked eyes for a second. I'm curious, but I don't ask. It won't do me one bit of good to go prying into some stranger's business, and the last thing I need is to get caught up feeling sorry for someone I've got no business feeling sorry for. A bell dings from the kitchen, and Donna turns on her heel. The girl at the end of the counter is standing now, and for a brief second she spots me before glancing away. A 20 is gripped in her left hand, and she's fidgeting like she's anxious to get out of here. Dabbing her eyes with the corner of her sleeve, she turns her back to me. I'm sure she's humiliated after yesterday, but that's not my problem, and to be honest, I couldn't care less. I don't even remember her name, and I know she told it to me at least twice. Hell, a week from now, I won't even remember what she looks like. You need change, sweetheart? Donna sits my plate before me before scurrying to the girl, taking her 20 and heading to the cash register. She runs back with some loose bills and a handful of coins. If you ever need anything, please look me up, okay? It's good to see you again. Tell your mama I said hello, will you? The girl nods, offering a flicker of a smile before turning to leave. Our eyes catch once more, only this time we allow our stares to linger. She has to pass me on her way out, and the closer she gets, the more I notice the red, bloodshot eyes and the ruddy complexion. Girl looks like she spent all night crying her eyes out. My breakfast is getting cold, but goddammit. Exhaling, I clear my throat. You want to see the house? She stops, head tilted in my direction. Excuse me? Come by in an hour. I'll let you walk through it. This goes against my better judgment, and truly I don't have time for this shit. But I've never seen a girl with sadder eyes than her, and it's making me feel some kind of way. The girl blows a quick breath through her full mouth. I'll pass. Suit yourself. I turned my back on her, picking up a fork and cutting into my cold eggs. You looked like you'd been crying, was trying to show you some compassion or whatever the hell you were begging for last night. I'm allergic to cats, asshole. I glance back at her, studying her dark eyes to see if she's lying. I stayed at a bed and breakfast last night. The owner has a half-dozen cats, and turns out I'm highly allergic. She scratches at a red welt on her forearm, sniffing. You thought I was crying because you wouldn't let me stay with you? I say nothing. I really fucking hate being wrong. So no, I'm not crying, nor do I need your compassion or a tour of my childhood home, she says. I have a feeling it would only depress me anyway, being a bachelor pad and all. A bachelor pad? Lady, it's my house. Please stop calling me lady. It's Leighton, she says, cinching the strap of her purse over her shoulder as she eyes the door. Anyway. She loiters for a second, her soft pink lips pressing tightly like she's got something to say but isn't sure if it's worth the energy. Is he hassling you, sweetheart? Donna interjects. You just say the word and I'll take him out back and bend him over my knee. I lift my coffee to my mouth. You'd enjoy that too much, Donna. You're right, she sighs, a hand pressed across her ample bosom. I would, if only you were 20 years older. If I were 20 years older, I'd make a proper woman out of you in a heartbeat, I say, winking. She blushes. Donna lives for this. Age ain't nothing but a number, handsome. She tops off my coffee before shuffling to the kitchen. Say the word and I'm all yours. By the time Donna disappears around back, the bells on the front door jingle and Leighton's heading for her white Chevy. I finish my breakfast and leave the cash on the counter before replacing my hat and heading back to the farm. I've got a to-do list a mile long, which means I don't have time to worry about anyone else's shit but my own. And that's just the way I like it. Usually. There's something unsettling about watching her leave, but I can't quite place my finger on it.
Chapter 5. Leighton. Leighton, are you in there? Mrs. Brostrom, the proprietor of the Pink Castle Bed and Breakfast, knocks on my door. I don't normally serve dinner, but I was making myself some beef stew, and I was wondering if you'd like to join me in the dining room. I shove the last of my clothes into my suitcase and pull the zipper tight. My eyes are on fire, and my nose has been dripping like a faucet ever since I came back here earlier today. I stopped at the local pharmacy on the way over, grabbing a couple allergy options, but one only made me sleepy, and the other may as well have been a placebo. Opening the door, I'm greeted with the sweet smile of a lonely woman. An orange tabby cat dashes from between her legs and runs to my bed, jumping up and settling in the center of my suitcase. My goodness, Cat Stevens, you know the rules. Mrs. Brostrom places one hand on her hip, wagging a pointed finger. You're not allowed in the guest rooms. The house rules must not have applied to the calico cat I found in my bathroom this morning, or the black cat with the yellow eyes that slipped into my room in the middle of the night, nestled on the foot of my bed, then proceeded to bat at my feet as if my toes were made of catnip. I have no idea how they keep getting in here, and I'm afraid to ask. Pushing past me, she swoops the cat into her arms and offers an apologetic smile. But the second her eyes land on the packed suitcase, that smile disappears. Are you leaving? She asks. I hesitate before a sneeze steals my opportunity to answer. Bless you, she says. Are you catching a cold? I'm allergic to the cats, I say, just as White Cat begins to rub itself against my legs. I love animals, I do, but I can't deal with cats coming out of the woodwork, and I can't suffer through these allergies another night. Where will you go? She asks, legitimately concerned. All the hotels are booked. I'll figure it out. I step over another cat, this one a Siamese mix, with beautiful blue eyes and a mean leer, and pull my suitcase off the bed. I'm so sorry, she says, following me to the hall. I hope you enjoyed your stay. I'd love a review on Yelp when you get the chance. Of course. I lug the bag down the polished wooden stairs. Aside from the menagerie of felines roaming the halls, this place is beautiful. A fully restored Victorian. This place is like stepping into another century, only with such modern luxuries as running water and electricity. Mrs. Brostrom cradles a cat in her arms as she watches me leave, her lips smiling, but her gray eyes hinting at gnawing loneliness. I wish I could stay here. I do. Rubbing hard at my itchy, watery eyes, I thank her for everything. And then I sneeze, 4 times in a row. Looks like I'll be sleeping in my car tonight. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. A man's muffled voice startles me awake the next morning. Starting my car, I roll down the window when I see him, the asshole cowboy. Tell me you didn't sleep in your car last night, he says, hunched over with his calloused, overworked hands resting on the roof. I couldn't stay at the bed and breakfast, not with all those cats roaming around. The 2 hotels in this town were all booked thanks to some annual demolition derby competition in the fairgrounds this week, and the nearest hotel was a 90-minute drive west and listed on some bedbug registry. My car felt like the safest bet. Plus, I won't get my final paycheck from the gallery until next Friday. I need to stretch what remains in my checking account until then. Last I checked, the cheapest flight out of Pierre on such short notice was almost $800. For now, I'm stuck here. So, what's your plan, city girl? He asks. I pull my phone off the charger and check the time. It's 8 in the morning, and already I have 2 missed calls from Grant. The man is still tirelessly persistent. It may well be the one quality that hasn't changed about him over the last couple of years. I'm not sure that concerns you, I say, tasting stale breath on my tongue. I'll have to find some gas station to grab a bite to eat and get cleaned up. How did you find me anyway? First the diner, now here? Are you following me? You're parked behind the co-op. I'm here to get some salt licks for my yearlings. But if it makes you feel better, sure. I was following you. Ever since you showed up at my door 2 days ago, I can't get you out of my head. He keeps a straight face. I'm obsessed with you, Peyton. Leighton. Same difference. I roll my eyes. You done yet? Guess so. He stands straight, squinting in the morning sun toward the back of the co-op building, where an employee fidgets with a lock on the other side. A couple of half-ton pickups pull into the back parking lot. Okay. Bye. I wait for him to leave, but he just stands there. Look, he says, face winced as if it pains him to say this. I've been meaning to hire someone to help out a bit this summer. Pass. Let me finish. I glance up, meeting his overriding stare. I have a bunkhouse, he says. I know you have a bunkhouse. My father built that bunkhouse. You can sleep there if you want. He removes his hat, runs his fingers through his dark hair, then places it back. But only if you help out around the farm. Chores and all that in exchange for room and board. It's ironically kind of him to offer, since so far he hasn't proven himself to be a kind person. I can't imagine working for him would be a walk in the park, but a nice clean bed would be a godsend. I rub the crick in my neck, staring past the steering wheel. I don't have all day, he says, brows lifted, and you're looking like you could use a hot shower or so. Oh, God. I would kill for a hot shower right now. Not going to twist your arm, he says. Not going to stand around waiting for you to make up your mind, either. Massaging my temples, I exhale. I don't know. I want to. And I don't. I'm going to go inside and get my damn salt licks. He steps away from my car, boots dragging across the gravel. You've got 5 minutes, and then the offer's off the table. I watch him go inside, his boots dragging through the gravel parking lot as he takes long strides. His dark jeans wear tight on his muscled ass, and his blue and red plaid shirt is cuffed at his elbows and pulling tight at his broad shoulders. I'd have figured a man like that in these parts would have been married with a family by now, maybe with a pretty little wife and a handful of strapping sons to help out on the ranch. But he's got the confidence of a man who doesn't care what other people think of him, and he comes across as a bit of a loner, a man content to live by his own rules, a man who needs nothing and no one, a dangerous combination. It would be nice to see my house again, even if it has been converted into asshole cowboy's bachelor pad, but I haven't worked on a farm in over 10 years. I'm not sure how much help I'd be. And I don't want to stay in the bunkhouse. If it's anything like it used to be, it gets hot in there at night with no AC, and it's musty, and all kinds of creepy crawlies get in through the cracks in the walls. A voicemail box lights up on my screen. I must have missed another call from Grant. Pressing play simply for curiosity's sake, I lift the phone to my ear and listen. Leighton. His voice breaks when he says my name, and then he sighs. If I didn't know better, I'd think it sounded like he hasn't slept since I left. Good. What are we doing? He asks. Talk to me. Call me back. Come back. I miss you. I need you. I fucked up. I admit it, baby. I fucked up so bad. Just come back to me. I don't know where you are. Your sister won't tell me. Your boss says you quit your job. I'm worried. You just left. And that's not like you, and He rambles on, but I tune him out when I see Cowboy strutting across the parking lot toward his truck. Ending Grant's voicemail, I climb out of my car and meet him at the tailgate. You haven't even told me your name, I say. He cocks his head in my direction. River McCrae. And how old are you? What's that matter? I shrug. I just want to know a little bit about you. 33, he says, sighing like my question annoyed him. Are you from around here? I ask. Born and raised. How come I've never heard of you before? He lifts his dark brows. I've never heard of you either. Guess we're from different generations. I'm not that much younger than you, I say, doing the math in my head. 7 years. We wouldn't have gone to high school together, so I guess it makes sense that I've never heard of him. Though growing up, my parents tended to know all the farm families in the area, so I guess it strikes me as odd. Anything else you need to know? He places some salt licks in the bed of his truck, their heaviness echoing off the metal when he drops them. Have you ever been married? He about chokes on his spit. What the hell does that have to do with anything? I'm just curious. More like nosy. You just seem so what? He squints, waiting. Closed off? Nothing's wrong with that, he says. Have you ever lived with anyone before? I ask. More specifically, have you ever lived with a woman? Where are you going with this, Leighton? He checks his watch before peering toward the highway. Okay, fine. I'll get to the point, I say. I'll work on your ranch, but only until next Friday because I get paid then, and I'm getting the hell out of here. And I'm staying in my old room, not the bunkhouse. He looks me up and down before slamming the gate shut. As long as you understand, it's my house, my farm, and my rules. I think we can make this work.
Chapter 6. River. Boots and coveralls are in the mudroom. I point, forgetting she knows her way around. Get dressed and meet me in the red barn at the end of the East Drive. She stands at the base of the stairs, dark hair dripping wet, and a fresh change of clothes covering her damp body. She smells like a bar of Dial soap, but she won't for much longer. If I'm opening my doors to a complete stranger giving her food and shelter, she's sure as hell going to earn her keep. And I don't intend on going easy on her just because she's a girl. I don't wait for her. I head to the barn, where 2 bucket calves await their morning bottles. Mixing their formula with warm water, I turn when I hear the door slide open behind me. Leighton stands dressed in coveralls and a pair of my boots that are way too big for her. That was quick, I say as the calves nudge my arms and follow me around. I place a giant bottle in her arms and the Holstein calf nearly plows her over. You've done this before, right? I ask. A long time ago. There's a hint of a smile on her face as the calf pulls at the bottle, and she holds it tight with both hands. What's her name? Who? This one, the one I'm feeding. I don't name my animals, I say. Only the dog. A white bull calf comes up behind her, nudging her back and huffing. He wants to eat too. You should name her, she says. And why would I do that? I shake my head. These aren't pets, Leighton. No point in getting attached. Leighton shrugs. I know they're not pets, but it doesn't mean you can't still care about them. These animals don't give two shits if they've got names or not, I say, and I take damn good care of them. That's all that matters. The white calf tries to knock the bottle out of her hands before headbutting the Holstein calf. I'm calling him RJ. Leighton peers up at me through dark lashes, fighting a grin. RJ? As in River Jr., she says. Why? He reminds me of you. He's pushy, and he's got this permanent scowl on his face, she adds. But he's still kind of cute. Going to pretend you didn't just insinuate that I'm cute. Let's not read into things, cowboy. The Holstein polishes off the last of her bottle, and Leighton grabs the other bottle for Junior. This used to be my favorite chore, she says, a reflective gentleness in her voice. Feeding the orphaned calves. I say nothing as I watch her. She's a natural, not minding the slobber on her hands or the baked-in stench of the barn. Most city girls like her, the pretty ones with the perfect hair and bright white smiles, would balk at an experience like this, but so far she's yet to complain. You're a natural, I say. You say that like you're shocked. She doesn't take her eyes off the white calf, her expression softening. Not shocked, just impressed. The Holstein strides away, curling up in the corner and watching the two of us. I'm going to call her Penelope, Leighton says, looking up at her. Why Penelope? I had a calf named Penelope once. Showed her in 4-H. She sighs, her lips pulling up at the corners. She was beautiful, and sweet, and calm, just like that one over there. Heading to the sliding barn doors, I shove them open so the calves can get some fresh air this morning. Yeah, well, don't get too attached, I remind her one last time. Don't worry about me. I didn't come here with the intention of attaching myself to anything. Then why did you come here? To get away. Junior finishes his bottle and Leighton grabs the other, taking them to the utility sink in the corner of the barn to clean them out. When she's finished, she trumps my way, keeping a steady gait despite the enormous boots tripping her up. Anybody ever tell you it's not good to run from things? I ask, heading to one of the old pickups. I've got to change the oil and replace one of the tires I had patched last week. Anybody ever tell you it's not a good idea to give advice without knowing the full story? Enlighten me then, because I'd love to prove that regardless of the situation, my advice is solid. We make our way to the old red Dodge up on jacks under a shady oak tree. As soon as we get there, Leighton places her hands on her hips and squints up at the sky. We used to have 2 tire swings here, she says. They were long gone before I took over. I grabbed my toolbox out of the back, along with some quarts of oil and a new filter. Anyway, you going to tell me what you're running from? How much time do you have? She half chuckles. As long as it takes me to finish up here. Taking an oil pan, I crawl beneath the truck's engine. From the ground, I see Leighton take a seat in the grass a few feet away. She pulls her knees against her chest, wrapping her arms around them. I was engaged, she starts. His name was Grant. I met him in college, NYU, and he was amazing. So kind, and humble, and smart, and funny. He had this magnetic personality, which I always loved about him because I was pretty quiet and introspective. And he could just walk into a room and light the place on fire. Everyone wanted to be him or be with him. And out of everyone, he picked me. Go on, I say, pretending to care as I stifle a yawn. He could make me feel like I was the only girl in the room, she says. And I'd never met anyone who put so much thought and effort into every single occasion. Every birthday, every anniversary, he made it special. She stops for a moment, maybe pondering. We were crazy in love. He did this whole big proposal thing at Christmas in front of my family. She pauses once more. He graduated from law school a couple years ago and took a job in Scottsdale at this prestigious law firm. And then he changed. It's like I blinked, and he was gone. He changed, or you changed? Oh, he definitely changed. Her voice is louder, insulted almost.
Absolutely, he changed. He went from this humble, all-American nice guy to this Maserati-driving prick who couldn't keep it in his pants.
I wince, sliding out from beneath the truck with a full pan of used oil. That's tough, I say, but it's still no reason to run away.
There are other things, she says. More personal, I guess you could say. Just little things that added up. The way he treated me, the way he talked to me, the love, the respect, the admiration, it was gone. And when I saw the text from the other woman, that was the end of the trust. And if you don't have trust, you don't have a relationship. Doesn't matter how much you love the person.
That may be true, but what good does it do you to run away with your tail tucked? I rise, grabbing the fresh quarts of oil. She stands, arms folded.
My tail is definitely not tucked.
If you say so. I pop the hood and lean over the engine.
What makes you think my tail is tucked?
Her brows meet. I shrug, throwing a quick glance her way. Just something about you seems sad.
Thanks.
You've got these sad eyes, I say, studying her face. She's pretty in an unpretentious kind of way, with creamy skin and heart-shaped lips, and a mess of dark hair piled high on her head. The sound of gravel crunching under tires provides a welcome interruption. This conversation was getting too close for comfort anyway. A dirt-covered Suburban parks next to us, and a second later, Molly Fasthorse climbs out with a tinfoil-covered plate. Little early for lunch, isn't it? I readjust my hat and head her way.
I'm running into town in an hour. Thought I'd drop it off now. I can head inside and stick it in the fridge for you, she says.
I take the still warm plate from her hands and hand it to Leighton. That's all right. I'll have my assistant do it for me. Leighton's eyes move between me and Molly.
Assistant?
Molly asks, smirking.
She's a little too pretty to be hired help, isn't she?
Molly makes her way to Leighton, extending her right hand and smiling ear to ear.
Since River doesn't seem to want to introduce us properly, I'm Molly Fasthorse. I live up the hill about a mile north of here. Leighton, she says, I used to live here. You used to live in Bonesteel Creek?
Molly's dark brows rise.
I used to live in this house, she answers. We moved when I was 15.
She thought she was renting this place from someone online, I interject. Showed up at my door with her suitcase. Thought it was some kind of joke. Leighton rolls her eyes.
I got scammed. Oh, you poor thing.
Molly wraps her arms around Leighton's shoulders.
I've heard about those internet scammers. What a shame. Way too many greedy assholes in this world. Anyway, I'm going to take this inside before my boss decides to write me up, Leighton says, winking my way.
Molly laughs.
I wouldn't put that past him. You're brave to work for him, you know that?
I'm not that bad. I lock eyes with Leighton, and she's smiling her proud, pretty little smile. I've seen that smile before on another girl. I fell in love with it the first time I saw it, and it damn near destroyed me in the end. That won't be happening again.
It's only temporary, Leighton says. I think I can handle him until next Friday. Well, if you ever need a break, just stop on over. I've got 5 boys. 6 if you count my husband, and I could use a little girl talk. Almost forgot what it's like.
Molly steps back, slipping her hands in her back pockets.
I'd love that.
Leighton gives a little wave before heading inside.
Wow, Riv,
Molly says under her voice, turning to me. Wow, what?
That's not like you. Taking in some stranger?
What's your point?
Are you feeling okay?
Molly laughs. She had nowhere to go, I say, turning back to the truck's engine. Found her sleeping in her car outside the co-op this morning.
She seems like a nice girl.
I nod. I guess.
Just be nice to her, Molly says. It's been forever since this place had anything going on.
I shoot her a look.
I won't talk about you-know-who.
Molly places her hands in the air in protest.
I'm just saying it might not be a bad thing if she actually enjoys her time with you and maybe wants to stay a little longer.
Shaking my head, I glance at the house. I don't know what's taking Leighton so long, but I'm wishing she'd come back, if only because this conversation with Molly needs to be over. Fast.
You could use the company,
she adds. She's leaving next Friday, I say. And that's that.
It'd be nice to see you smile again, River.
Molly's voice tapers off. The screen door opens and shuts, and Leighton makes her way across the stone path that cuts through the yard and past the white picket fence.
I'll see you tomorrow,
Molly says before climbing back into her Suburban.
And next time I'll bring enough for 2.
Chapter 7. Leighton. Where are you going? River glances up from his newspaper at the kitchen table. I don't know anyone who reads a newspaper over coffee at 8 o'clock at night, but I don't question it. Thought I'd go to one of those little bars off the square, I say, kind of curious to see who all stuck around this little town and how everyone turned out. He takes a slow sip. Pretty sure it's going to be about who you'd expect. Yeah, I sigh. I'm sure you're right. Stillness lingers between us, and I'm almost certain his eyes are skimming the paper, but he's only pretending to read. You want to come with? I offer. His lips tighten, and he shakes his head. Going to bed soon. 5 o'clock comes early. I'm just going to have one drink, I say. I'm not your keeper. I know you're not my keeper. I just wanted to make it clear that I'm not some kind of crazy party animal. And if you were, it'd be none of my concern. He takes another bored sip. Isn't that coffee going to keep you up all night? Decaf. I never understood the point of decaf coffee. River glances up, our stares intersecting. Sometimes all you need is the experience. Anyway, you have yourself a good time. I tuck my clutch under my arm, wondering if my black blouse and white jean shorts are going to be too much for a little small-town bar. Sure you don't want to join me? I ask one last time. Maybe a drink or two would loosen him up a bit. I imagine there's someone else entirely beneath his steel armor personality. Yep. He straightens his newspaper. Maybe next time? He doesn't answer, doesn't look up. I leave. Every eye in the place is on me the second I walk into the Oasis on Wellman Street. It was either this or the American Legion next to the plastic factory, an old firehouse turned tap room. This place has been here since I was a kid, though I've never stepped foot in here until now. The smoke clears, and my eyes adjust to the dim lighting. A row of men in dingy gray t-shirts and holey jeans crane their necks in my direction, and across the room, 3 men playing pool with a scantily clad woman stop and stare. The jukebox is playing an old Alan Jackson song, and the floor sticks to the bottom of my flats as I make my way to the bar. Taking a seat on the end, I flash a warm smile at the bartender and order a Sazerac. Oh, what? The bartender's eyes widen. A Sazerac? I say. Absinthe, cognac, and bitters with a sugar cube. He scratches at his balding temple, failing to hide his annoyance, and gives me a look that's just, he'll do his best. Wait. I place my hand out. I'll just take a Corona. He looks relieved as he waddles to a lit bar fridge and retrieves a chilled beer. And who might you be? Whiskey-scented breath heats the back of my neck, and when I turn to face my greeter, I find a man who clearly has no concept of personal space. Never seen you around here before. You got a name? Leighton. I sit up tall, turning my back toward him once more in hopes that he'll get the hint. Pretty name. I hear a slow, drunken smile in his voice. Where are you from? Here, I say, staring straight ahead. I'd remember a face like that in a town like this, he says, every other word slurring into the next. His rough hand finds my shoulder, and I stiffen. Hey, I'm talking to you. I look toward the bartender, trying to wordlessly catch his eye. He probably knows this drunk bastard, and I need someone to sick him off me before I go off on him myself and make a scene. You going to talk to me, or are you too good for me now? You think you're too good in your fancy shoes with your fancy hair. The man's tone grows agitated. Your pussy's no better than any other pussy in this fucking town. You ain't nothing special. Heat creeps up my neck. I'd love nothing more than to turn around and knock out what remains of his teeth, but instead, I stare ahead, choosing to ignore him as best as I can. Don't ignore me, you little bitch, he growls in my ear. His words vibrate against my eardrum, sending shivers down my spine. My fist clenches and my eyes squeeze. And then the heat of his body disappears. What the hell, man? He yells. I turn around in time to see him being pushed into an empty high top. He lands on his ass, and a few of his buddies chuckle from the bar. You bother her again? You're out of here. A man, whose face I can't see at the moment, stands over the drunk. I won't be so gentle next time. The drunk bastard scrambles to stand, grabbing onto empty chairs. His expression is a bit delirious, but I think he got the message. My knight in shining armor turns to me, moving closer. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. He was obnoxious, that's all. I offer a smile, simultaneously trying to hide the fact that I'm checking him out. Ace is mostly harmless. I'm sure. With a strong jaw, ice blue eyes, tan skin, and coppery blonde hair grown out and tucked behind his ears, he flashes a disarming smile that disrupts the steady rhythm of my heart for a second. Seth, he says, resting his elbow on the bar counter beside me. His eyes haven't left mine once, and there's a gentle, easy way about him. I own this place. Anyone bothers you again, you find me, all right? I nod. Will do. You've got to keep in mind these guys don't get out much. Coming here to grab a cold one and complain about the same old women they've been strapped to since high school, that's about the highlight of their weeks, he says. Not making excuses for 'em, but you come in here looking like that, and you're going to see the worst of them. Looking like that? I echo slowly, one brow arched. He smiles, flashing a pair of the deepest dimples I've ever seen. You're a beautiful woman. That's all I'm trying to say. He points at me, chuckling. Don't try to get me in trouble when all I'm trying to do is pay you an innocent compliment. Innocent compliment my ass. God, he's handsome. And now I'm blushing. I can't remember the last time someone made me physically blush. Seth raps on the bar top to catch the bartender's attention and motions him close. She's drinking on the house tonight. Anything she wants. I lift my mostly full Corona. Oh, that won't be necessary. You want some food? He asks. We've got jalapeno poppers, onion rings, mozzarella sticks. Waving my hand, I shake my head. No, I'm good. Asa passes by, gawking at the two of us and daring to give Seth a dirty look. A bold move, if I say so myself. Seth peers down his nose, his serious expression never faltering until Asa stumbles out of sight, into a dark corner. He shouldn't mess with you again, Seth says. But if he does, my office is just past the restrooms. Red door. Knock 3 times. I keep it locked. Thank you. He eyes the back of the bar before looking back at me. I didn't catch your name. Leighton, I say, my fingers sliding down the wet glass of my Corona bottle. I'm Seth, he says again. You said that already. I wink. I know. I was just testing you. He flashes a huge smile that makes my heart do another somersault, and then he lingers for an extra second. You passed. I laugh, soaking up his warm presence. I've been here all of 3 days, second guessing my decision to come here, until now. You're going to come back, right? I'll see more of you around here, he asks. I steal a quick glance at his left ring finger out of curiosity, finding it bare. Ace is my best-paying customer, but I'll kick him to the curb if it means you'll be back. I'll be back. My hands wrap the beer bottle, and I glance away, drowning in flattery. I'll definitely be back.
Chapter 8. River.
Morning.
Leighton is seated at the kitchen table, dressed and ready by 6 o'clock the next morning.
Thought you got up at 5. I've been sitting here for the past half hour wondering when you were going to make your grand entrance.
I huff, shaking my head and lumbering toward the coffee maker. I don't tell her I stayed up last night waiting until I heard the crunch of her tires on the driveway and her headlights in the front windows. For some reason, I couldn't sleep until I knew she was home. These roads can be dangerous, especially late at night, and if anything happens, sometimes there isn't anyone around for miles. No one around to see anything. Every day's a little different around here. I grab a mug as the machine heats and percolates. What time did you get back last night? I pretend not to know.
Around midnight. I ran into some people I went to high school with, she says. I was actually on my way out the door and they were on their way in. They recognized me before I recognized them. Apparently I haven't changed as much as I thought.
Standing next to the sink, I pour my coffee and gaze out the window. A blanket of fog covers the farm this morning, but it should lift by midday. Sounds like you had yourself a time then. I take a drink, mentally scanning today's to-do list.
I did, she says, coming my way.
Her hand rests on the small of my back as she pours milk out of a cereal bowl and into the sink.
Even made a new friend.
I'm sure she did. I need you to gather 24 eggs from the hen house and run them out to Molly's. I clear my throat and change the subject because I'm small-talked out. Baskets are hanging outside the coop. Mind your step, one of the hens likes to lay in random places. You can take the Chevy up the road. I recommend keeping the speed under 10 miles per hour unless you feel like cleaning up egg yolks. I feel her stare, and I know what she's thinking. She wants to be friends. She wants me to let her in. I've seen that look before. She's not the first, and she won't be the last.
Oh, okay,
she says, blinking. Keys are on the hook by the back door. Blue Warwick Motors keychain, I say, finishing my coffee. Molly's in the big brick house a mile north of here on 146th Avenue. Can't miss it. Leighton stops in the doorway, taking me in. What? I ask, feeling the pinch of my expression.
Nothing, River.
With that, she's gone.
Chapter 9. Leighton. Oh, thank God, Molly greets me on the back steps of her massive stone farmhouse. I don't remember this being here 12 years ago, and it doesn't have the patina of an older house, so they must have built it in recent years. Just fried my last egg. You know, we go through a dozen eggs every single day. Molly shakes her head, her long dark hair styled in 2 Pocahontas braids that rest on her strong shoulders. She's beautiful, but she's not the type who probably knows, or cares. With bronze, makeup-free skin, dark hooded eyes, and a warm, contagious smile, she's a natural-born stunner. These boys eat me out of house and home, she says, waving me inside. Come in, sit for a while, distract me from the chaos that is my life. Molly giggles, immediately putting me at ease and making me feel like I've known her all my life. I'm not going to get you in trouble with the boss man, am I? She teases. I don't know. He was kind of in a mood this morning. She wags her hand. When isn't he in a mood? You want something to drink? I have orange juice, milk, sweet tea. Tea would be lovely, thank you. Molly grabs 2 clear glasses with tiny blue flowers before plunking a handful of giant ice cubes in each one and pouring our drinks. Is he always like that? I ask. River? Molly laughs. These days, yes. But he wasn't always that way. He used to smile more. She pauses, seeming lost in thought as she takes a sip of tea. Life can be pretty hard, she shrugs, and sometimes it's harder on some of us than others. How long have you known him? Since we were high school kids, she says. I grew up down the road from the McCraes, and I married his best friend. River introduced us, actually. That's really sweet. My fingers trace the thin lip of the glass. I think my grandmother used to have these same ones. Might be hard to believe, but River's a really good soul, she says. He's a good man. He takes care of people, though he'll never take credit for it. I mean, there's no reason he needs that big old chicken coop if it's just him living by himself. I swear he only has it so he can give us eggs all the time. I think he likes feeling like he can take care of someone, you know? And he always helps Guy during calving season. We can call him up in the middle of the night, and he's there within 10 minutes. Molly is quiet for a second, focusing on the white sugar bowl in the center of her kitchen table. Anyway, I could go on and on about all the things he does, she says, not just for us, but for a lot of people around here. My point is, River's all bark and no bite. Underneath that grouchy, bitter exterior is a man with a really big heart. Once you get to know him, you'll see. I huff. I'd love to see a softer side of him. Right now, I feel like I annoy him. Why would you say that? I don't know, just the vibe I get. River acts like the whole entire world annoys him, and I know damn well that it doesn't. He's just angry about a few things, that's all. Takes it out on the world, but he doesn't mean to. Molly takes a careful sip of tea. Anyway, I wanted to have some girl talk, and here we are talking about a damn man. Sorry. No, she smiles, her eyes crinkling at the sides. So are you really leaving next Friday? My mind immediately goes to Seth for some odd reason. His dimples, his cool, blue stare, his broad shoulders, his innately kind and protective nature. That's the plan, I say. No, you should stay. Molly places her hand over mine. Seriously. Or do you have a job to get back to? No job. I rest my head on my hand, exhaling. I quit my job a few days ago. Well, I didn't so much as quit as I asked for a sabbatical. My boss said art galleries don't offer sabbaticals, but he offered to give me the summer off. Without pay. I figured that was better than nothing. Anyway, I don't know if I'm going to go back to Scottsdale. Everything's just kind of up in the air right now, for the first time in my life, and it's oddly freeing. Molly's pink mouth slides up at the sides. That's the spirit. My phone rings in my bag, and I'm afraid to look at it. Grant's been calling daily, relentlessly. You can get that if you need, she says. I groan. It's fine. It's probably my ex. He's been calling me non-stop since I left. I'm sorry, but men are idiots. And I can say that because I'm raising 5 of them in hopes that they don't turn out half as stupid as their predecessors, she says. Whatever possesses them to harass us into submission is beyond me. He can call as much as he wants. I'm not going back there. I hold my head high, realizing I haven't once cried over that asshole. Maybe the love ran out a while back, and neither of us noticed. Good for you. Molly lifts her iced tea as if to make a toast. Anyway, I'm serious about you sticking around for the summer. I'm in the market for a new best friend, and I really think you'd be great for River. I nearly choke on my drink. What do you mean I'd be great for River? It's not like that. I'm not looking for anything like that. Not with him. Calm down, girlie. She covers my hand with hers. I just mean I think he's lonelier than he lets on. And I see the way he looks at you. There's something in his eyes. This little spark of color that hasn't been there. in years. I don't know. My head tilts to the side. I'm telling you, I see something. Even if there was something, he's not my type, I say gently. What is your type? Molly crosses her legs, leaning in closer. Seth's image fills my mind again, sending goosebumps up and down my arm and a quick flutter to my stomach. I'm like a damn schoolgirl with a crush. You're smiling, she says, pointing. Who are you thinking about right now? I went out last night. I dragged my fingertip through a small puddle of condensation on the table, and I met this guy. He was really nice and funny and cute and personable and charming. So I guess that's my type. Nice, funny, cute, personable, and charming. Molly's excitement fades into a frown, as if I've just dashed all hopes of being everything she wanted me to be for River. Anyway, I'm not looking for anything. I lift one hand in the air. I'm newly single. I didn't come here looking for a reason to stay. If I meet anyone here, it'll be strictly for fun. Nothing more, nothing less. Totally understand. We lose ourselves in thought for a while, and then I check the time. I should probably get back. Molly pouts. Fine, but come back any time. I mean it. And promise me you'll think about sticking around past next Friday? I don't want to make a promise I can't keep, so I offer a non-committal. I'll think about it. Besides, a lot can happen in a week. Chapter 10. Leighton. Coming to the Oasis last night was driven by slight boredom. Coming to the Oasis tonight is driven by the fact that I can't stop thinking about Seth, the bar owner. He's like an earworm, stuck in my head, and I can't get him out. I almost want to see him again just to know that he's real, that I didn't dream up this handsome, charming stranger in some alcohol-induced stupor. I'm certainly not looking for anything remotely akin to a brand new romantic relationship at this point in my life, but I'd be lying if I said the attention didn't give me an innocent little adrenaline rush. I spent most of today doing odd jobs around River's farm, weeding the vegetable garden, cleaning out the stable, feeding calves and chickens, and checking the water troughs in the pastures. River was MIA all morning, and when we met back at the house for lunch, he didn't say more than a handful of words to me. It was probably for the best that I stayed out of his way anyway, because he wasn't in a mood to exchange social pleasantries. After dinner, I showered and got myself cleaned up. River was gone when I came downstairs, his truck and dog too. Refusing to spend my first Friday night as a single woman sitting at home alone, I found myself speeding down the country roads and making a beeline for the Oasis. Leighton, you're back, a woman's voice squeals in my ear, followed by two lanky arms wrapping around me from behind. I turned to see Carly Conway, one of the girls I ran into on my way out last night. I'm so glad you came back. Everyone's here tonight. She does a little hop, and upon further inspection, I see the bar is definitely more packed than it was 24 hours ago. This must be the place to be in Bonesteel on a Friday night. I was just telling Sarah and Katie and Heather that you were back in town, and they were freaking out. Carly takes my hand and leads me through a maze of patrons toward a large booth in the corner next to the jukebox. The girls all but clamor over themselves to get at me, wrapping me in a group hug that takes me way back to the days when we were the most pressing issue in our minds was whether or not we were all going to homecoming in the same limo that year. Come on, sit, let's catch up. Katie tugs me into the booth, and they all scoot in, firing questions at me left and right, most of them fascinated with what life is like outside this one-horse town. When Heather yammers on about how annoying her husband is and how whiny her 3 kids are, I take the opportunity to do a quick scan of the bar in search of Seth. And sure enough, I find him, standing behind the bar talking to one of the servers. Our eyes meet, and I fight a twinge of a smile. His face lights up, dimples and all. "Who are you eye-fucking over there?" Sarah squints across the room, adjusting her glasses, and her face drops when she sees Seth making his way in our direction. "No fucking way." "What?" I try to play it off, wishing I had a drink to stir or a way to look busy. "Seth's coming over here." Sarah nudges Katie, and they exchange looks. "What?" I ask Carter. Someone better tell me what the hell the big deal is before he gets here, because I'm dying. "I've only been in love with him my whole life," Katie sighs, tossing back the rest of her martini. "And now he's coming over here to talk to you." "Sorry." I crouch my shoulders in, offering an apologetic wince. Heather waves her hand in Katie's face. "Who isn't in love with him? He's easy on the eyes. Nice. Loaded. He's the whole enchilada plus the top-shelf margarita and the vacation to Cabo." "You've never been to Cabo," Katie says. "It's an expression," Heather snaps. "Ladies." Seth stands before us, addressing the table, but looking only at me. My chest is 2 seconds from exploding, and I couldn't wipe this ridiculous grin from my face if I tried, but he doesn't seem to mind. "One of my girls is bringing over a round of tequila shots. On the house." Katie lets out some kind of squawk and immediately turns bright red. Sarah almost chokes on her drink, and Heather plays it cool, like a married woman secure with the fact that she can look, but not touch. "Thank you, Seth," I say. His name is gentle on my lips, like a South Dakota summer breeze. Our eyes catch again, and in the tiniest daydream, I imagine him pressing me against a back wall, his mouth on mine, his hands in my hair. I haven't felt this way since I first met Grant. I've never wanted anyone to kiss me this badly. A girl in a denim miniskirt, an orange tube top, stops by with a tray of overflowing shot glasses, lime wedges, and salt shakers. "Enjoy." Seth's hand grazes my wrist before he leaves, and my entire body is on fire. If he doesn't make a move soon, I'm going to lose it. "All right, girls, let's do this." Carly lifts the salt shaker to her wrist before passing it around the table. A minute later, we're all wearing puckered faces, laughing and feeling the heat run through our veins. Tonight, I'm free. Tonight, I'm alive. "God, you're lucky," Katie says, leaning in. "What are you talking about?" "We've been coming here for years," she says, "and I've never seen Seth look at anyone the way he looked at you. And he's never sent over free drinks. He wants you, and he wants you bad." Exhilaration mixed with the fresh alcohol coursing through me makes me nauseous with excitement. It's good to feel something again, and for the first time all week, I can't wait to see what the future brings. "You should go talk to him," Carly says. "Strike while the iron's hot." "Yeah," Sarah chimes in. "We're all dying to know if he's really as big as they say he is." Katie elbows Sarah, giggling. "You're so bad." "What?" Katie slurs a little. "That's the rumor. I've heard 9 inches and I've heard 10, but that's like third, fourth hand. I want to hear it from the horse's mouth." She points to me. "What do you say, Layton? Want to take one for the team?" She laughs, leaning into Heather, who seems annoyed. Then again, she's been in a constant state of irritation since the moment I sat down. "Go to him." I glance across the room, watching him make his rounds. Everyone seems to stop what they're doing when he comes by, happy to give him an ounce of their time, happy for a sliver of his attention. He came back from Afghanistan a few years back with a Bronze Star, saved his whole troop from some suicide bomber. There was this big article about him, and he was even interviewed by Matt Lauer on the Today Show, Carly says, a proud beam covering her face as if to suggest he's the best thing that's ever happened to Bone Steel Creek. "He's basically famous around here," Katie adds, "a real hometown hero." I catch Seth glancing my way again, and my cheeks warm from the undeniable attention. Seth, the bar owner, suddenly got a whole lot hotter, as if that was even possible. "We need another round," Carly slides out of our booth, eyeing the bar. "You should bring Leighton, and maybe they'll be free again," Katie yells, her hands cupped around her mouth as a jukebox blares a Def Leppard tune. I wouldn't be surprised if she's dancing on the table by the time we get back. Pushing our way to the bar, we squeeze between a couple of middle-aged men and order another round of tequila shots, only this time Seth's nowhere in sight, and the bartender charges us $20. Carefully hauling the drinks back to our booth, I scan the room for Seth again and come up empty-handed. Focusing on my old friends, I toss my shot back, throw a smile on my face, and catch up on the last 12 years of Bonesteel Creek happenings. An hour passes, then another, and another. I'm nursing a water and waiting for my buzz to wear off when the girls start calling it a night and heading home one by one. "You heading home soon?" Carly asks. "Wait, where are you staying? I didn't even ask." "I'm staying at my old house," I say, "believe it or not." Her nose wrinkles. "How'd you pull that off?" "Long story." I bring my water to my lips and take one last look around. Seth disappeared hours ago. The attention, the thrill, the anticipation. It was fun while it lasted. Carly tucks her wavy blonde hair behind her ear and checks her phone. "Hate to leave you here all alone, but I should probably go. Gotta be up early tomorrow for this family thing." "Go, it's fine. I'm leaving too." "Where'd you park?" she asks. "In the alley? You?" "I walked," she says. "I live 2 blocks west. You going to be around much longer?" I shrug. "I don't think so. A week, maybe?" Carly's lips tighten into a frown. "Well, let's get together again before you go. Maybe someplace less crazy." The house lights flicker, a sign that closing time is upon us. I'd like that. I lean in for a hug, inhaling the scent of her familiar perfume. It takes me back to high school, to Friday night football games, stealing her parents' car, and Saturday night sleepovers that turned into Sunday morning pancake breakfasts. "I've missed you, Carly." "I've missed you too," she says as we walk outside. "It sucked when you left. Didn't even get to say goodbye." I tuck my head. I know, it was rough. "How's your family doing?" It's quiet out here on the sidewalk. The streets are vacant, save for a few parked cars, and 2 flickering street lamps light our way. This town is full of a whole lot of nothing, and yet it's everything I remember it to be. It's home. And you can't pick your home any more than you can pick your family. "Aubrey's great," I say. "She married this guy Adam a couple months ago. Super nice. Silicon Valley executive with 4 kids. They're living in San Francisco area." "And how's your brother?" "Jackson's doing well. He's a senior at Notre Dame, plays football there on a scholarship. I don't see him too often, but we talk once in a while. He's happy," I say. "At least he says he is." "And your mom?" Of course, she saved the best for last. "I miss her so much. She was always like a second mother to me." "She's fine," I lie, forcing a smile. "I'll tell her you said so. I'm sure it'll make her day." If she even remembers Carly. "Oh, hey, let me give you my number," she says, taking my phone and programming herself into my contacts. "Call me next week and we'll get together before you go." I nod, taking my phone back, and Carly gives me a wave before heading down the street. She disappears under a canopy of shade trees and a starless sky, and I make my way down the alley to find my rental. Fishing inside my clutch, a wave of panic washes through me when I don't feel the sharp metal scrape of my keys at the bottom. They must have fallen out. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Trotting through the alley and around the corner, I head for the front door of the bar, only to find it's now locked, and the flashing neon "open" sign is officially extinguished. Pounding on the door, I press my face to the glass window to see if anyone's still inside. The bartender looks up, thank God, and rests his broom against a wall before taking a sweet time coming my way. "I think I dropped my keys inside," I say when he finally unlocks the door. He exhales, stepping out of the way as I burst inside and search the place like a detective at a crime scene. Nothing but spilled puddles of beer and smashed mozzarella sticks litter the floor. "Do you have a lost and found?" I ask. "I've been here for hours, and there's a chance someone may have found them and turned them in earlier in the evening." "Check with Seth." The bartender eyes the red door in the back of the place. Pulling my shoulders back and sucking up my pride, I make my way to Seth's office, knocking 3 times and waiting with my arms folded. I wish I weren't feeling so defensive right now, but to be so sweet and charming and then to pull some disappearing act is shitty, and I don't have time for games. I knock again. Nothing. He's not even here. And now I'm stranded. I'm making my way back to the bartender when the back door to the bar swings. Seth stops when he sees me standing in the middle of his empty bar, and then his full mouth curls into a slow smile, like he's happy to see me. I will myself not to fall for it, glancing away from the heat of his shameless stare. "Layton," he says, his voice smooth as silk. "Everything okay?" "She lost her keys," the bartender says. "Anyone turn a set of keys in tonight?" "Yeah, actually," he says. "Chevy keys?" My gaze snaps to him. "Yes." Seth motions for me to follow him back to his office, punching in a code once we reach the red door. A small wicker basket under his desk holds a slew of random items: fleece jackets, baseball caps, wallets, shoes, and eyeglasses. He digs around for a second, retrieving a set of shiny keys that look all too familiar. Snatching them from his hand, I exhale, "Oh, thank God." Turning to leave, I feel the warmth of his hand on my shoulder, so I stop. "Wait," he says. I spin, facing him. "Yeah?" His pale blue eyes search mine, and his dimples flash for a split second. He seems so harmless in this moment, so benignly charming. "Sorry I couldn't visit with you tonight," he says. "Friday nights are crazy around here." "You disappeared," I say. "Yeah." He drags his perfect white teeth over his full lower lip. "I know." I want to be angry with him, but the more he stands here looking at me like I'm the most beautiful thing he's ever laid eyes on, the harder it gets. "I had a family emergency," he says. "Had to step out for a few hours." "I'm sorry." He winks. "It's handled now." "That's good." I stifle a yawn. "I should go." "Dance with me," he says. "What?" Slipping his hand over mine, he leads me to the jukebox, tapping in a code before making a selection. I'd hate to miss an opportunity to dance with a beautiful stranger. I'm a terrible dancer, I warn him, placing my clutch and keys on a nearby high top. Really, really bad. He slips his hands around my waist, pulling me against him as Hunter Hayes begins to serenade us from the speakers. "I'll lead." His voice is low against my ear, his cheek brushing against mine. My hands rest over his broad shoulders, and I breathe in his earthy scent. Following his lead, we take unhurried steps, my body against his. I'm well aware of the proximity of our mouths, and I'm pretty sure he can feel my heart ricocheting against his chest, but I don't care. I simply want to enjoy this moment, whatever it is. Closing my eyes, I rest my head on his shoulder, and he brings me tighter against him, our bodies swaying in tandem until the song comes to an end. The bartender drops an empty bottle on the hardwood floor behind us, and the shatter of its glass brings us back to reality. Stepping away, I thank Seth for the dance and retrieve my things. Silently, I thank him for the other things, too. for making me feel wanted and desired again, and beautiful, and for reminding me how good it feels to get butterflies again after all these years. "I want to see you again," he says, his hands resting on his hips as he drinks me in. Seth may be some hometown hero with a smile that makes a girl weak in the knees, but I have no intentions of sticking around. "I'm leaving in a week," I say, wearing regret in my expression. His smile fades, and he steps closer, reaching for me. "Guess we'll have to make the most of it then. What are you doing tomorrow?" I shrug. "Not sure. Meet me here at 9 tomorrow night. I want to take you somewhere."
Chapter 11. River.
You know it's 3 o'clock in the morning, right?
Leighton closes the picket fence gate and steps lightly up the paved sidewalk. She's grinning, coming toward me like a woman floating on a breeze. Anchored in a wooden rocking chair, I flatten my lips. Your point?
Why are you still up?
She takes the chair beside me, crossing her legs and leaning toward me.
Were you waiting for me to get home?
Nope. I fold my hands across my stomach, staring ahead.
Couldn't sleep?
Something like that. I exhale. Story of my life.
Can I ask you something?
Leighton's brows are furrowed, like she's concentrating, and she rests her chin on top of her hand. No. I rise to head in, only she reaches for me, tugging on my sleeve until I return to my seat.
Talk to me.
We're not friends, I remind her.
We don't need to be friends to talk.
She sits up tall in her rocker, squaring her shoulders.
I'm just curious about some things.
And those things are probably none of your business. My words are sharp, cutting.
I know that,
she says, watching me.
Doesn't make me any less curious.
We linger in silence for a moment, nothing but the sound of cicadas and the rare bellow of a cow calling her calf somewhere over the hill.
When I talked to Molly earlier, she said some things.
Leighton pauses. Molly says a lot of things.
She gave me the impression that you weren't always like this.
I scoff. Weren't always like what?
Closed off? Bitter? Temperamental?
Leighton seems to choose her words carefully, but it doesn't make them any easier to swallow. I know what I've become. In fact, I'm well aware. No man has his heart and soul pulverized and comes out completely unscathed. I may not have visible scars, but it doesn't mean they're not there, taking up permanent residence just beneath the surface. I feel them every day. A stark reminder of everything I lost. One day she was here. The next day, she was gone, and she took my whole world with her. And it wasn't her fault. Not one bit. It was mine. That's something I have to live with the rest of my life.
Molly thinks you're lonely,
she says, releasing a gentle chuckle. Dragging in a ragged breath, I ponder my answer before letting it go. I'm not sure why you think any of that would concern you.
So you are.
I didn't say that, I snap.
Well, Molly seems to think that, and she says you guys have known each other since you were kids.
Leighton rocks, staring up at a starless sky with her hands folded across her lower belly. I glance away.
She's worried about you. She wants to see you smile again.
Smiling's overrated.
Molly wants me to stick around, she says, for your sake. I told her it probably wasn't a good idea. I feel like you find me annoying.
You wouldn't be wrong. Her brows lift, her jaw unhinges.
Really? So you do find me annoying?
You talk way too much, you ask too many questions, and for a city girl, you're awfully naive. She stands, hands on her hips.
You don't talk enough. You don't ask nearly enough questions because you don't seem to care about anyone but yourself. And for a small-town boy, you're awfully rude.
I rise, towering over her and breathing out my nose. She smells like a bar, cheap beer and stale cigarettes. I liked her better when she smelled like my soap and her exotic perfume. Nothing about this woman belongs here, in this town. She's too polished and pretty, her eyes too filled with life and hope. This town would chew her up and spit her out, just like it has everyone else who stuck around. I'm going to bed, I say. Her eyes narrow.
You can't just walk away.
And why the hell not?
Because we're fighting, and you're trying to run from it.
Don't use my words against me. I shake my head, hooking my thumbs through the belt loops of my jeans. I'm not running, Layton. I'm tired. I'm going to bed, and trust me, we're not fighting, sweetheart. You'd know if we were. Layton's hands grip the sides of her head, tugging at her dark hair, and she releases an exasperated moan. I imagine I'm infuriating her right now, but I don't particularly care. In fact, I couldn't care less. Good night now. I head back inside, letting the screen door slam behind me. My hand grips the banister as I head upstairs for bed when I hear the creak of the door and the sigh of my roommate.
I don't like this, she says. I don't like walking on eggshells. I don't like not knowing where I stand with you.
I say nothing, keeping my back toward her.
I've got another week here, she continues. Let's figure out a way to make this at least somewhat enjoyable for the both of us.
Climbing the stairs, I say nothing. A week from now she'll be gone, and there's no sense in letting myself get attached.
Chapter 12. Layton. I'm sorry about last night. I slide my hands in my jeans pockets as River crouches beside a broken barbed wire fence. I pushed you too far. He says nothing. I didn't mean to upset you, I add. This is your home, and I need to respect your wishes and stay out of your business. He drops a pair of fencing pliers in the grass and exhales. And you're right, we're not friends, we're strangers. I literally know nothing about you, and I guess I let my curiosity get the best of me because you have to admit, River, you're a little mysterious. I chuckle. But I'll stop with the questions, and I'll stay out of your way. He glances up at me, his lips pressed flat, and then reaches for his wire stretcher. Placing my hand over my heart, I say, I just want you to know, I'm extremely grateful that you're letting me stay here. All my best childhood memories were here, with my family. It may just be an old farmhouse to you, but to me, it's heaven on earth. So thank you. The moment I'm done saying my piece, I head for the hen house to start my chores. And to give him some space. Seth stands outside the back door of the Oasis at 9 o'clock sharp, and the moment he sees me pull up, his crystalline blue eyes light up from within. You ready? He asks when I climb out of my car. His keys jangle in his hands, and I follow him to a freshly waxed Ford F-250, with dealer plates and a flawless paint job the color of a moonless night sky. The bar business must be good to him. He gets the passenger door for me, closing it gently as soon as I'm settled. Where are you taking me? I ask as soon as he's in. Or is it a surprise? Kipaha Peak, he says, starting the engine. He looks at me, drinking me in before flashing a megawatt smile. It's a butte, about 10 miles outside of town. You can see everything from there, all the stars, all the hills. He pulls out of the alley and turns down a side street. It's quiet and peaceful, about the only place I can go anymore to hear myself think. He clears his throat. Anyway, there's nothing special about Bonesteel Creek, except for maybe this place. Just thought you might want to see it before you go. It sounds amazing, thank you. Seth dials the radio knob, and a slow country love song plays softly from the speakers. The windows are cracked a few inches, letting in a tepid June breeze, carrying the scent of freshly cut hay. 10 minutes later, we pull down a rutted dirt road, flanked by a canopy of old trees. Seth comes to a stop at the top of a hill. We're going to have to walk from here, he says, killing the engine, but flicking on the headlights. I meet him at the front of the truck, pausing for a second to let my eyes adjust to the beam of his headlights against pitch-black countryside. Sliding his hand into the bend of my elbow, he leads me over a rocky hillside until we reach the crest of a butte. And when we reach the top, he slips his hand into mine. Smooth. I'm not sure what I'm feeling right now, but it's something. Wonderment mixed with nervousness disguised as hope. All I know for sure is that being with Seth completely takes my mind off Grant and my current living situation, so that's a plus. This is it, he says, releasing his hold on me and taking a seat on the edge of a flat piece of rock. He pats the spot beside him. It's beautiful here. Under a blanket of 1 billion stars we can see for miles. What do you think? He asks. It's just like you said it would be. I watch him from the corner of my eye, not brave enough to ask what he's thinking about because we're still a couple of strangers, and I don't even know his last name. Peaceful. Serene. When I was a kid, then I'd get myself into some trouble. I'd always come out here to hide until my daddy calmed down, he says, with a nostalgic chuckle. I have a hard time believing you were an ornery child. He laughs. Believe it. I was a real pain in the ass. Military did me some good in that department, I think. Ah, yes. The girls at the bar said you were a veteran, I say. They called you a hometown hero, said you were on TV and everything. He tucks his chin, his lips tugging into a humble grin with a side of dimples. They give me too much credit. I was just doing the right thing, that's all. Sometimes doing the right thing is hard, I say. Give yourself a little credit. He shrugs. Anyway, enough about me. What brought you out here? I don't think you told me. I grew up here, I say. We moved when I was 15. My dad passed unexpectedly, and my mom couldn't keep the farm going on her own with 3 kids, so we moved to Kansas City to live with our grandmother. I haven't been back until now. Why now? Just seems kind of random. I recently ended an engagement. I inspect my palms, pitted with rock and gravel from the butte, and I dust them off on my jeans before resting my elbows on my knees. I wanted to go someplace that made me happy, somewhere with good memories. All my best ones were here. He snuffs. That's pretty honorable. Most girls I know would head to the bar, get hammered, and try to find a one-night stand to ease the pain. I'm not most girls. I know. Our eyes meet in the dark, shiny and curious. Under the shade of night, he can't see me blush. With at least a foot between us, I'm thankful he can't hear the drum of my heart pounding in my chest. Have you always been this charming? I ask. Charming? He scratches above a cocked eyebrow. I laugh. You always say the right things. You're extremely easy to be around. I hardly know you, but it doesn't feel that way. You have this very calming presence about you. Seth shrugs, folding his hands and resting them on his knees. Staring at the hillside, he says, I like people. I'm a people person. If that makes me charming, then I guess I am. I watch him from the corner of my eye, wondering what his lips taste like, or if he's thinking about kissing me as much as I'm thinking of kissing him right now. I don't want anything from him, except for an experience I'll remember the rest of my life. I want the feels. I want the tingles, and I want to look back on my time in Bone Steel Creek and remember that one guy who made me feel like everything was going to be okay. Do you ever think that? I begin to ask, until his phone rings. I'm sorry, he says, pulling it from his pocket. It's the bar. I have to take this. It's fine. I give him a gracious nod and zip my lips. What's going on? He asks the caller, biting his lower lip. A second later, he pinches the bridge of his nose, exhaling hard. Of course he did. All right, tell them I'll be there as soon as possible. My heart sinks. So much for hope floating. So much for a knee-weakening kiss to remember under a sky full of stars. Seth ends the call and turns to me. I'm so sorry, Layton. There's an issue at the bar. Some guy is causing trouble. Police were called. I've got to head back and deal with that. It's fine, I assure him, rising and carefully stepping down from the top of the butte. He follows, his hands steadying my hips so I don't slip and fall. I'm so sorry, he apologizes again. When you're a one-man show, Seth, don't worry about it, I say. I completely understand. This is your business, your job, your livelihood. I get it. The ride back to town is quiet, and I imagine he's worried with the impending shitstorm he's about to walk into. I've heard of bars getting shut down when there's gun violence or issues with serving underage patrons. All it takes is one incident, and it's all over. Rain check? He asks when we arrive back at the Oasis. Flashes of blue and red light to the alley, and a handful of cop cars have the street blocked off out front. Sure. Give me your number. He pulls his phone out, and I program myself into his contacts. I'll call you. He pauses. I mean it, I will. I want to see you again. I want to see you again, too. Sliding out of his truck, I make my way back to my car and drive back to the farm. The house is dark when I arrive, and I don't see River's truck. Lingering outside the front porch, I give the house a good stare. It's the one time I can actually do something like this without looking like a total creep. There's something sad and lonely about this place now, especially here in the dark, all alone. The roof sags a bit more than it used to, and the windows could use a good washing, but it's beyond any of that. I know what the house represents to me, but I can't help but wonder what it means to River. What's a single man need with a big old farmhouse like this anyway? Pulling in a breath of sweet country air, I release a deep yawn and make my way in. Switching on a few lamps when I shuffle past the console table in the entryway, I pause when I notice a framed needlepoint with the saying, "Bless this house," in pale blue thread. It doesn't seem like something a bachelor cowboy would decorate with, so I can only assume it was a gift from his grandmother or someone special. Moving on, I take the opportunity to walk around the house, going room to room and lingering like a sentimental weirdo. I pass the wall in the living room where our upright piano once resided, remembering the teacher who used to come here every Monday night from 6 o'clock to 7 to give us all lessons. She would slap our hands when we missed a note, and always when my mother wasn't looking. We were always too afraid of her to say anything. Next, I stand beside the picture window where we used to gather on snow days and try to guess how deep it would be by noon. Aubrey always won. She was good at guessing things, or maybe just plain lucky. A whitewashed built-in separates the dining room from the kitchen, and I chuckle to myself when I remember scratching my initials into one of the drawers. I'd never seen my mother so red-faced and speechless before, and I'd never heard my father yell so loud. From then on, I had a new respect for things, especially the kinds of things other people poured their blood, sweat, and tears into. "It's a piece of art," my father screamed, his well-worn fingers tracing the intricate inlays of the glass cabinet fronts. "Someone made this, Layton. Why the hell would you scratch your name into it like it belongs to you? What gives you the right?" It was the first and only time I'd ever seen my father lose his cool, and I'm glad he did. I like to think that moment had something to do with my desire to study art history and restoration. Tugging the third drawer on the left, I can't help but look and see if LEH is still carved into the bottom. Digging past a stack of outdated newspapers, old greeting cards, and junk mail, I run my fingers along the bottom until I come across the rough indentations. Still there. Smiling, I place everything back, only something on top catches my eye. An obituary. The woman on the front is young, with dark hair like mine, and the prettiest smile I've ever seen. Allison Lucille Gardner McCrae passed away unexpectedly on Wednesday, June 20th, 2012, along with her 5-year-old daughter, Emma, and her unborn son, Cannon. She is survived by her husband, River McCrae, of Bonesteel Creek, her parents, Evie and Roger Gardner, of Colton Hills, a younger sister, Candace Gardner, of Colton Hills, an older brother, Brian Gardner, of Fox Run, as well as her paternal grandparents and several cousins, aunts, uncles, and close friends. She was preceded in death by her maternal grandparents, Vivian and Harold Smith, as well as a brother, Gregory, who died in infancy. Allison was born April 21, 1983. She attended Bonesteel County High School and upon graduation pursued a degree in nursing at Colton Hills Community College, where she met and eventually married the love of her life, River McCrae. In her spare time, she enjoyed baking, rehabilitating injured animals at the Paxton Animal Sanctuary, and spending quality time with friends and family. River and Allison welcomed Emma Bluebell McCrae on January 1, 2007. She was the center of their universe. With her vivacious spirit and her intense love for life on the farm, she especially loved caring for her chickens and sneaking extra treats to their cattle dog, Bowser. They were expecting a son to be named Cannon in August. Funeral services for the McCraes will be held at the Brownstone Funeral Parlor on Saturday the 23rd of June at 11 o'clock in the morning. Burial to follow at Resting Hills Cemetery. Memorial contributions may be made in the family's name at First National Savings Bank in Bonesteel Creek. My hands quaver, and I look at her picture again. Allison's smile is contagious, her big round eyes so full of life, a life she'd never lived to see past the age of 29. Flipping to the back, I see a collage of black and white photos. River and Allison smiling on their wedding day, River kissing a grinning, drooling baby Emma on the cheek, Allison and Emma riding a painted pony together, a beaming, radiant, and very pregnant Allison rubbing her belly and rocking in a chair on this very front porch. So much life just gone. All their hopes and dreams obliterated. My heart shatters and my eyes burn until I can no longer see the photos in front of me. Drawing in a shaky breath, I place the paper back on top of the stack and slide the drawer closed. So now I know. Now I know why River McCrae doesn't smile.
Chapter 13. River.
You look nice today.
Leighton glances up over a cup of coffee at my kitchen table Sunday morning as I adjust the knot of my tie.
Going somewhere special?
Church.
Ah.
She looks me up and down.
I had no idea you were the church-going type.
I'm not, I say, moving to the coffee maker. There's a widow down the road. She's too old to drive. I take her every Sunday.
That's really sweet.
She peers at me over the top of her coffee mug, and I can't help but feel like she's looking at me in a whole new light.
Mind if I tag along? I can't remember the last time I went to church.
Truck leaves in 10 minutes. Leighton springs up, dumping her coffee in the sink before heading to the stairs. Exactly 10 minutes later, she's standing at the front door in a white sundress, her dark hair pulled into a bun on the top of her head and her buxom mouth slicked in deep red.
Is this okay?
She asks, giving me a spin.
I hope the lips aren't too much, but I kind of felt washed out in all this white.
Trying to impress somebody? Leighton rolls her eyes, punching my arm as I walk past. A moment later, her heels are clicking down the front walk as we make our way to the truck. Her perfume fills the cabin, and I can't stop stealing glances in her direction. She's a beautiful woman, but today, she's stunning. There's a simplistic grace about her. My Allison was that way. A few minutes later, we pull into Mrs. Ada Flowers' house at the top of the hill. She's waiting on the front porch in her Sunday best, oversized organza hat and all, and I get out to help her in.
"Good morning, sweetheart," she says, her voice as wrinkled as the smile lines under her sparkling blue eyes. "Such a blessed day, isn't it?"
At 92, she's as sharp as a tack, but fragile as china. I loop my arm into hers and lead her carefully down the gravel sidewalk. Her grandson is supposed to mow and maintain the yard, but judging by the overgrown weeds and the grass that hits mid-calf, he hasn't been here in a while. I mentally add it to my to-do list when Ada stops and squints toward my truck.
"Ooh, we have company today,"
she says, suddenly beaming. "That's Leighton," I say. "She's an acquaintance." Leighton slides from the passenger seat to the middle, giving up her spot for Ada.
"Hi," she says. "I'm Leighton."
Ada extends her hand, her veins showing through her paper-thin skin.
"Very lovely to meet you, Leighton. I'm Ada Flowers." "I love your hat," Leighton says. "It was a gift from my granddaughter 2 Easters ago."
Ada smiles proud as I help her up and hand her the buckle of the seatbelt. 5 minutes later, I pull into the church parking lot. The bells play a vaguely familiar tune, not unlike the one they played on our wedding day years ago. Allison always knew the songs. I assist Ada standing back as she takes off down the sidewalk, waving down one of her friends. I try to give her some space here, let her do her own thing. I'm simply her ride, not her keeper.
"You going to go in?"
Leighton asks. I almost forgot she was here. "Nah," I say. "I usually wait out here." I haven't been able to step foot in here, not since Allison died. Sitting in the back row, staring at the altar where we said our vows while she's buried in the cold, hard ground feels wrong. Leighton's eyes slide the length of me.
"But you got all dressed up."
It's a sign of respect. Her red lips press together like she's thinking hard about something. "Go on in." I check my watch. Service is about to start.
"Come with me."
My feet may as well be anchored to the concrete as I shake my head. No.
"I'd really like it if you came with me. I'm not good at this church stuff. I don't even know the Lord's Prayer."
That makes 2 of us.
"Don't you just want to feel some peace for one tiny little hour of your life?" she asks. "I know I do."
"Be my guest," I say, arms folded as I peer down my nose.
"Why won't you go in? It's just a church. Everybody's welcome."
Well aware. Leighton places a palm flat in the air before,
"Sorry, I'm pushing again. See you in an hour?"
"Yep." Slipping a clutch under her arm, she trots across the parking lot and heads for the double doors, disappearing inside. As soon as organ music begins to play and the latecomers head in, I make my way across the street to Resting Hill Cemetery, picking a handful of wild violets along the way.
Chapter 14. Leighton. "Molly, can I ask you something?" I hand over 2 cartons of fresh eggs Monday just before lunch. "Of course, come on in." She carries them to her double fridge, frantically moving things out of the way to make room. I can't imagine it's easy keeping a stocked kitchen with a house full of growing boys, but somehow Molly makes it look that way. I follow her, drawing in a deep breath. What happened to River's wife? Molly stills before slowly turning to face me. Her face is sheet white, and her hooded eyes open wide. Did he tell you?" she asks, speaking slowly. Shaking my head, I say, No, I found an obituary." Molly's hand splays across her chest, and her eyes fall to the floor. She's quiet, and now I feel like a jerk for even asking. "It's okay, it's none of my business." I wave my hands, wishing I could erase the last 30 seconds of my life. It was a car accident, she says, eyes still down. She and Emma were heading into town to grab a few things, while River was in the field, came over a hill on a gravel road, and hit a combine, head on. Combine was in the middle of the road instead of driving on the shoulder. No one knows why. Guess the farmer just wasn't paying attention. Molly sighs, her shoulders rising and falling, and then she shuts the fridge door. Just a freak accident. An awful, horrible, heartbreaking freak accident. I take a seat at her kitchen table, trying to wrap my head around the pain and agony River must have suffered at the news that his little family had been taken away in the blink of an eye. He still won't talk about them. Molly takes the seat beside me, picking at her cuticles. It's been 5 years, and he won't even say their names. None of us are allowed to either. Everybody deals with grief in their own way. He just needs more time. Molly huffs, cracking a humored smile. You don't know River. He's as stubborn as they come. If we let him, he'd go the rest of his life treading the same old water, wallowing in this guilt he's inflicted on himself. Guilt? He was supposed to run into town. He got behind in the field and she offered, Molly says. Not a day goes by that River doesn't blame himself. Surely he'll snap out of it someday, right? He can't go on like this forever, never smiling, refusing to move on. Molly's dark eyes settle on mine. I don't think he has any intention of moving on. I think he's going to stay in that farmhouse all by himself for the rest of his life. Molly exhales. That was Allison's dream home, by the way. I thought you should know that. She loved that house, and I mean, loved it. She took such good care of it, too. You'd have been proud. Warmth washes over me, and my mouth pulls into a tight-lipped smile. That makes me really happy to hear. Little Emma used to run around the yard barefoot all the time. Molly stares into the distance, laughing, chasing the dog, getting into trouble. She was always talking, too, always asking questions. We always said she had an old soul. She was just wise beyond her short little years. I can't imagine how hard it would be, as a parent, knowing you weren't there to protect your little girl. It destroyed him, she said, shuddering. I'd never seen a man so shattered, Leighton. For a while there, we were all convinced he was going to die of a broken heart. And that's not an overstatement. The man wasn't eating, wasn't taking care of himself, wouldn't leave his house. I sink back in my seat. Everything's starting to make sense now. God, I feel like a jerk, I say. Why? Her brow arches. I was giving him crap for being so temperamental and closed off, I said. I should have left him alone about it. I had no idea. Don't beat yourself up. You couldn't have known. Molly rises, drawing in a cleansing breath as she fans her face. Sorry, it's been a long time since I've talked about that. Allison was a good friend of mine, too, and Emma was actually my goddaughter. It all still feels like yesterday, I guess. I reach for a napkin from the center of the table, handing it to her. Thank you. She accepts it with a self-conscious smile. Anyway, I know this is silly, but I really do think it's good for River to have someone else around. He's been alone over there in that great big house for the last 5 years. You showing up out of the blue? It's almost like it was meant to be. It's like, I don't know, like someone sent you. I'm quiet, unsure of what to say. Molly laughs, dabbing her eyes. I know what you're thinking, and I agree. It sounds insane, but I've always felt like everything happens for a reason. And I've got to believe things are going to turn around for River. I don't think he feels that way. Of course he doesn't, Molly chuckles, but he will eventually. If you stick around a little while longer, things are going to change for him. I just know it. You're putting a lot of pressure on me here, I half tease. Please, just stay a little bit longer. Molly clasps her hands together. I'm a grown woman, but I'm not above getting on my knees and begging until you say yes. I wave my hand. Stop. Even if I wanted to stay, I don't think he'd want me to. I already feel like I'm imposing. He's not going to say no, Molly says. He may be cold as ice on the outside, but the man's got a heart bigger than the state of South Dakota. I don't know. Just think about it, Molly says, walking me to the door. When I go to protest, she shushes me. See you Wednesday.
Chapter 15. River. Heading into town for a few things, thought I'd grab lunch, I say when Leighton returns from Molly's.
Are you inviting me to tag along or just giving me a heads up?
She closes the car door and tilts her head, squinting at the midday sun. Her hands slide into the back pockets of her jeans. I suppose it's an invitation, I say. Of sorts. A girl's gotta eat. She makes her way to my truck, climbing into the passenger seat and flipping the visor down like she owns the damn thing. In the strangest way, I find it somewhat endearing how comfortable she is around me. I know, as of recent years, I'm not the kind of guy who makes anyone too comfortable. Messing with her hair, she stops to look my way.
Are you just going to stand there, or are you coming?
Saying nothing, I climb in and start it up, heading toward town.
Did you get much done this morning? She asks.
Yep.
What's on the docket for this afternoon?
Stuff. She reaches across the cab, smacking my arm.
Smart ass.
I don't flinch or smile or play along. I don't have time for cutesy games, and if she's trying to flirt, she's barking up the wrong tree.
Can I tell you something?
She asks. Sure. It's not like I can say no. I'm basically confined.
When I was 15, my dad was killed.
She pauses like she's gathering her thoughts.
I don't talk about this often. I don't talk about it ever, really. But he was killed unexpectedly. My mom was devastated. She was destroyed. She started drinking. She stopped taking care of herself, of the farm, of us kids. That's why we left. We all moved in with my grandma. Mom was there, but she was never really the same after that. It was almost like we didn't just lose our dad, we lost our mom, too.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you, she says,
the top of her head pressed against the glass of the passenger window.
Anyway, growing up and watching my mom fall apart made me realize that I couldn't allow a tragedy to define my life. My father wouldn't have wanted that for her, and he sure as hell wouldn't have wanted that for me. So I decided that I could miss him. I could miss the hell out of him. But I had to keep on going, even when it felt like it was impossible, especially when it felt like it was impossible.
My hand grips the steering wheel.
I was with Grant for 7 years, she continues, and we literally went to bed one night, engaged to be married. And by the next morning, it had all gone up in flames.
Leighton shakes her head, turning to me.
I refuse to let what Grant did define me in any way. I refuse to let him steal my hope for the future, or make me question my trust in every man who comes into my life from here on out.
I'm not sure where she's going with this. Glancing at the clock, I see we've still got a good 10 minutes before we're in town.
My point is, River, she says, we can't allow tragedy to rob us of our God-given right to live a happy, fulfilled life.
Are you done? I ask, eyes on the road. Her little lecture is random and completely unnecessary. Leighton sinks back in her seat, quiet for a moment.
Yeah.
Good.
Chapter 16. Leighton. We should go to the drive-in theater before I leave. I drag a French fry through a blob of ketchup, sitting across from River at the Old Home Diner. When was the last time you went? You know those things are relics now. Haven't gone in years. Wouldn't even know what's playing. Whipping out my phone, I perform a lightning-fast Google search and rattle off the double feature. A superhero flick paired with a romantic comedy. Must be a his and her special. Never heard of either one, he says, his hands wrapped around a half-pound burger that's apparently more interesting to him than this conversation. That doesn't surprise me, I say, but we should go. You want to go? No. I stop eating, giving him a hard stare across the table. No? Just no? No. Why not? Is this where you're going to nag and nag and nag, and then 5 minutes later apologize for pushing too far? He asks. Sighing, I rest my chin in my hands. Yes, I'm nagging. Yes, I'm pushing. But after talking to Molly this morning, I kind of think he needs that. He needs someone to get him to open up again, to live life again. Even if I'm only going to be here 5 more days, maybe I can be that someone who makes him think twice about wallowing in guilt for the rest of his life. I don't mean to be annoying. I just really love it if you join me, I say. I think it'd be fun. I haven't gone since I was in junior high. He glances up from his burger, our eyes locking long enough that I think he might be considering it. I'll even let you put your arm around me. I wink. I don't know where that came from, and I'm teasing, but I swear his mouth turned up at one corner for a fraction of a millisecond. Pointing, I say, you smiled. I totally got you to smile. Did not. I saw it with my own eyes, River. I bring a fry to my mouth, biting off the end. You can't deny it. It happened. He shakes his head, pretending to be annoyed with me. At least I think he's pretending. I want to believe he's warming up to me. If he truly couldn't stand me, I don't think he'd have allowed me to tag along into town with him. Watching him, I try to picture his life 5 years ago, and I imagine him bringing his daughter here for pancakes on Saturday mornings. I imagine him rubbing Allison's swollen feet after dinner each night as they watch the evening news together. I imagine them cruising the countryside in his pickup laughing and singing along to vintage country songs with the windows down. I bet he was a good man with a great life before he was blindsided by tragedy. But he still deserves a happy ending. I want to be your friend, I blurt out. If I can show him how easy it is to make new friends and let people in, maybe he'll be able to find love again someday. Beg your pardon? He glances up, confused. Let's be friends. That's a weird thing to say. He wipes his hands on a paper napkin. You're right, it is, I shrug. But I mean it. I want to be your friend. I don't think it works that way. I agree, it doesn't work that way. Most people let friendships happen organically. But since you're a little walled off and we're a little short on time, I figured we needed to jumpstart this friendship thing. He snickers, shaking his head. So, drive-in tonight, then? I lift one brow. He's quiet and contemplative, staring out the window toward the parking lot for a minute before leaning back in the booth. Yeah, I guess. He reaches for his wallet, grabbing a couple bills and placing them on the table beneath the salt shaker. Taking his Stetson off the seat beside him, he places it back on his head. But I'm not putting my arm around you. My hands lift in protest. I'll take what I can get, friend. I swear I spot a flicker of a smirk once more, but it's gone before I can be absolutely certain. Come on now, we've got a couple of stops to make before I put you back to work, employee.
Chapter 17. River. Allison was never into movies. She couldn't stand the idea of sitting still for 2 straight hours, and that mentality was evident in every facet of her life. I'd never met anyone as busy as her, and looking back, it was almost as if she knew her time here would be cut short and she was trying to cram as much in as she possibly could. Pulling into the Valley View drive-in, I find a spot in the last row and back into it. As soon as I kill the engine, Leighton climbs out and starts setting up the chairs in the truck bed. She also brought blankets, one for each of us, and a 6-pack of Coronas on ice. If I didn't know better, I'd think this was a date and that Molly put her up to it.
You excited for Galaxy Defenders Part 2? She asks,
taking a seat in the left chair and pulling a woolen blanket into her lap. I guess. I take the spot beside her. Never been big into superheroes.
Why? Because they're not realistic? She asks.
Something like that. I've never been one to enjoy the idea of waiting around for someone else to come save me. I'd rather save myself, and if I can't, then I suppose those are the cards I'm dealt.
That's the whole point, though. She turns to me. If superheroes had realistic superpowers, they wouldn't be nearly as interesting or exciting. Who would want to see a movie about Captain Moneybags or Intelligence Man? Beauty, brains, and bank accounts are about as close to real superpowers as we're ever going to get, and those are boring as hell.
I guess. The second the sun dips below the horizon, the previews begin to flash across the giant screen.
We need popcorn.
Leighton eyes the growing line at the concession stand, but before I can offer to make the food run, she's already jumping off the tailgate. I suffer through far too many previews by the time she returns with a giant pail of golden kernels and an armful of candy.
I could never eat like this in front of Grant, she says, taking her chair. He said it wasn't ladylike. Don't mind me while I shove my face full of peanut M&Ms and greasy popcorn.
Leighton passes the tub to me.
I hope you don't mind, but I told them extra butter.
Just the way I like it. The opening credits begin to play, and immediately there's some villain doing something horrible to some poor defenseless creature until some superhero swoops in. God, this is cheesy. Glancing at Leighton from the corner of my vision, I watch her. She's into it. Smiling, eyes glued to the screen.
Watch.
She elbows me, lips fighting a teasing grin.
You're not watching. I'm going to quiz you after this. You need to know all their superpowers.
I fight a smile. This girl has a smart mouth on her, and while I find her irritating 97% of the time, the other 3% of the time, I kind of secretly enjoy her company. And it's been 5 long years since I felt that way about anyone.
Chapter 18. Leighton. Nice setup. I placed my bag on the cognac leather sofa in Seth's living room, turned man cave, and take another look around. A pool table centers the space, and an abundance of seating options are strategically placed around it. Neon bar lights hang on the walls beside vintage gas station signs and a dartboard. This is a bachelor pad, if I ever saw one. My mind chooses this moment to begin comparing and contrasting Seth and River, despite the fact that I'm not dating, or even so much as thinking about dating either one of them. I suppose I find it interesting how different they are, and I find myself wondering if I were to stick around, if I were to want to date one of them, which one would I choose? I don't know. Spending time with River last night at the movies was nice. He didn't act like he was being tortured the entire time, and he let me tease him a bit without getting all huffy. He's as guarded as Area 51, and yet I'm incredibly attracted to him. He intrigues me in a way that no one else ever has. I can't tell if you actually like it or if you're being facetious, Seth winks, and my heart does a little jump. No, I'm impressed. You put a lot of time and effort into this. I take a seat at a high top that would normally look better in a bar setting, but somehow works well in this space. When you live around here, you tend to have all the time in the world, he says, shrugging. Everything just seems so curated and personal, in a good way. I take another look around. I'm starting to think that bar owner is the absolute most perfect profession for you. I'd hope so. Seth slides onto the seat next to me. He hasn't taken his eyes off me since I got here. I'm a people person. I like to be social. I guess it shows, huh? Nothing wrong with that. Our eyes lock for a second. You want a drink? His brows lift and slides off the seat, placing his hand on my back and letting it linger. What do you have? He heads toward the kitchen, stopping in front of a glass front fridge. Anything and everything. White wine? I ask. You got it. Seth returns a moment later with a crisp glass of Riesling and places it before me atop a cardboard pub coaster. You play pool? He asks, grabbing himself a beer. I play a little pool, I wink. Best out of 3? He takes a drink from his can before grabbing a couple of pool sticks, making his way around the pool table with unrushed confidence, and I can't help but wonder if he moves that way between the sheets. You have no idea what you're going up against, I tease, promptly removing my mind from the gutter. Daydreaming can get a girl in trouble, and I'm not looking for any trouble. Not yet, anyway. Oh, yeah? You a regular pool shark? He racks the balls and rolls the cue ball my way. Bending at the waist, I slide my pool stick awkwardly between my fingers and completely miss the cue ball. Seth chuckles. I knew you were bluffing. You still want to play? Here, let me help you. He comes around the table, standing behind me and wrapping his arms around me. When his hands slide down mine, my heart flutters so fast, I lose my concentration. I'm not sure if it's the fact that he's ridiculously hot or the fact that he's touching me like it's the most natural thing in the world. So it's going to be nice and smooth, like this. The cue ball hits the center of the rack, and the balls disperse. A striped ball lands in a corner pocket. If you need any more help, let me know, he says. You'd enjoy that, wouldn't you? I reach for my wine, pretending to be insulted. Hell yeah, I'd love it. What hot-blooded American man wouldn't enjoy being that close to a gorgeous girl like you? The flattery is completely unnecessary and a major distraction. You're just trying to throw me off my game. He shoots a solid yellow ball into another corner pocket, cool and effortless. Your turn. Sliding my stick across the green felt, I accidentally hit the cue ball so hard it skips off the table and rolls across the room. That's exactly what I was going for, so I reach for my wine. Right. He smirks, his eyes full of amusement. I wish I could blame it on the alcohol, but unfortunately, I'm barely feeling this drink. Seth retrieves the ball and returns to my side. Here, let me show you one more time. His body presses warm against the back of mine, his arms around me once more. Sliding his hands down my arms with slow intention, he stops when his hands find mine. What are we doing? I ask. His left hand moves down my side, gripping me at the hip and turning me to face him. Before I have a chance to process what's happening, his hand cups the side of my face, and his mouth closes in on mine. Seth. I turn my face away, biting my lower lip. His beer breath fills my lungs and lingers on my lips. I'm sorry, he exhales, though I don't know if he's more frustrated with himself or me. I know we were flirting and having fun and everything, but Leighton, it's fine, he says, head cocked. I got impatient and I couldn't resist. I'm not going to kiss you if you don't want me to. Relieved, I nod. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's just that I'm leaving and I could see myself really liking you, and I don't want to kiss you because then I might get attached. That, and I'm just not in a place to get involved with anyone right now. The other night, at the Butte, I got caught up in the experience, surrounded by beautiful scenery and a charming man with stars in his eyes every time he looked at me. I wanted him to kiss me. I wanted to capture a sweet moment and take it home with me. But not anymore. I don't want to so much as risk getting attached. My life is complicated enough, as it is. And I don't even want to begin to think about why the hell River's face flashed across my mind the second Seth's lips touched mine. Hey, don't even explain it. No means no. I get it. In this case, no means I wish I could, and I'm sorry that I can't. I'm sorry, too. Taking a step toward him, I place my hand on his cheek. Thank you for being so understanding. A true gentleman. He smiles, his eyes falling to my mouth before returning to my watchful gaze. He wants to kiss me again. If things were different, I'd let him. I'd let him do a lot of things to me. He's charming and kind and considerate. If I were in the market for a fresh relationship, he'd be the first on the list. Let's get back to the game, I say, eyeing the pool table. I'm in a mood to kick some ass. Anyone ever tell you you're a terrible bluffer? He asks. All the time. I wrinkle my nose. I want to take you out again before you leave, he says. Just for a ride. I'm restoring a '65 Shelby Cobra. Just waiting on one part, and it should be up and running. Seth peers up at me from across the table. You want to be the first to ride in it with me? Tucking a strand of hair behind my ear, I shrug. Sure, why not? A harmless little drive never hurt anyone. The house is dark when I return, except for the flicker of the TV in the living room. An infomercial flashes across the screen, the volume turned low. Sprawled out on the sofa is a sleeping River, his hat covering his face and his arms folded across his chest. Carefully peeling his boots off his feet, I place them neatly by the foot of the couch. A pale blue throw is folded on the back of the recliner. I grab it and spread it over him. It hardly covers the length of his body, but it should keep him warm and comfortable until he wakes up and takes himself to bed. River doesn't move, doesn't stir. A wisp of dark hair covers his forehead, and I'm almost tempted to brush it away. This man spends every waking hour of his life so guarded and walled off, he needs to be touched and cared for again, the way I imagine Allison did once upon a time. I bet she was good to him. I bet he loved the hell out of her. A love like that from a man like this must have felt pretty powerful. I'd give anything to experience what that feels like. But I suspect only a lucky few will ever have the privilege. Wiping a rogue tear from the corner of my eye, I click the TV off, whisper the quietest good night, and tiptoe upstairs.
Chapter 19. River. I peek my head out from the shop when I hear the smooth purr of a truck engine and my dog barking up a storm. Leighton left for Molly's not 10 minutes ago, and I'm not expecting any deliveries. Wiping my oil-stained hands on a shop rag, I head around the building and stop when I see my brother climbing down from his shiny new Ford. "River," he says, hooking his aviators on his shirt pocket. "You about done with that part?" I say nothing, motioning toward the shop, and he follows me back. Retrieving the muffler from a shelf in the back, I hand it over. The less I have to talk to my brother, the better. Nothing good ever comes from engaging in conversation with this narcissistic asshole. "How long has this been sitting here?" There's a hint of incredulousness in his tone that makes me want to knock out that pretty boy smile he takes so much pride in. "Couple of weeks." Rubbing his hands along his jaw, he shakes his head. "Would it have pained you too much to give me a call? You know I've been waiting on this." Guess it slipped my mind. Rolling his eyes, he inspects the muffler. "It's not perfect, but I suggest you take it to an actual body shop next time." I hook my thumbs through my belt loops. He scoffs. "Why waste perfectly good money when we've got a master welder in our family?" "You need anything else, Seth." I exhale, counting the seconds until this prick gets the fuck out of my hair. His lips press together. "Why are you in such a hurry to get rid of me? Got a hot date?" I don't answer. "It'd be nice if you did," he adds. "You gotta move on sometime, River." "Get the fuck off my property." My teeth grit. I see red. I feel everything. Seth lifts a hand in protest. "Look, I didn't mean to upset you. I'm just saying what everyone else is too afraid to say to your face. Someone's got to. Get the fuck off my property. Fine. Seth turns to leave, kicking dust beneath his boots as he walks, which I'm sure is intentional. Stopping, he turns back. I always knew you'd never amount to anything without Allison. She was the only good thing about you, and you didn't even deserve her. He sneers. And look at you now. A waste of fucking air. Your little family would be so proud right now, don't you think? Before I have a chance to talk myself out of it, I'm charging at him. His shirt is gathered and twisted tight in my hands. His back is pressed against the shop wall, and my face is so close to his I can smell last night's beer on his breath. His eyes flicker with more amusement than fear, and while I've never wanted to kill anyone in my life, the thought resides in the back of my mind for a noticeable second. What are you going to do, River? Seth laughs before his expression fades into something darker. With a forceful push, he shoves me away. Hurt me. You know you want to. You'd enjoy that too much, I say with a sneer. Won't be doing you any favors. I think I've done enough of those, don't you? More like the other way around. Pulling his shirt into place, he straightens his shoulders as he walks off. My jaw tightens, locks. I stand outside my shop, watching as my brother returns to his truck, climbs inside, and peels out of my drive. When he's out of sight, I get back to work, hands shaking and vision still bathed in angry red. I'm almost done changing the oil in the tractor when Leighton appears. Molly sent me home with some lunch, she says. It's in the house. You want to go eat? Not hungry. How are you not hungry? You've been up since 6 o'clock this morning working. Her hands rest on her hips. Come eat. I've got a funny story to tell you about one of her boys. You're going to die laughing. I'm good. River. She sighs. I drag my hands on the front of my jeans, rising to meet her stare. Fine. Did something happen in the span of the last hour? Leighton asks. Dragging in a deep breath, I manage to convince myself not to take my disdain for Seth out on her. Sorry, I say. My brother stopped by a little bit ago. He tends to put me in a mood. I didn't know you had a brother. I wish I didn't. Aw, he can't be that bad, she says as we head out of the shop. I follow her to the house, resolving to force myself to eat since I've got a busy afternoon ahead of me. You don't know him like I do, I say. No one does.
Chapter 20. Leighton. I'm sorry, I say. This was my dad's favorite. I assumed everybody liked tuna noodle casserole. River picks through his dinner with his fork, separating the peas from the rest. It's fine, he says. I can make you a sandwich, I offer. He shovels a bite into his mouth, shaking his head. It's kind of him to eat what I cooked, when he'd clearly be more content with a frozen TV dinner. The sound of hail pinging on the roof grows louder by the second. It started pouring rain a couple of hours ago, and River had to come in from the field, so I thought I'd make a little comfort food while he relaxed. Sounds horrible out there. I get up from the table, making my way to the window over the kitchen sink. The sky is green. He's not the least bit fazed. Come look, I say. You've seen one green sky, you've seen them all. It's like the sick, putrid green, I marvel. And those clouds. We should watch for funnel clouds. Do you have a weather radio? He takes another bite of casserole, before pointing to a little white box on top of the microwave. Grabbing it and extending the antenna, I flip it on and listen carefully. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado warning in effect until 7 p.m. for the following counties: Appaloosa, Barwick, Bonesteel, Denniston, Fire Creek, Porterstown, Sioux Valley, Underwood, and Wharton. Tornadoes, hail, and damaging winds in excess of 70 miles per hour are expected. If you reside in these counties, please seek cover immediately. A funnel cloud has been spotted 20 miles west of Bonesteel Creek. Again, please seek cover immediately," the voice on the radio instructs. "You hear that?" I ask River, who seems to be in his own little world. "Let's head to the root cellar." Glancing up, he shakes his head. "Go for it. I'm staying here." My jaw hangs. "You can't. There's a tornado coming." "They always say that. Nothing ever happens." "You have no way of knowing nothing's going to happen." "I'll take my chances." He stares blankly ahead. "Where do you keep your flashlight?" I don't wait for him to answer as I rummage through random kitchen drawers, finding a red flashlight in the third drawer. I test it to make sure it works before grabbing a couple bottles of water from the fridge and a blanket from the living room. My cell phone is the last thing I take. With my arms full, I move toward the door. Come on, I'm going to need help getting into the cellar with all this stuff in my arms. Groaning, he takes a slow look in my direction. "You're overreacting." Maybe, maybe not. With full arms, I give an impatient nod toward the backyard. The root cellar has been there since before my family lived here, and with all this wide open land around us, it was always the safest place to hide from storms. Hail pounds against the windows so hard I find myself waiting for the shatter of glass. Rain pellets the sidewalk, washing out the flower beds and creating dozens upon dozens of puddles across the drive. "Let's go," I say. Shoving his plate away, he rises, making no bones about the fact that he really doesn't want to join me. Slipping his phone in his pocket, he peers out the window over the sink and squints. "What?" I ask. "What are you looking at?" "Just a funnel cloud." "What?" "It's still a good ways away," he says, "and it's not anywhere close to the ground. But it's a funnel, all right." "Get the door, River." I force a sternness into my voice. I don't have time to play his little games anymore. We need to seek cover immediately. He takes his sweet time, probably to spite me, before finally cocking the door open. The front porch shelters us for all of 2 seconds, and then we sprint across the sopping, hail-covered yard to the wooden door in the ground. Unlatching the lock, he flicks it open. The stone stairs leading down look steeper than I remember them, and the dark space looks a lot smaller than it did when I was little. I go first, naturally, and drop the water and blankets and flashlights on the dirt floor at the bottom. A few moments later, River joins me after latching the door tight. The wind howls above us, rattling the old wooden door, and I flick on the flashlight and take a look around. The space is maybe 3 feet by 4 at most, and it had to have been some sort of miracle that our family of 5 once fit down here. River's body heat warms my skin, and his sweet hay and natural musk scent fills my lungs. Standing so close to him, I realize my head fits perfectly under his chin. He may not be touching me, and he may not want to be down here with me, but somehow I feel safe with him, like he wouldn't let anything happen to either one of us. Shining the light around the space, I inspect the old wooden shelves against the tiny walls and the jars upon jars of ancient canned tomatoes and green beans. I'm pretty sure these are left over from when we lived here, I say. This looks like my mother's handwriting. It's hard to remember a time when my mom was a vegetable canning domestic goddess instead of the bottle-loving, barely functioning alcoholic she morphed into after Dad died. But these jars serve as a bittersweet reminder that once upon a time, we had something pretty great. "Probably," River says. "I don't go down here much. Never had a reason." "Where do you go when there's a storm? You don't take cover?" "Nope." His arms fold across his chest, and he glances up at the rattling door and exhales. "You act like this is torture." "It is." "You don't like being confined, or you don't like being confined with me?" I ask, though I'm half kidding. "Does it matter?" Our eyes meet in the dark, the flashlight reflecting against his dark irises, and he looks away. "It's not that bad," I say. "Storm should pass soon. It's almost 7. He checks his phone. the screen illuminating his face. Standing so close to him, I can see he's pulling up some weather radar. "Where is it now?" I ask. "Just past us," he says. "We've survived the eye of the storm." Pressing past me, his body grazes mine as he moves toward the stone steps. "Where are you going? It's still raining," I say over the sound of water droplets pelting the door. "We should be fine to head back." He works the latch and flings the door open. Turning back to me, he says, "You can come with me, or you can stay. Your choice." Rain soaks through his clothes and saturates his coffee-colored hair. Our eyes lock, and I hesitate before deciding to join him. Gathering the waters and blankets and flashlight, I climb the stairs and run for the house as he secures the door. The second I reach the wraparound porch and survey the property, I'm not prepared to see the old oak tree uprooted, the bunkhouse lying in ruins, or the barn my father built leaning at a 45-degree angle. "Holy shit," I say, watching River as he studies the damage. "Just a little wind damage," he says. 70 miles per hour will do that." Heading inside, he says nothing. I follow. "Don't you think we should drive around? Check out the rest of the damage?" I ask. River slides his boots off his feet before striding to the bottom of the staircase. "I'll take care of it tomorrow." You don't seem the least bit bothered by any of this. Our gazes intersect, and I don't see a hint of emotion, good or bad, in his. "I've lived through far worse than this," he says. "Far worse."
Chapter 21. River. I used to hate cattle drives, Leighton says, reins gathered in her left hand as she rides Domino. They were always work. My father loved them, and I never knew why. Now I do. They were relaxing. Our horses stride behind a herd at a cow's pace, and Leighton squints into the sun beneath one of my old Stetson hats. It's a sight to see. Her in a pair of designer jeans, oversized boots, and one of my old hats. But the early morning sunrise paints her in warm colors, and she wears them well. Birds chirp from the trees that line the old dirt roads, and the cows' heads bob with each step, moving along like they know exactly where to go. "This takes me back," Leighton says, sporting a wistful smile. "It's my last day here, you know. At least my last full day. Going home tomorrow." I'd almost forgotten. The last week I've spent so much time loathing the fact that I had to keep an eye on her all the while finding random shit to keep her busy that I lost track of how long she'd been here. In a lot of ways, it felt like she'd been here forever, like I'd known her forever. And I'm not quite sure if that's a good thing or not. "You going to miss me after I'm gone, River?" she asks, fighting a chuckle. "What's it to you?" She shrugs. "I'm just curious. Long after I'm gone, are you going to remember this? Are you going to remember me?" "Would be pretty hard to forget some random woman knocking at your door with a suitcase in hand saying she rented your house for the summer," I say. "It really means so much that you let me stay here." She looks my way. "I wish there was a way I could make it up to you." "No one's keeping score." Leighton steers her horse to the left, going after a wayward cow who seemed to get distracted by a patch of alfalfa growing in the ditch. I try to wrap my mind around what it's going to be like after she's gone. All these years I was sure silence and solitude equaled some form of comfort and peace, but now I'm not so sure. I'd never admit this out loud, but having her around this past week wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. Hearing someone else's footsteps in the morning, having someone ask how my day was, the sound of another person's voice filling this big, lifeless house, somehow it wasn't all that terrible. I think I'm going to miss it. I think I'm going to miss her. "So what's next for you?" she asks. "After I'm gone, what's River McCrae going to do with himself?" "Same old." The second I answer her, I feel a flash of dread in the pit of my stomach. And I sure as hell wasn't expecting to feel that. "You?" "I don't know," she says. "I don't want to go back to Scottsdale.
That never really felt like home to me. Don't really want to intrude on my sister's newlywed life in San Francisco. My brother is in college, so moving into his frat house isn't exactly an option. My mom lives in Kansas City, but I don't really want to be that 27-year-old who moves back home. Plus, we don't really see eye to eye. Our relationship is more cordial than anything else. Less fighting that way.
So you have nowhere to go? She pulls in a lungful of clean country air and lets it go.
Yeah, I guess now that you say that, you're right. I don't have anywhere to go.
So when you book that flight tomorrow, where's it taking you?
I've got a few friends in Scottsdale I can stay with until I figure it out. And maybe I can get my job back. Work a little bit and save up some more money until I decide my next move, she says. I don't want to go back to Arizona, but right now that's going to be my best option. It's the lesser of all the evils.
What about your ex? He going to bother you if you're there?
He shouldn't, she says.
And if he does? I ask.
He's kind of the least of my worries right now.
Dragging in a contemplative breath, I make an offer. You can stay here a bit longer if you need. Her gaze whips in my direction. If she's shocked, that makes two of us.
I appreciate that, River, but it won't be necessary, she says. You've already been so generous and I don't want to overstay my welcome.
Her rejection of my offer stings more than I thought it would. But I don't dwell. I don't let it consume me. I brush it off, telling myself it was a good thing I didn't let myself get attached. I knew from the moment I saw her that letting myself feel a damn thing would be dangerous for me. So I held my cards close and kept her at a distance. Looks like I made the right move. Come tomorrow, she'll be long gone, and it'll be for the better. And even if I were in a place of moving on, I wouldn't deserve someone like her.
Chapter 22. Leighton. Come with me to the Oasis tonight. I wash a dinner dish and hand it to River to dry Thursday night. I don't go out. I know you don't go out, but I'm asking if you'd go out with me tonight, I say. Since it's my last night in Bonesteel Creek, probably forever, I'd really love it if you'd join me. I wash another dish and hand it off, our hands brushing in the process. There's no convincing me, he says. I'd rather shoot myself in the hand than step foot in that hellhole. You don't drink? I don't drink there. Draining the sink, I grab a dry towel and pat down my arms. I figured you wouldn't want to go, which is why I grabbed a few things when I went to town earlier. I head to the mudroom and return with a brown paper bag containing a bottle of red, a bottle of white, and a 6-pack of beer. What's that for? He asks, stacking a dried plate in a cupboard. In the week that I've been here, I've yet to see a single appropriate wine glass, so I take 2 floral printed iced tea goblets from a cabinet and pour us each a glass of red. Cheers! I hold mine up, nodding toward his. His eyes move from the goblet to me and back before he finally humors me. Lifting his glass to mine, we clink and sip. What are we celebrating? He asks. My last night in this house, the end of a very interesting week for both of us. River takes another drink, and I follow suit. We can't stand here all night sipping and staring at each other, I say. Do you have any music? Wait, hang on. Taking my phone from my purse, I pull up a music app and select a country station. Pulling him by the arm, I lead him to the center of the kitchen before shoving the table out of the way. Dance with me, I say. River stares at me like I have 2 heads. Dance with me, I say again, shouting above the music. Setting my wine aside, I reach for his and place it on the table with mine. Next, I take his hands and move them to my hips. Don't act like you hate this. I do. I hate dancing. Tonight you don't. Tonight you love dancing. I smile, lifting my hands to his shoulders and swaying to the George Strait song playing from my little white phone. I'm a terrible dancer if that makes you feel any better. Staring, our eyes hold, and I resist the urge to run my fingers through his thick, dark hair. Everything about him is so distant, and yet something in me is desperate to dig beneath that surface and see what I find, or at least try, one last time. "You're not dancing," I say, playfully smacking the side of his arm. He picks up his feet, moving in time with the melody. A few bars in, I realize he's a perfectly fine dancer, and maybe he just didn't want to dance with me. I imagine the last woman to wrap her arms around him in this kind of way was Allison. I imagine this is difficult for him. But I want to believe this will only help in the long run, and I want to believe she would have wanted this for him, some semblance of a life after her death. "You're such a liar," I say when the song ends. "What did I lie about?" "You said you hated dancing, but you're actually pretty freaking amazing at it." "Never said I couldn't dance, only said I hated it." Rolling my eyes, I pull myself away and return his wine to him. "Drink up, the night is young." He takes another swig, then another, drinking until his glass is empty. I waste no time pouring him another before topping myself off. "What's your favorite song, River?" I ask a moment later. "I've spent almost a week with you, and I've yet to hear you listen to music." "Not a fan of music," he answers without hesitation. "Bullshit, everybody likes music." "And you know this because—" "I've never met a single person who doesn't like music." "And now you have." He takes another drink, eyes locked on me. "Why don't you like it?" He shakes his head, frowning. "Too many songs remind me of things I don't want to be reminded about." "Then only listen to the new ones." "Most of them made my ears bleed." I point my glass in his direction. "When I get back, I'll make you a CD of songs that are guaranteed not to cause bleeding of any kind." "You're too kind." Sarcastic ass. River's second glass is already empty, and so is our first bottle of wine. I don't hesitate before uncorking the second, and I stick the beer in the fridge to chill in the meantime. I pour us more and play a different song on my phone, one a little less romantic, and a little more along the lines of something a wedding DJ would play to get the party started. "I'm going to make a total ass of myself, and I fully expect you to do the same," I say, pulling him back to the center of the kitchen. It's been far too long since I've been able to kick back, let loose, and dance like no one's watching. River makes me feel like I can be myself around him, a position I never really found myself in with Grant. Taking his hand in mine, I twirl beneath him as he stands perfectly still, like a stubborn bump on an immovable log. River's head is cocked to the side as he studies me, and I can't tell if I'm annoying him or if he's trying his hardest not to crack a smile. But I don't let it deter me. I keep dancing and twirling and singing completely off pitch. By the time the song ends, I'm dizzy and warm. I peel my shirt off, revealing a plain white camisole underneath, and I toss it to the side. Hair sticks to my forehead, but I brush it off, smiling as the song changes, and I return to his side. Bumping my hip against his, I dance circles around him, like the crazy drunk cousin at everybody's wedding. "You're seriously just going to stand there while I do all the work?" I balk at him, my jaw hanging. Threading my hand in his, I lift his arm over my head and duck beneath it, belting out the words to "I Will Survive," which seems strangely fitting for both of our situations. My God, am I feeling this wine? But my God, I haven't a care in the world. When that number ends, I take a moment to catch my breath and finish my drink, but when the Rolling Stones' Beast of Burden begins to play, I hop up, instantly revitalized. This is my all-time favorite song. I wear the dopiest, alcohol-induced grin as I run my hands through my hair, messing it up without a care in the world. With my back toward him, I lower myself, hips swaying, and then return to a standing position as I sing along. "You're completely insane," he says, brows lifted. He speaks slower now, like the wine is finally doing its thing. There's something different in the way he's looking at me, though. I see it, even through the wine-colored lenses obscuring my view. And you're completely uptight, I say. I've never met anyone as buttoned up as you. It's like you're allergic to having fun. It's not a crime. You're right. I press my finger against his chest. But it wouldn't hurt you to smile once in a while, or let yourself laugh at something, or do one thing that makes you feel really, really good and not act like it's going to kill you. I close my eyes as Mick Jagger sings about making sweet love to him, and I brush the hair from my face one more time, readying myself to sing along, only my vocal stylings are interrupted by a warm sensation on my lips. River's hands wrap around my hips, pulling me against him, and his mouth works mine. His kiss is hungry, desperate, impatient. My body becomes limp and malleable in his arms, my hands moving to his face. Hoisting me up, he carries me to the kitchen table, pulling his lips from mine. Our eyes catch, our bodies breathless. Every part of me is on fire, confusion mixing with desire, curiosity mixing with a craving I never expected to have. His shoulders rise and fall as he moves in close, his hands cupping my face as his mouth crushes mine again. His tongue parts my lips. I can't breathe, but I can't stop kissing this beautiful, broken man. And then he stops. River takes a step back, looking at me, as if I'm some crime he's committed. River, I say, breathless and reaching for him. I can't. He turns from me, and I slide off the table. When I move to him, I can barely feel my feet on the ground. The room spins. I reach for him, and he pulls away. Why'd you stop? I ask. We were just having fun. He faces me, his breathing heavy, and his eyes flashing dark. I shouldn't have kissed you. And I shouldn't have let you, but I did, I say, stepping closer. I place my hand on his heart, feeling how it's racing at my touch, and I enjoyed it. While it lasted, anyway. I don't think he doesn't let me finish my thought. Kissing me again, harder this time, needier. His hands slide all over my body, helping himself to every curve, every forbidden peak and valley. Yet there's something tender in the way he touches me, like I'm breakable and precious. River's lips burn against mine, sending an insatiable ache between my thighs that's impossible to ignore. I didn't come here to meet anyone. I didn't come here to hook up with anyone. I came here so I could feel something again, something I hadn't felt in ages. I thought that feeling was home. I never thought it would come in the form of a rugged, brooding cowboy. I've known him all of 1 week, but it feels like much longer than that. Pulling himself off of me once more, he exhales. Our eyes hold. The world stops, and my fingertips brush my swollen lips. I'm sorry. His hands lift to his temples, and he glances down. It was a mistake. A huge fucking mistake. River. With that, he heads outside, letting the screen door slam. I follow, but stay inside, watching him from the doorway until he disappears into the obscure cover of a South Dakota country night. I stand by the front door until I can't see him any longer, and the moment I turn to climb the stairs, my phone begins to ring in the next room. A second later, I'm staring at Grant's name flashing across my screen. I don't answer, letting it go to voicemail for the millionth time. When the alert plays, I see the message is almost 2 minutes long. I don't have to listen to it to know what it says. I'm sure it started out sweet, turned nasty, then warped into some desperate, whiny apology. All of Grant's voicemails are exactly the same. He can present one hell of a case in a courtroom, but I'm one battle he won't be winning. Adrenaline has worked its way through my system, and I know if I go upstairs now, I'll just be tossing and turning, so I consider waiting on the front porch for River to come back, hesitating with my hand on the doorknob. But he left for a reason. He needed space. I'm guessing I'm the first woman he's kissed, the first woman he's felt an ounce of emotion toward since Allison. We can talk tomorrow over breakfast. I don't want to leave here on an awkward note. I don't want this experience to be tarnished by a guilt-laden kiss. It was a beautiful kiss, shared by two broken souls, and I'll remember it, always.
Chapter 23. River. I stand at the top of the stairs Friday morning, listening to the sound of Leighton's voice as it travels from below. I made a mistake last night. A grave mistake. I never should have kissed her. But I got caught up in the moment. She was singing and dancing and laughing. And she looked so damn beautiful, so fucking carefree, and I felt it. I felt it all. I felt better than I had in 5 long years, and I let it get the best of me. But she's leaving today, and I know deep down that I made the right decision by not getting carried away last night. After kissing her a second time, I forced myself to stop, and I left. I went for a walk to clear my head. When I came back, the house was dark and she was in bed.
"There's gotta be a mistake," I hear her say. "Can you check one more time?"
I take the steps one by one, each one creaking.
"Is there any way you can check pending transactions?" she asks. "I know you did, but can you just check one more time? My boss has never been late with a paycheck."
I round the corner approaching the kitchen, and I see her sitting at the head of the table, her phone pressed against her ear and her head in her hands.
"This is highly unusual," she says. "Maybe I could speak with a manager? Someone who could escalate this? Yes, I know I should check with my employer, but it's 6 o'clock in the morning there, and I'm not going to bother him unless I absolutely have to. Yes, I'll hold."
A full pot of coffee awaits me, and I fix myself a cup, trying to keep the noise down. Leighton glances my way, her big brown eyes filled with worry and frustration. She shakes her head, covering the mouthpiece of her phone.
"They're saying my account is still empty, but I refuse to believe it. Harold wouldn't have screwed me over. There's got to be a glitch or something. Yes, I'm still here."
She drags her hand through her hair before sitting back.
"You're absolutely sure? Okay, thank you."
Leighton ends the call, slamming her phone down and pacing the kitchen. After a few deep breaths, she retrieves her phone and dials a number.
"Harold, hi, so sorry to bother you," she says. "I know it's early, but I just got off the phone with my bank, and they're saying my last check wasn't deposited. Do you know anything about—"
Her expression fades, brows narrowing.
"Are you serious? He can't do that, can he?"
She looks to me, then back to the empty tabletop before lowering her forehead to the polished wood. Sitting up, she brushes her hair from her eyes.
"Isn't that illegal? Bribery or coercion or blackmail or something?"
Leighton rises again, pacing the floor.
"Fuck."
Taking a drink of coffee, I lean against the sink and watch. Whatever the issue is, it must be pretty bad. Up until now, this woman has been a shining example of taking everything in stride.
"All right, I understand. So sorry he threatened you. I hate that you were brought into this," she says. "That fucking asshole. Yes, keep me posted."
Leighton hangs up, facing me again.
"You're never going to believe this. Or maybe you will, because this seems to be my luck these days."
"What now?"
"So back in Arizona, I worked at this art gallery, mostly restoring paintings and pieces that people would ship in from all over the world," she says. "It was this small operation at first, and in the early months, Harold was running it out of this casita in his backyard and paying me under the table. He paid me under the table for at least a year, not because he was trying to scam the system, but because, I don't know, he just never got around to getting a proper accountant, and I never pushed it because it was never an issue for me. In retrospect, I realized that was extremely naive of me."
Her arms fold across her chest.
"Another lesson learned. Anyway, I guess my ex approached him and threatened to turn him into the IRS unless he told him where I was staying. Harold refused, And then Grant threatened to turn him in if he paid me another dime or helped me financially in any way.
Sounds like a real stand-up guy.
Yeah. She rolls her eyes, exhaling. Never would have expected this kind of behavior from him. Cheating was one thing, but blackmail? And he's a lawyer, for fuck's sake.
Must really want you back. I take a sip of coffee. Desperate times and all that. She stomps toward the kitchen sink, rinsing out last night's glasses. Look, if you need a loan, I begin to offer when she cuts me off.
Absolutely not. Leighton turns to face me. I'm not borrowing money from you when I have no way of paying you back. And you've already been generous enough.
Suit yourself. I look over her shoulder out the window toward the North Corral. Just trying to help.
I know.
Her hands grip the edge of the white sink. You can stay here as long as you need, I say before heading to the mudroom to find my boots. You're too proud to take my money? That's fine. But at least be humble enough to keep a roof over your head when it's offered to you. Leighton follows me.
Fine. I'll stay.
I step into a pair of coveralls before taking a seat on a wooden bench. Bucket calves are probably hungry.
But I have one condition, she says.
You're pretty brave to place a stipulation on a generous offer.
If you ever kiss me again,
she says, her gaze commanding mine.
Don't apologize for it. And for the love of God, don't stop just when it's starting to get good.
Not a problem. I won't be kissing you again. My jaw clenches as I wordlessly apologize to Allison. I know she'd want me to move on and be happy, but I'm not there yet. I can't find contentment while she's 6 feet under, our babies cradled in her arms.
But if you do,
I won't.
Chapter 24. Leighton. Oh my God, what are you doing here? Molly's front door swings open Saturday morning. I thought you were leaving yesterday. Yeah, well, apparently the universe had other plans. She takes the egg cartons from my arms and ushers me in. Come, sit. Tell me all about it. I'd love to, but I can't stay long. River wants me to accompany him to look at some horse he wants to buy. We're leaving in an hour, I say. But basically, there was some mix-up with my last paycheck, and I'm not in a position to buy a plane ticket at this time. I'll be staying with River a little longer. Molly lifts her hands to her cheeks and squeals. I knew it! You knew what? My grandmother was full-blooded Cherokee, and she always knew things, Molly says. I've always had a bit of that, too. I've always just known things, if you catch my drift. And I knew from the moment I saw you that there was something special about you. You're getting way ahead of yourself here. I step back, chuckling. I know you want River to be happy and fall in love again, and all of that, but I think maybe you're projecting that onto me just a smidge. Molly laughs. Fine. Maybe I'm getting carried away. But last night, I had a dream that he kissed you. If that ever happens, you'll know I'm legit. Anytime I've ever dreamt of two people kissing, it meant they were soulmates. You'll tell me if he ever kisses you, right? My smile fades, and I can almost feel the color draining from it. Yeah, sure. I'll let you know.
Chapter 25. River. I passed my brother's place on the way out of town Saturday morning after stopping at the co-op. And not by choice. He lives just a block off the main drag in a house much too big for a single man. Much too flashy for a small town. And renovated enough that the whole township of Bonesteel Creek knows Mama and Daddy McCrae left the entirety of the inheritance to him when they passed a couple of years back. But it's all right. I didn't want their money anyway, and I do just fine on my own. Coming to a stop at his corner, I spot a silver Buick parked in his driveway and watch as a blonde woman with tits up to her chin strides out in heels and a disheveled black dress. Upon closer inspection, I know her. Missy Parker, wife of Seth's childhood best friend, Ryan. Following behind her is none other than the asshole himself, slapping her ass and pushing her up against the side of her car as he kisses her neck, as if no one's looking and they're the only two around. Disgusting. I wish people could see him for exactly what he is, a lying, cheating, narcissistic piece of shit. Only the people in this godforsaken town look at him with stars in their eyes like he hung the moon. They hear military hero and they immediately worship him, refusing to believe anyone who looks that good and makes them feel that good could be inherently bad. None of them know him like I do. And none of them ever will. He's good at what he does, and he'll never stop. His egomaniacal thirst for adoration and worship is an unstoppable force, and I've learned over the years that calling him out only makes him determined to make my life more miserable than it already is. But sometimes I can't help myself. Taking a sharp left, I pull onto his street and into his driveway. Missy scrambles out from beneath him, sliding into her car and slamming the door, but it's too late. They've been spotted, and I'm blocking her in. "Missy," I say. "Seth?" Missy refuses to look at me, and Seth meanders up to my window, wearing his signature smug leer and the scent of last night's sex and booze-filled fuckfest.
"Kindly move your vehicle so my friend can be on her way,"
he says, hands shoved in his pockets.
"You're pathetic."
I shake my head.
"Fucking your best friend's wife.
Real class act you are."
"He doesn't appreciate her like I do,"
Seth says.
"Why own a fast car if you're not going to take her out on the highway and open her up every now and again, am I right?"
I glance toward Missy's Buick. She's hunched down in her seat, and I hope she feels the weight of shame sinking into her bones. I hope when she tucks her children into bed tonight, she finds it hard to fall asleep.
"Ryan's out of town on business," Seth says. "I expect you'll keep your mouth shut about this."
Like I owe you any favors. I grip the steering wheel, my vision washed in red. Seth steps closer, leaning into my window.
"Matter of fact, you do owe me. You're going to owe me the rest of your life. I fucking own you, River. And I'll make damn sure you never forget it. Now get the fuck out of here."
Consider me gone. But only because the sight of you makes me fucking sick.
Feelings mutual.
Chapter 26. Leighton. About damn time. Almost thought you left without me. I rise from the kitchen table when River returns from town, my purse already slung over my shoulder. I've been looking forward to this all morning. I used to go to the sale barn with my dad when I was younger. My sister and I would always pretend to bet on the horses, and we'd pretend like we each came with a set amount of money, and we'd see who could buy the prettiest horse. River says nothing, but his face is flushed. He doesn't seem to be listening, but that's nothing new. "Anyway, are we leaving now?" I ask. He adjusts his hat, then adjusts it once more as he paces the kitchen. "You okay?" I go to him, placing my palm on his shoulder. "River, stop. You're scaring me." He releases a hard breath through his lips, his jaw clenching as he looks my way, and then he drags his hand down his face. "I'm sorry," he says. "You were saying?" "Nothing." I wave my hand. "It was just a dumb little story. We still going?" "Yeah." He seems completely out of it, but I don't ask. Maybe he ran into someone in town who reminded him of Allison. Maybe he had some kind of flashback. Following him to the truck, I climb into the passenger side. I talked to my sister this morning. I guess my ex has been harassing her, too. First my boss, now my kid sister. Can you believe that? How can you be with someone for 7 years and not know that they're a complete lunatic? River starts the engine, turning my way. "If he messes with you, I'll fucking kill him." "What?" I laugh slightly. "I've never heard you talk like that." He shakes his head. "Sorry. He sounds like a lowlife. I don't want him messing with you. If he does, he'll have to answer to me." Thank you." I buckle up, wrapping my head around his sudden protectiveness toward me. I'm flattered, and also confused. Extremely confused. Love that shade. Taupe looks so good on you, I can't pull off much else besides 50 Shades of Pink. Carly examines her manicure Sunday afternoon before whipping out her debit card. She insisted on treating me to a girls' afternoon when she found out I was still around, and after the number the farm chores did on my nails, who was I to turn that down? Sorry. I grab my vibrating phone from my bag and check the caller ID. You're frowning. Why are you frowning? Is it that asshole X again? She asks. No. I shove the phone back in my purse. It's Seth. Her jaw hangs as if I've just committed treason. You're not going to answer it? I shrug. He doesn't know I'm still in town. It'd be weird. Okay, so answer it and tell him. Then he'll want to hang out, I say. Her jaw drops even further. You don't want to hang out with him? Do you know how many women in this town would kill for a minute of his individualized attention? They can have it. Carly signs the receipt in 2 seconds flat and redirects her attention toward me. I'm sorry. I don't mean to gawk, and I certainly don't mean to stick my nose in your business, but Seth is... it's Seth. Nobody says no to him. He's everything. There may as well be stars in her eyes and hearts floating around her head as she rambles on about how heroic and brave and handsome and established and successful he is, but none of it does much of anything for me. Look, he's really nice to look at, I say with an apologetic chuckle. I'll give you that, but there's no connection. Is the attention nice? Yeah. But other than that, he's just fling material, and I'm not looking for a fling. You're insane. Carly lifts her brows and puckers her lips before waving her hand at me like she's over it. Following her out the door, I almost plow into her when she stops in her tracks. Well, speak of the devil. Leighton? Seth stands outside the nail salon, leaning against the front of his truck, chatting on the phone. He ends the call the moment he sees me. What are you doing here? I thought you left. Oh, hey. I stride toward him, waving to Carly as she returns to her car down the street. She motions for me to call her, and I nod. Change of plans, I'm sticking around a little longer. Hope everything's all right, he says, worry lines spread across his forehead. It is, and it isn't, I smile, but whatever, I'm here. Going to make the best of it. What are you doing now? Now? As in right now? I ask. His lips lift at the edges, and he exhales through his nose. Yeah, right now. I was just heading back. I've got laundry and all that fun stuff. If you have a minute, you should stop by. I've got my Shelby Cobra all ready to go, he says. I hesitate, deciding not to inform him I've never been one of those girls who are impressed by fast cars, nor do I even know what a Shelby Cobra looks like. Never did get to take you on that ride you promised me. He winks, his full lips spreading into an easy smile. Yeah, sure. Okay, I say, remembering that I did, in fact, promise him a ride. I'll follow you. He climbs into his truck, and me into my Chevy, and we drive to his place. As soon as we pull into his driveway, the garage door rises, revealing a shiny blue 2-seater roadster with white racing stripes down the hood. What do you think? Seth asks, beaming wide and extending his arms. It's pretty, for a car. I'll give him that. Very nice. I pretend to be impressed, walking around the car and inspecting it from every angle, like I know what I'm looking at. He opens the driver's door and pops the hood. I'm going to warn you, it's fast. She's got a V8 and she's supercharged. I think I can handle her, I assure him. Just let me check a couple things real quick, he says, moving around the car. Should be good to go, but I just need to make sure we don't get stranded somewhere. Nothing like trying to impress a pretty girl with your cool car and then breaking down on the side of the road. I roll my eyes. You and your sneaky compliments. I only speak the truth. Leaning under the hood, he checks a few things, wandering off to some workbench to grab a tool before returning. Just going to be a couple of minutes. Sure. I give myself an unguided tour of his garage, which is covered in wall-to-wall Americana, vintage signs, old beer signs, and posters of pin-ups from the 40s. So, where are you staying anyway? Seth pops up from the engine and looks my way. I don't think you ever told me. I'm staying with this farmer, I say. Does this farmer have a name? He lifts a brow. River McCrae? I say. You know him? Seth huffs, head cocked as he gently closes the hood. Do I know him? He's my brother. You're kidding. I turn to face him. His smile seems forced. Why are you staying with River? Really long story. I wave him off. He lives in my childhood home. Can you believe that? Leighton, you have to be careful. Seth's smile vanishes completely. I don't mean to scare you, but he's a dangerous man. I laugh. River may be a lot of things, temperamental, testy, but dangerous? That's the last kind of vibe I get from him. And you've known him how long? Seth seems offended that I'm not taking him seriously. A little over a week. Exactly. I've known him for decades. Trust me when I say you have no idea what he's done in the past. He says, the man's got secrets. Stop. Now you're just making him out to be some kind of serial killer. My head tilts, and I cluck my tongue. Let's just go for a ride and have a good time? Fine. His lips flatten, but if you ever decide you don't want to stay with him anymore, my door's open. Thank you. I slide into the passenger seat of his fancy little sports car and fasten my seatbelt. This thing is tiny and not very comfortable, but I'd be lying if I didn't think the purr of the engine sounded sexy the second he starts it up. The seats vibrate as he revs the engine, and I feel its power from my fingers to my toes. Pulling out of the garage, he turns down his shady, tree-lined street before taking us toward the highway. Shifting, he drives faster, then faster still. The wind whips my hair, and I try and crouch behind the tiny pane of windshield in front of us. Seth tunes the radio to some oldie station, then reaches across the car to give my hand a squeeze. Having fun yet? He yells over the rumble of the highway as we come over the first hill. Yes, I yell back, turning to flash him a reassuring grin. There is something freeing about cruising down an open road, wind at our sails and music from a bygone era sweeping us to somewhere else completely. He takes us over hilltops, through valleys, and down and around winding roads I never knew existed in this part of the state. After a while, the sun begins to set, and I check the time. We've been driving for over an hour now. Frankie Valley and the Four Seasons blasting, and zero conversation. And judging by the proud beam covering Seth's face, I don't think he has any intentions of stopping soon. He speeds over the hills, taking tight corners a little too fast for my taste, and sending my stomach into random free falls as he looks my way for approval. At one point, he reaches for my hand, pulling it to his mouth and kissing the top. Everything's moving too fast. This drive, this man. My legs ache and stiffen. I want out. This overwhelming sense to be done with this never-ending car ride comes over me for reasons I can't explain, and I find myself wanting to be back home, at Rivers. Hey, do you mind if we head back soon? I ask, when he slows to a stop at an intersection in some little town I've never heard of. He guides his attention toward me, huffing. Why? Is my brother expecting you to be home by a certain time? I'm not sure what kind of bad blood lies between these two, but I refuse to be placed in the middle of it. Rivers done nothing but open his door to me and shower me with his own version of kindness these last several days. I refuse to believe he's some kind of sordid monster in disguise. I frown. Your brother has nothing to do with this. It's just getting late, and I have to get up early tomorrow. Yeah, I'm just messing with you. Seth offers an easy, gentle smile as he pulls into an empty parking lot across the street. A second later, he turns around, pointing the car back to where we came, and I breathe a sigh of relief. An hour later, we're back in his garage, and he's placing a canvas cover over his pride and joy. So, what did you think? He asks. Is she amazing or what? She's amazing. But how do you know it's a she? His hand drags along his smirking mouth. Careful, Leighton. You make fun of my baby. I might have to punish that smart mouth. The flirting was fun at first, the attention new and exciting, but now I'm over it, and I just want to go home. I don't feel the way I felt with him the first time. The magic and newness is worn off. The butterflies have long since fluttered away, an uncomfortable heaviness in their place. I unzip my bag, fishing for my keys. You in a hurry? He asks. Just tired. I should get going. Do you have time for a drink? He asks. I better not. What's with the cold shoulder all of a sudden? Seth's face is all white teeth and dimples, but his eyes are something else entirely. He steps closer, his fingertips tracing my skin and leaving a path of goose flesh. Come on, baby. A few days ago you were all about this. All about what? Me. His head cocks, and he pulls his shoulders back. What? Now I'm not good enough? Now you want my fucking loser brother? He's not a loser. And who says that about their own brother? My nose wrinkles. Who are you, Seth? I thought you were nice. Woman, I am nice, he says. I'm the nicest motherfucker in this pathetic excuse for a town. I don't like this. I point, my finger drawing the length of him. I don't like whatever it is you're doing right now. You're not the same guy I met last week. Shit, Seth groans. Leighton, I'm sorry. It's just, you're a nice girl, and I really like you, and I don't want you to get mixed up with River, that's all. Forgive me for being protective of you. I want to believe he's being sincere. I want to believe this isn't all a ruse or attempt to get me to eventually sleep with him. But I can't. My stomach twists. I have to get out of here. I'm going. I turn to leave, but he hooks my arm and pulls me back. Don't go. I'm sorry. Let me make it up to you. His hands hook my hips, anchoring me in place. I'm a good man, I swear. I just let myself get worked up over some shit that happened in the past that has nothing to do with you. I let it get the best of me, and I shouldn't have. Please, let me prove I'm not that guy. I take him in, eyes scanning his for an ounce of something genuine, but I find nothing to quell the uneasiness residing in my core. Leighton, you have no idea what you do to me, he says, pulling me in. His words are breathless whispers, tinged in desperation. It's like you came into my life out of nowhere and completely changed what I thought I wanted from myself. I toss my head back, laughing at the insanity coming from his mouth right now. When I glance back at him, all I see are red flags. Something's not right. Something feels off. We've hung out, 3 times? I mean, I was having fun with this too, but I think things are moving way too fast now. He shakes his head. I'm not saying I'm in love with you or anything crazy. I'm saying that until this last week, I thought I'd be happy living this perpetual bachelor kind of life, running my bar and coming home to an empty bed every night. But being around you made me realize how lonely I was. It made me realize I might like to have someone around, someone to be with and take care of. All because we hung out a few times? God damn it. His head tilts back. I know I sound crazy right now, but forgive me because I'm speaking from my heart, and my heart's beating about 90 miles an hour right now. Seth. Leighton, please. Hear me out, he says. If you're going to be around this summer, I'd really love to spend more time with you. I want to get to know you. I want you to get to know me. I'm very flattered, but just give me a chance. He cuts me off, one hand reaching to cut my face. I don't want you to be the one that got away. I'm sorry, I'm just not Seth ignores my rebuttal, slamming his mouth onto mine and forcing his tongue inside. My palms splay against his chest, and I push with all my might. But he's stronger than me, and no amount of force places an inch of space between us. With my back against the entry door to the house, he keeps one hand steady on the side of my neck as his lips move from mine and travel down to my collarbone. I'm gasping for air, unable to breathe. I'm pinned beneath his strength, and despite the fact that his garage door is wide open, there isn't a single neighbor in sight to witness my struggle. I can make you feel so good, Leighton, he whispers, his breath hot on my flesh, as his hand slides down my side, moving lower and lower still. My eyes squeeze when I remember I'm wearing a skirt today. Pressing my knees together as tight as I can, it's no use. His fingers travel between my trembling thighs until they reach my lace panties, jerking them down. Seth, don't do this, I plead. You don't want to do this. Baby, I've wanted to do this since the second I laid eyes on you. His voice is raspy and low, his tongue dragging between my cleavage as his finger slips between my folds. You shouldn't have made me wait so long. It's not good to make me wait, Leighton. I'm not used to having to work so fucking hard for a piece of ass. I was never going to sleep with you. My body is on fire. Every nerve ending he touches on overdrive. I feel it all, and I feel it all too much. With sweating palms and a ragged breath, I try to push him away again. The sharp sting of his teeth, tearing at the flesh of my left breast, sends a zing of pain that radiates through my body. I struggle against him once more, my body writhing and pushing and squeezing, trying to close up, as if that might make him less likely to take what he wants. His fingers press deeper inside me, harder and faster. The hot tears that blind me fall away, streaking down my cheeks and leaving an itchy trail in their place. The scent of gasoline and motor oil mixes with Seth's overpowering cologne. I'm going to be sick. Seth, stop, I beg once more, feeling the rise of bile in my throat. Don't do this. Shut that pretty fucking mouth of yours. He growls into my ear, pulling his fingers from me and pressing the outline of his rock-hard cock against me. Every part of me recoils. We're only getting started. Going to be a long night if you keep this up. You're not going to get away with this, I scream as his hand snakes beneath my top. Sweetheart, there's not a single person in this town who'd believe a word of this. Peeling the lace cup of my bra from my hot skin, he takes a nipple in his mouth before dragging his teeth over the tender skin. A merciless bite makes everything fade to black for a brief moment, forcing me to lose my breath, and his fingers are still inside me, prodding faster and harder. This isn't about Seth wanting me. This is about Seth having control. This is about Seth avenging my rejection. This man is an egomaniacal monster, relentless and determined to punish me. My face is turned to the side so I don't have to look into the maniacal gaze of his when my left hand brushes against the cool metal of the doorknob. Seth's body is still pressed against mine, pinning me close, but if this door is unlocked and opens to the inside, he'll lose his balance. We'll both fall, but at least I'll have a chance to get out of here. His fingers work the button of my denim skirt, and he gives it a tug. I want to see all of you, baby. Show me that hot little ass of yours. Tell me, have you ever been fucked in the ass, or am I going to be doing the honors tonight? Turning toward him, I spit in his face, but it hardly fazes him. He simply leers at me before gripping my face so tight in his hands it feels as though my jaw is going to snap. Don't give me a reason to hogtie you. His eyes are menacing, their crystalline color turning stormy. You're too pretty to be hogtied, princess, and I want to look into those gorgeous eyes of yours as I fuck that tight little pussy. Glancing up at me with an intimidating smirk, he tugs my skirt again. Only this time, I give the doorknob a twist and brace myself when we both fall backwards. The wind is knocked from my lungs upon impact, but I've never felt more energized. Adrenaline courses through my body, and I'm ready to make my move. Seth lands on top of me, his elbow lodging beneath my ribcage and his face flat on the tile floor. But he's caught off guard, and I manage to scramble out from beneath him. You fucking cunt! Seth pulls himself to a standing position, dragging his wrist beneath his nose to catch the blood that's beginning to drip. Grabbing my bag off the garage floor, I sprint to my car, nothing but the sound of my heartbeat whooshing in my ear, and Seth's boots hitting the pavement behind me. I manage to lock the doors before he gets to me, but it doesn't stop him from pulling on the handle so hard I think it's going to break. When he realizes he can't get in, he pounds on the driver's side window, yelling for me to roll it down. Starting my car, I back out of his driveway, but he chases me, beating harder and harder on the glass with a clenched fist. You tell anyone about this? He yells, a crazy look in his cold gaze, and River's going to be the one to suffer. I don't know what he means, and I don't stay around long enough to find out. The drive home has been completely erased from my memory. 1 minute, I was peeling out of Seth's driveway, and the next minute, I'm careening into River's. My hands shake as I shift into park and remove the keys. Flipping down the visor, I inspect my décolletage, running my fingers around the red teeth marks and broken skin. When I muscle the courage to meet my own reflection in the mirror, I realize I've cried all my makeup off. I don't even remember crying. Black mascara streaks spill down my face, dried and itchy, and my lips are red and puffy from his harsh kisses. Reaching for the steering wheel, I tighten my grip, not wanting to get out quite yet. I feel safe in here, with the door locked, surrounded by steel and glass and protected from the outside world. The twilight sky is painted in the most beautiful shades of ambers and pinks and blues, and the big white farmhouse is lit from within. The most serene thing I've ever seen. I'll feel safer if I go in, I think, into that old house with River. Because he's not dangerous. He's the only thing I've got.
Chapter 27. River. The front door opens and closes with a low creak, and the soft padding of Leighton's footsteps creak across the entry. She left for town hours ago, saying she was meeting a friend, but I thought she'd be home before dark. Her dinner plate got cold, so I wrapped it up and placed it in the oven, thinking she'd be home any minute, but that was hours ago. Leighton? I rise from my recliner, making my way to the middle of the house. She stands at the bottom of the stairs, one hand on the banister and her back toward me.
Yeah?
Her voice is shaky, and she won't meet my gaze. Her hair is messy and her skirt crooked. And upon closer inspection, I noticed the strap of her tank top is broken and falling down one shoulder. Everything all right? I go to her, placing my arm on hers and turning her to face me. Jesus Christ! Her eyes brim with tears and her face winces. She still can't bring herself to look at me. You're shaking. I run my hands down her cold, bare arms before leaving to grab a blanket from a hall closet. Returning, I wrap her up, but I don't hold her close. She doesn't look like she's in a mood to be touched right now. What the hell happened to you? Her swollen lips part, and she's about to say something, but she stops. Her breath trembles in her chest, uneven and barely there. Whoever did this to you, I say, shoulders heaving, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to fucking kill him. Her body trembles. Who was it, Leighton? I ask. Dragging the back of her hand across her damp cheek, she finally looks me in the eye. Taking a deep breath, she wipes away another tear before saying, Your brother. Seth? I take a step back. Seth did this to you? She nods, biting her quivering bottom lip. Why were you with Seth? I ask. She doesn't answer. I'm sorry, that's irrelevant at this point. I exhale. I know she'd been to the Oasis a couple of times. I should have known my brother would latch on to something as shiny and pretty and new as Leighton Hart. It's my fault for not warning her. Everything's always my fucking fault. Brushing her hair from her face, I make a promise. I'm going to hurt him for doing this to you. I swear to God. No. She shakes her head. It's not worth it. He had no right. I pace the entryway, seeing red one minute and black the next. He can't touch you like that. He's got to pay. It's time he pays.
He said if I told anyone, you'd be the one to suffer, she says, voice cracked. River, what did he mean by that?
I stop, hands on my hips and eyes on the floor. I know exactly what he means, and I'm getting to the point where I'm starting to no longer give a fuck. He's held this over my head for years. And there's only one way to bring an end to it. There's only one way to strip him of the power he's wielded over me far too fucking long. Seth likes to make threats, I say. Who the fuck knows what he meant?
No, she says. The look in his eyes, River. You should have seen it.
He was just trying to scare you. I head to the mudroom, pulling on a pair of utility boots and grabbing my truck keys off the hook.
Where are you going?
Leighton stands in the doorway, the blanket tight around her shoulders and a wild look in her eyes. Going to right some wrongs, I say. I'll be back. Hopefully.
Please don't go.
Her request is a desperate whisper, and our eyes lock.
I don't want to be alone right now.
Fuck. Taking a seat on a wooden bench, I kick my shoes away and rest my elbows on my knees. I can't leave her, not like this. Not when she needs me.
Chapter 28. Leighton. I stay in the bath until the last of the scalding hot water swirls the drain, and my damp body shivers in a blanket of icy, air-conditioned air. Peeling myself out of the clawfoot tub, I wrap myself in a pale blue bath sheet and confront my reflection in the mirror. My clean skin might be marred with teeth marks and evidence of Seth from hours ago, but with time they'll fade. Returning to my room, I dress in a fresh tank top and thin cotton shorts before crawling under the covers and sliding a book off the nightstand. Under the glow of a small lamp, I scan the words on the page, mostly going through the motions and not giving the sentences a chance to make any sense before moving on to the next. Leighton? There's a small knock at the door. Yes? The door swings and River stands before me, his face covered in concern. Just saying if you need anything before I go to bed. Closing my book, I place it aside, exhaling. You doing okay? He asks. You still seem a little out of it. I'm not sure, I say, feeling a little numb. I think I'm still in shock. He enters the room, standing at the foot of the bed as he studies me. I imagine that was traumatic for you. I nod, glancing down at limp hands resting in my lap. To say the least, you let me know if I can do anything. My eyes flick to his, my words catching on the tip of my tongue for a moment, trapped in hesitation. Will you sit with me for a little while? I finally manage to ask. I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep too well tonight. Just sit and talk with me, until I fall asleep. He seems to mull it over, his lips pinched and brows furrowed. I can do that. Moving to the side of the queen bed, I pat the spot next to me and hand him one of the pillows. River takes a seat, his body stiff and uncomfortable, like a dog being forced to sit against his will. But I appreciate it, nonetheless. Sliding under the covers, I roll to my side and prop my head against my hand, staring up at him. He's so tall and rugged, all muscle, sun-kissed skin, and the darkest eyelashes I've ever seen. He's handsome in a vintage movie star kind of way, but I don't even think he knows it. Thank you, I say. He peers down at me. For what? For being so good to me. He shrugs like he doesn't want to take credit for any of this. I know you don't think you're a good person, River, but you are. You're a really good man, even if you can't see it, I say. His jaw flexes, tensing at the sound of my words, and he refuses to look at me. I'll stop gushing because I don't want to make him any more uncomfortable than he clearly already is. Almost feels like someone was watching over me today, I say, rolling to my back and staring at the ceiling. Seth had me pressed against this door, and something inside told me to go for the knob. If it opened to the inside, I knew we'd fall back and he'd land on me, but I also knew it was the only chance I had at getting away. I twisted that knob, and sure enough, we fell back, and I got away. I pull at a thread in the white floral quilt that covers me. It could have been so much worse, River. You got lucky, that's for sure. I've lived through some stuff, but I don't know how I could have lived through something like that, I say. Had he continued, I swallow the lump lodged in my throat as my mind replays what might have been for the 100th time tonight. You're stronger than you give yourself credit for. River glances down at me again, his eyes holding mine. And how would you know? Because you can't know strong unless you've known weak, he says. And I've known weak. I've known the hell out of weak. You're kind to say that. Not being kind, just being honest. Either way, I say, scooting down and placing my head in the middle of my pillow. Exhaustion washes over me, but I'm almost too tired to sleep, and my mind is still much too busy to allow sleep to come easily. Yawning, I start to say something, but he shushes me, reaching over me to switch off the lamp. Quiet now, he says. I'm not going anywhere. Just rest.
Chapter 29. River. I stayed with her all night, leaving her room early this morning before the sun came up. She needed the sleep, and I decided she's better off recuperating in a quiet house than feeding bucket calves and lugging pails of grain to hungry mares. Pulling up to the fast horse place, I park my truck at the side of Guy's barn and climb out. He called me this morning asking if I could help him tag some cows since his oldest son is away at church camp for the week. Morning. I replace my hat as I approach a corral full of calves. You ready? Guy asks, securing the chute. Shouldn't take long. Don't have a ton in this herd. Molly comes out from the barn, work boots up to her knees and a big smile on her face.
Hey, stranger, she teases. Haven't seen you in forever.
It's been nice having help on hand.
I bet.
She places her hands on her hips, studying me with a gleam in her eye. I know what she's thinking. I know exactly what she's thinking.
Where is Leighton anyway?
Back at home.
You keeping her busy?
Molly asks. She's sleeping. Had a long weekend. Molly frowns.
She okay?
I nod. I don't think Leighton would appreciate me sharing her business. She's fine, just catching up on her rest, I say, moving toward the chute. Guy climbs over the chipped metal fence and into the corral, hollering orders at a couple of his boys and whistling for their dog. Molly stands behind me, readying the piercing gun and stacking tags on an upside-down 5-gallon bucket.
I really like her, River.
Who? She rolls her eyes.
Leighton, who else?
Okay.
Okay?
She scoffs.
Just okay? That's all you have to say about her?
What do you want me to say?
I don't know. Molly shrugs. This woman walks into your life, this beautiful, kind, sweet soul of a woman, and you don't have anything to say about her?
Turning away from Molly, I focus on the job at hand. I came here to work, not to stand around waxing poetic about some woman I barely know.
I have this feeling, River, she says, keeping a close watch on her boys. She's a gift. She's a gift for you.
Shaking my head, I brush off her woo-woo comments. She's always talking about her Native American grandmother and her intuition and her feelings. And to be honest, I don't believe in any of that bullshit. But I care about Molly too much to tell her that. The first calf comes down the chute.
She gives me hope, River,
Molly says, positioning herself at the end of the chute.
Hope for you.
Don't go getting your hopes up now.
And why not?
She flashes me a challenging smirk. Don't get attached, don't get your hopes up, and don't go sticking your nose where it doesn't belong. I share my personal mantra.
River,
Molly sulks.
You two done chit-chatting so we can get to work?
Guy yells from the other side of the fence. Yep, I call back, stepping away from Molly and away from this conversation.
Chapter 30. Layton. An eerie stillness blankets the house this morning, and River's nowhere to be found. A quick check out the window tells me his truck is gone. He either ran into town or he's out checking cattle. Either way, it was nice of him not to wake me this morning. It took me the longest time to fall asleep last night, but once I did, I was down for the count. I'm not sure I've ever slept so hard in my life. Changing into jeans and an old t-shirt, I fix myself a bowl of cold cereal and wait for River to return to give me my list of chores for the day. An hour passes, then another, and another. By the time lunch rolls around, the farm is still void of his presence. Curling up on a sofa, I grab the TV remote and watch some public television show about sustainable agriculture, but the sleepy narrator does little to hold my interest. Rising, I stretch my legs and lift my arms over my head. I need to move around, or I could easily find myself sleeping away the rest of the afternoon. Making my way around the living room, I stop next to a bookshelf, filled with old cookbooks, Bibles, an encyclopedia set, and some vintage classics that look more like family heirlooms than garage sale quality hardbacks. A book with a rose-colored spine grabs my attention. It's thicker than the rest. Its jacket made of some kind of soft fabric, and I slide it out. Flipping the cover, I stop when I see a photograph of Allison. Quickly paging through the rest, I see the entire thing is filled with photos, hundreds of captured memories, eternalized on Kodak paper, sandwiched inside picture sleeves. There's an entire lifetime of precious memories in this book, and I suspect I'm literally holding River's happiness in my hands. Taking it to the sofa, I allow curiosity to get the better of me, and I begin to carefully page through a past that doesn't belong to me. Photos of the two of them in matching college sweatshirts, young and round-faced, smiling and inseparable, fill the first several pages. Their first Christmas is showcased next, followed by Valentine's Day. Allison sits at a card table set up in the middle of a dorm room, a single red rose and one tall candle resting between plates of sliced pizza. After that is a picture of the two of them on the beach, her riding on his back, laughing, the waves lapping at his feet. The photos continue, seasons and holidays all in chronological order, and I stop when I get to their proposal. My eyes fill with tears, just like Allison's in the picture. Her hand covers her mouth. Mine does the same. I can feel her joy radiating through every part of me. I can feel the love between them. I can feel everything, all at once. He's on bended knee. She can't stop crying, their loved ones surrounding them in the background, Guy and Molly included. This one picture captures so much joy, so much hope. These two are young, madly in love, and blissfully unaware that fate had other plans for them. Forcing myself to turn the page, I pore over their wedding shots. Allison was stunning in a simple, lacy dress, with a crown of purple wildflowers and her wavy, coffee-brown hair, and a bouquet to match. River wore a cream-colored suit, his hair longer, his smile unforgettable. He's a handsome man, but that smile takes everything to a whole new level. How lucky she was to know that smile for all those years, and to know that smile was always for her. The pages that follow document Allison's first pregnancy, the growing bump month by month, a photograph of her downing a pint of ice cream, a shot of her lying in a hospital bed with a swaddled baby in her arms, and love-fueled exhaustion in her eyes. River is beside her, his baby girl's hand wrapped around his pinky. So much love. A tear slides down my cheek, landing on the edge of the page, but I brush it off and keep going. Her name was Allison. River's voice startles the album out of my hands and the air from my lungs. I hadn't heard the door. River. I place my hand over my chest, readying an apology, when he comes to my side and takes the seat beside me. Folding the album, he places it on a coffee table before resting his elbows on his knees and forming a triangle with his fingertips. Her name was Allison, and she was my wife, he says. Pulling in a long breath, I say, I know. He turns to me. You knew? I found her obituary the other week, I say, voice low. I don't like to talk about them, he says, about what happened. Reaching for him, I place my hand over his, pulling it toward me. Then you don't have to. Our eyes meet. He says nothing. I say nothing. But in this moment, I feel everything. And judging by the look in his dusky eyes, he does too.
Chapter 31. River. I'm halfway done baling hay when I spot one of my old pickup trucks driving in my direction. Parking the tractor, I wait, and the closer it gets, I realize Leighton's behind the wheel. Climbing down, I meet her at the hood of the truck. What's going on? She's smiling, and when she hops out, I see she's carrying a wrinkled grocery sack.
Thought I'd bring you lunch.
You didn't have to.
I know.
She tromps over a path of cut hay and takes a seat inside the wheel of my New Holland. Digging around in her plastic bag, she retrieves a couple of sandwiches, handing one to me.
My mom used to do this for my dad growing up. She'd pack him a lunch and take it out to him every day. They'd have what they called tractor picnics. It was just something they did. I always thought it was sweet. They didn't go out much, didn't get to go on a lot of dates, so this was how they spent time together.
Unwrapping the sandwich, I stand before her and take a bite. It's damn good, and it was damn sweet of her to think of me like that.
You can sit here. There's room.
She pats the inside of the tire well. Feels good to stand. She rolls her eyes, chewing a mouthful of white bread and lunch meat.
Whatever, suit yourself.
A minute later, she tosses me a can of Coke before telling me she also packed me a bag of chips, an apple, and a homemade chocolate chip cookie, still warm. I don't know why she suddenly feels the need to take care of me, but it's kind of nice. Allison used to pack my lunches in the morning on my field days. I guess we never thought to make a date out of it.
Molly called, Leighton says. She and Guy want us to come by for dinner tonight. I told her we would.
All right.
Also, this movie I really want to see is playing at the drive-in this week. It's a love story, so if you don't want to go, I can call Carly or go by myself or something.
I'll take you. Her gaze snaps to mine, like she wasn't expecting me to offer.
You sure?
Yeah. It's the least I can do after the week she's had. We'll go tonight after supper. Leighton stands, flinging her arms around me.
Thank you.
She squeezes me tight, but I free myself, not letting her get carried away. I should get back to work, I say, grabbing the rest of my food and climbing back into the cab of the tractor.
Dinner's at 6,
she calls, waving as I drive away. Something about this feels like revisiting the past with a stranger, and for once, I don't particularly mind it.
Chapter 32. Layton. Judd, stop staring. It's not polite. Molly points her dinner fork at one of her boys, who quickly peels his eyes off me and places them on the heaping pile of food on his plate. Sorry, these guys act like they've never been around a pretty woman before. Of course we have, Mama, another one of her sons pipes up. You're a pretty woman. Brown noser, another boy says. Wyatt, we do not use that language at the table. Guy's voice booms. Molly and Guy exchange looks. Embarrassment? Frustration? Exhaustion? River, are you going to marry Layton? Judd asks. River coughs, nearly choking on his shepherd's pie. Judd? Molly's voice is a stern scold that does nothing to stifle the giggles that erupt from that end of the table. Don't stick your nose in other people's business. You do it all the time, Wyatt says. Kid doesn't miss a thing. Guy chuckles, winking at his wife. Do as I say, not as I do. Molly rises from the table, fishing something out of their enormous refrigerator before taking a seat. Two of the boys are kicking each other under the table, and another is swirling his mashed potatoes and brown gravy into a miniature Mount Vesuvius on his plate. I only count 4 fast horse boys, so the oldest must be gone. Even still, it doesn't seem to lighten Molly's load. Layton, you need anything? I'm fine, I say. The food is divine. We don't have food like this back in Scottsdale. Comfort food. We have a lot of amazing restaurants and world-class chefs, but all of them are trying to one-up each other, and it's like they've forgotten the power of a simple, tried-and-true recipe. Why, thank you, Layton. Molly sits up a little straighter. My mom used to cook like this all the time, I say. Brings back happy memories. Make sure you save room for dessert, Guy says. Molly makes a strawberry shortcake like no other. Won first prize at the Bonesteel County Fair last year. A table leg is bumped, and everything shifts, nearly knocking over a goblet of iced tea. Cooper and Dawson, so help me! Molly slams her silverware, her face morphing into a scowl. Guy shoots the boys a look that makes their shoulders shrivel and their smiles fade. They're only acting up because we have company, Molly says. They think they're showing off, but really they're fast-tracking themselves to an early bedtime with no dessert. No, Cooper whines. It's fine, I assure her. We're having a good time. Nudging River, I ask, right? He nods. Never a dull moment with the Fast Horse boys. The second dinner is finished. I head to the kitchen with Molly to help her dish out dessert, which she insists we enjoy on the wraparound front porch, because the sooner she gets the boys outside, the sooner she can salvage what's left of her sanity. Minutes later, I'm rocking in a chair between River and Molly, watching the sunset as the 4 boys chase fireflies in the yard while the dog chases them. River watches the scene play out before us, sitting still in his rocker, his expression subtly pained, and his quietude suggesting his mind is somewhere else completely. I wonder what he's thinking about, or who. I imagine maybe he's trying to picture his children running around out here alongside the Fast Horse kids, chasing fireflies and filling the quiet countryside with the sound of carefree giggles. You okay? I whisper, leaning close to him. His eyes adjust as he turns to me, sitting up and checking his watch. Yeah, we should get going. Movie starts in a half hour. You two going to the drive-in tonight? Guy asks. We are, I'm making him see that new Ryan Gosling movie. I can't help but boast, but I hope I'm not embarrassing him. Being a man of few words, River thanks the fast horses for dinner, waves to the boys, and then heads to the truck. Giving Molly a hug, I tell her I'll see her in a couple days. It was nice finally meeting you, I say to Guy as he walks me to River's truck. Likewise, he says. His pace slows, and I get the feeling he wants to say something. He peers over at River before looking down at me. I just wanted to thank you, Leighton, while I had the chance. Thank me? There's a little bit of life in River's eyes lately, he says, and it hasn't been there in years. You're giving me too much credit. Believe me, it's you. It's all you, even if he doesn't know it yet.
Chapter 33. River.
I didn't realize it was going to be so cold tonight.
Leighton messes with the heat in my truck as I tune the radio so we can hear the previews. We're watching from the cab tonight, opting not to brave the sudden cold front drifting through eastern South Dakota. A wool blanket from the back of the truck covers her lap as she rests her head against the window, watching intently as the opening credits scroll across the screen.
Grant would have never seen this movie with me, she says. Never in a million years. I'd have had to bribe him with sexual favors.
I say nothing.
I don't know why I told you that.
She fusses with her hair, gathering it in her hand and draping it over one shoulder.
I'm the queen of TMI sometimes. I forget not everyone wants to know all the dirty details.
He sounds like a prick.
Yeah, and then some.
She sits up straight, waving her hand at me.
Okay, it's starting.
When the film opens, Ryan Gosling is strolling down the streets of New York on Valentine's Day, looking forlorn as he notices all the happy couples around him. I'm bored, but I force myself to pay attention. A pretty girl in a floral dress trips on a crack in the sidewalk, stumbling into him. Their eyes meet, and suddenly the scene is painted a little brighter. Yawning a half hour later, I glance over at Leighton, expecting to see her eating this up, only her eyes are closed.
Leighton,
I whisper. She doesn't stir.
You sleeping?
I ask. Leighton doesn't move, doesn't blink, doesn't come to, and I spot the blanket that was once covering her lap now lying on the floor. Her head nods, pressing against her window and holding her neck at a painful angle. There's no real way to get comfortable in this truck without waking up with a horrible kink in your neck or a pinched nerve. Believe me, I speak from experience. Watching her sleep, I debate whether or not to intervene before finally reaching for her and pulling her across the bench seat. Placing her head on my shoulder and covering her lap with her blanket, I slip my arm around her to keep her comfortable, and then I watch her damn movie. Leighton breathes softly, not rustling once. She must have needed the sleep. I turn my attention back toward the giant screen, watching as the girl in the movie tries to pretend she isn't attracted to Ryan, and Ryan tries to pretend he isn't falling head over heels into love at first sight. This isn't a movie I'd watch by choice in a million years, but if it means letting Leighton get a little shut-eye, I guess I can sit through it a bit longer. Besides, it's been a long time since I've had my arm around anyone. I'd almost forgotten how good it feels to hold someone again.
Chapter 34. Leighton. I'm so sorry, I apologize to River for the millionth time tonight as we stand at the top of the stairs at the farmhouse. I woke up in a pile of my own drool, my cheek pressed against his shoulder just as the end credits were filling the screen. You should have woken me up. It's fine. He even summarized the entire plot for me, at my request. It won't happen again, I say. I must have been too relaxed or something. Full belly, warm truck, good company. He peers at me, almost like he's examining his thoughts, and his eyes land on my mouth for a sliver of time long enough to be noticeable. His broad shoulders fill his plaid shirt, and his wide, comfortable stance tells me he's in no hurry to go anywhere. If he were standing a few feet away right now, our proximity would make the temptation of kissing him that much harder to resist. You can pick the next thing we do, I say, and I promise I won't fall asleep. He pulls in a long breath, giving my proposal some thought. You like to fish? I haven't fished in years. Let's go fishing tomorrow night, after dinner, he says. All right, I smile, stepping back to the opposite end of the hall toward my room. Sounds like fun. As soon as I reach my door, I twist the knob before glancing back at him. He's studying me with a curious glint in his eyes, and I'd give 1,000,000 pennies for his thoughts. But I know they're none of my business, and he wouldn't hesitate to make that fact as clear as day. I had a good time with you tonight, I say, feeling the need to let it be known. The man may not smile, and may not say more than a handful of words at any given time, but his stillness is grounding, his quiet companionship therapeutic. And I'm glad to know him.
Chapter 35. River.
We're friends now, aren't we?
Leighton asks, sitting cross-legged on a wool blanket at the end of a dock. The sky's full of stars tonight, and the sound of bullfrogs and crickets drown out the faint country music playing from my truck several yards back. There's so much to look at here, so much to take in. But all I see is her. I suppose, I say, baiting her line.
You suppose?
She punches my arm.
We're friends, you can't deny it. We're always together.
Proximity doesn't make a friendship.
We share meals.
For convenience, I say.
We do everything together, she says, and I tell you everything.
I guess if that's your definition of friendship. I hand her a rod and watch her cast off before placing it in a rod holder affixed to the dock. Returning to the blanket, she lies on her back, slipping her hands under her head and counting the stars. I don't think she has any interest in fishing. I think she simply wanted to spend time with me. Cracking a beer from the cooler, I take a drink and keep an eye on her rod, listening for the bells to signal we've got a bite.
Lie down with me, she says.
Got to keep an eye on this.
River.
Her voice is harder this time, more insistent.
Please? The sky is so pretty right now, you need to stop and take it all in.
And if I don't?
Then you'll miss out.
On what? I can see this any night of the week.
You'll miss out on this moment, she says. With me, your friend. As soon as it's gone, it's gone. And someday you might look back on this and wish you'd have taken the time to lie down next to me.
I exhale. Leighton sits up, leaning on her elbows.
It's not going to kill you.
Taking the spot beside her, I rest the back of my head on my hands and stare up at an endless black sky and a vision of stars. Years ago, I'd have thought it was a beautiful sight. Now it just reminds me of how small and insignificant we all are in this world.
I wish you could have met my dad,
Leighton muses.
I wish more people could have known him. He was only in his 30s when he died.
I feel her look toward me.
He was the nicest person in the whole world. He'd do anything for anyone, and he never expected a single thing in return. Kind of like you.
She sighs, turning her attention skyward again.
Anyway, being out here and looking at the sky makes me think of him. I'm wondering what he's doing right now and if he's thinking of me, too.
I know the feeling.
He brought out the best in everyone, she says. Especially my mother. She wasn't herself unless he was around. After he died, she was never the same. When we moved in with my grandma, I had to step up. I was 15, taking care of my little brother and sister.
Her voice trails.
Mom loved to drink. That's how she dealt with the loss. After we lost Dad, she said it felt like someone had ripped her heart clean out of her without any warning, and drinking was the only way to fill up that empty spot so full she didn't notice it was missing anymore.
That sounds about right.
Anyway, my brother and sister grew up resenting me. I was the one making sure they did their homework and went to bed at a good time, she says. My grandma tried, but they never listened to her, and my mom was never coherent enough to do anything about it. For the longest time, my sister hated me. We're okay now, but my brother doesn't really have much to do with any of us. Not sure why. I guess dysfunction affects everyone differently. She turns to me. Are you close with your parents? I shake my head. I never knew my parents. Seth's family adopted me when I was 13, though I suspect they were mostly looking for free labor on the farm. That's terrible. It is what it is. Do you speak to them now? She asks. They passed a couple of years ago. I'm sorry, she says, placing her hand on mine. I shake my head. I'm not. You think Seth turned out the way he was by accident? Leighton says nothing, and maybe she thinks I'm cold-hearted and unappreciative, but she didn't grow up with the McCraes. Seth was threatened by me, I say. He did everything in his power to ensure his parents saw him as the golden child. By the time they died, we weren't exactly on speaking terms. He had them convinced I was some kind of dangerous monster. They were fucking afraid of me. My God. They left everything to him, I say. But I didn't care. I didn't need their money anyway. That's how he bought the bar, and his house, and the fleet of vehicles that are clearly his way of compensating for something. Leighton laughs, rolling to her stomach and propping her chin on her hand. This is the most I've ever heard you talk. I like it. Leaning on my side, I meet her starstruck gaze. Let's not make it a big deal. But it is a big deal. You're opening up to me, she says. When was the last time you opened up to anyone? I shake my head. A while ago. You make me feel like an open book, she says, looking at me with stars in her eyes and exhaling slowly, like we've got all the time in the world. I feel like I can tell you anything, and you won't judge me. I've never been keen on judging others. You're a good man, River. Her mouth pulls into a close-lipped smile. And I love your heart. Warmth spreads over me as I let her words sink in. Allison used to say those very words to me back when we first met. I love your heart. Until I met Allison, I always thought I was unlovable. I never believed there was anyone out there for me, or that I deserved anyone. Growing up with Seth as an older brother didn't exactly set me up for success, and I did some things I'd never forgive myself for. And then I met Allie. She convinced me I had a heart worth loving, and the day I vowed to spend the rest of my life with her was one of the best days of my life. Allison made me forget how unworthy I was. She made me forget the fact that nobody wanted me and nobody cared, because she wanted me. She cared. I really like spending time with you, Leighton says. And for the record, I do consider you a friend, even if you don't feel the same. My mouth tugs up at one side and I force a tight laugh through my nose. Did you just laugh? Leighton points. No. Yes, you did. Her pretty mouth is pulled ear to ear. I think we're making a breakthrough here. You're talking, laughing, actively participating in this crazy little thing called life. Why don't you go back to counting stars or whatever the hell you were doing before? Because you're much more fascinating than all the stars in the sky, she says, reaching her hand toward my face and tickling her fingertips around my ear. Her smile fades and our eyes meet. I could kiss you right now if I thought you could handle it. Her tongue drags along her bottom lip, and her hand pulls away from my face. There's a moment to be seized, an opportunity to capture, and it's slipping away before my very eyes. Reaching for Leighton, I pull her over top of me, cupping her pretty face in my hands. Her jaw falls before morphing into an amused chuckle, and she presses her palms along my chest. What's this? She asks. I sit up, keeping her legs straddled around my hips, and I bring my mouth to hers, soft and slow, gentle and unhurried. She tastes like spearmint and smells like a dream. Her skin is cashmere beneath my fingertips, her hair pure silk. My heart gallops in my chest, a glaring reminder that I'm still here,
I'm not dead. Yet. And I've still got a life to live. Leighton's body melts against mine, her hips grinding as I kiss her soft lips and graze my tongue against hers.
You're not going to stop this time, are you?
She asks, breathless, her fingertips caressing the nape of my neck. Never.
Chapter 36. Leighton. River's hands grip my ass as he carries me down the dock and back to his truck. Country music croons softly from his speakers as my legs slide down his sides and he presses me against the lowered tailgate, bringing his mouth against mine again. There's something special in the way he kisses me, something that makes time stand still and the past non-existent. His hand cups my jaw, and his tongue glides between my lips, sending a flutter to my chest that could easily bring me to my knees. River lifts me, placing me on the tailgate and standing between my legs. His hands tug at the hem of my shirt, pulling it over my head with impatient intention. When his fingers work to remove my bra, I know this is happening. He's not going to stop. There's no turning back. This is real. And I'm going to enjoy every intoxicating second of it. A thrill runs through me as I reach for his belt, my hands grazing the outline of his hardness. Unfastening each button of his shirt, I can't strip him down fast enough. I want all of him, and I want all of him now. River's lips press against the hot flesh beneath my jaw, leaving a path of heated kisses that evaporate into the night air. My head relaxes, letting my hair cascade over my bare shoulders as the moonlight paints my skin. His arm scoops around my back, pulling me closer until I slide down, and a moment later, he's lowered himself to his knees, sliding my jeans and panties to the ground. "You're so fucking beautiful," he moans, pressing his tongue between my slick seam. The way he touches me, so tender, so careful, makes me love his heart even harder than before. Unzipping his fly, I take his cock in my hand, pumping his generous length until he falls forward, moaning against my ear. A moment later, he scoops me up in his arms, carrying me to his truck. As soon as we're in, he pulls me into his lap, cupping his hand around my breast and bringing the nipple to his mouth. Sucking gently and flicking the pink bud with his tongue, he slides his hands down my backside before taking a handful and pulling me harder against him. His cock throbs against my pussy, and when my hips grind against him, his breathing grows ragged. "I want this," I whisper, looking into his deep brown eyes and digging my nails into his broad shoulders. "I want you." River buries his head against my chest for a moment, my heart beating wildly, and then he wraps his arms around me, draping my arms over his shoulders. I kiss his neck, moving to his ear and the side of his face, and then his lips again. My hips buck against his, teasing and tempting, wordlessly telling him I'm his for the taking. "I'll never be her," I say, my voice faint. "No one will. I can only be me. And it's okay for you to want to be with me, River. It's okay." River exhales, reaching between his legs and taking his girth in his hands. We lock eyes, and he drags the tip of his swollen cock along my seam, and I lower myself onto him. A sweet emancipation. Rocking my body over his, I impale myself with his length again and again, never letting go, never stopping. His body tenses and releases, his eyes never leaving mine as his hands steady my hips. River's thumb circles my clit, pushing me closer to the edge and back with each hungry sway of our bodies. I'm close, but I never want this to end. Burying my face into the side of his neck, I hold on tighter, riding him faster and harder, his hands digging deeper into my fiery skin as the world around us fades into the background and waves of exuberance wash over me. Climbing off him, I move aside, lowering my mouth to his cock and swallowing his river of sweet release. When he's finished, he pulls me back to his lap, and I collapse against him, my skin sticking to his. When I finally muster the strength to peel myself away, our eyes meet, and River smiles. Bubbles rise to the surface of the blueberry pancakes I'm making for breakfast the next morning. An old t-shirt of River's covers my naked body, and my hair is a result of the encore presentation that took place the second we got home. But I don't care. His hands slink around my waist, and his lips press into the side of my neck, and it doesn't get any better than this. Nothing and no one could ruin this moment. Flipping the pancake, I giggle. Stop! You're going to make me burn these. Who needs breakfast anyway? He growls, holding me tight. Me? I'm starving. The sound of the dog barking interrupts our carefree moment, and we both glance out the kitchen window to find a black SUV pulling into the drive. Expecting someone? I ask. No, stay here. River, who had the foresight to at least put on a pair of pants before coming downstairs for breakfast, tugs a t-shirt over his head before stepping into a pair of boots and heading outside. I click the stove off and run upstairs to throw some clothes on. The sound of two men shouting is all I hear when I return. Tearing through the front door and jogging down the stone path, I freeze before I get to the picket gate. Grant? I squint in his direction. What are you doing here? It's like seeing a ghost, because for the last couple of weeks, this man has been dead to me. I haven't missed him, haven't thought about him, haven't wondered how he's holding up or what he's thinking. I haven't even cared if he's sorry or remorseful. Leighton. Grant is dressed in a three-piece suit, complete with Gucci loafers and a polished Rolex. His look is comical in a place like this, but he's too self-involved to notice or care. Why did you come here? You repeatedly ignored me. What choice did I have? His face is washed in incredulous disgust, as if this entire thing is my fault. How the hell did you find me? I ask, simply for curiosity's sake. It wasn't hard. There was a bit of a paper trail with your rental car and a few debit card transactions, he says, an air of smugness about him. I spoke with your mother, asking her why you'd be in South Dakota of all places, and she gave me this address. Leave. River stands between us, not letting Grant take a single step closer. You're not welcome here. You stay out of this. Grant looks at River as if he's nothing more than a piece of gum on the bottom of his pricey shoes. Whoever the hell you are. My jaw falls. Don't talk to him that way. You don't know him. What? Grant scoffs, laughing. Is he your boyfriend? You two fucking or something? My arms fold. River gives him a 1,000-yard stare. My God. Grant takes a step back, his confidence waning. You are fucking. Wow, Leighton. Didn't take you long to move on, did it? You always were quick to spread those. Before he has a chance to finish his thought, River socks him across the jaw, sending him stumbling against the hood of his rental Escalade. River, don't! I run to him just as he's winding his arm back to take another punch. He's not worth it. With Grant being a lawyer, he's got a whole bevy of tricks up his sleeve, and he won't hesitate to see to it that River spends a little time behind bars if he feels so inclined. My ex pulls himself up, adjusting his suit and checking his watch for damage. A trickle of blood drips from his left nostril, and the side of his face is ruddy and swollen. Leave, River says again, as I hang on to his arm. I won't let him go down for this. It isn't his fight. I'm not leaving unless she's coming with me, Grant says. Leighton, get your things. We're going home. My nose wrinkles. Absolutely not. I'm staying here. What, with him? With Farmer Dan? Grant smirks, pulling out his pocket square and dabbing at his nose. You belong with me, and you know it. You cheated on me. I'll never trust you again, I say. You don't do that to someone you love, Grant. You stopped loving me somewhere along the line, and I stopped loving you too. Bullshit. You act like we can't fix this. We can, he says. Come home. We'll talk this through. We'll make it right. I refuse to believe it's over. Believe it. River breaks from my hold and squares his shoulders against Grant's, towering over him. She doesn't want to be with you. I didn't come all this way to go home empty-handed. Grant pushes past River, coming after me. You're mine, Layton. I don't belong to you. My hands cross tight across my chest, and I step back. You need to leave. You're making an ass of yourself and you're trespassing. I glance around, but River's nowhere in sight. Grant hooks his hand into my arm, leading me to the Cadillac, my heels dragging in the yard. I suggest you let her go right now. River's voice is smooth and steady, unwavering, and as Grant's grip tightens on my arm, I realize he's staring down the barrel of a shotgun. Grant chuckles. What are you gonna do? Shoot me? When I tell the sheriff that some man crossed state lines with the intention of kidnapping a young lady, I'm sure their sympathies are going to lie with me. River says, keeping the shotgun pointed at Grant. You're going to let her go, and you're going to get the hell off my property. He racks the gun. Grant's grip loosens. He lingers for a moment, like he's going to call River's bluff. But then he turns to leave, stopping and pointing at me. This isn't over. Damn right it is, River answers for me, repositioning his gun. An endless minute passes, and Grant takes his time getting into his SUV. When he's finally gone and out of sight, River lowers his gun and wraps his arm around me. You all right? He asks. I nod, resting my cheek against his chest. I expect his heart to be thrumming like crazy, but he's calm. His breathing is normal, and he isn't shaking. He would have shot Grant for me, and he would have had no problems doing it. He won't be back, River says, as he leads me back to the house. How do you know? I saw weakness in his eyes. River gets the door for me. Man's nothing but chicken shit dressed in fancy clothes. He had a lot of balls to come out here, though, thinking he could get me to go back with him. Some people have the illusion of power until they come face to face with the real thing. River closes the door, cupping my face in his hands. I'd have never let him take you. I'll never let anyone take you. You're safe here. I close my eyes, and he kisses the top of my head. Slipping my hands around his waist, I breathe him in and let my feet anchor the floor. I love your heart, I whisper. He holds me tighter.
Chapter 37. River. I've marked the bunkhouse as a total loss. The insurance claims adjuster hands me a clipboard. Everything else can be fixed. Bunkhouse wasn't worth much, but we should be able to give you enough to get it bulldozed and cleared out. Just need you to sign here and I'll submit it as soon as I get back to the office. No, I say, adjusting my hat. The bunkhouse has to be saved. He laughs. From the looks of it, no one has used it in years. There's nothing worth saving about that thing. It's a part of this property. I say, it's staying, and we're fixing it. What do you expect me to do? It's a total loss, I can't lie. He scratches his temple, staring at the roofless dwelling no bigger than a small machine shed. I suppose you could allocate the money you get for the bulldozer and use some of that to fix it up. But you're going to have to do the work yourself. American Farm and Casualty isn't going to pay for the restoration. Scratching my 5 o'clock shadow, I take a look at the old building. I can't tear it down. I can't do that to Leighton. If I have to spend my nights and weekends fixing it up, I will. Signing the forms, I send the adjuster on his way just in time for Leighton to emerge with 2 mugs of coffee.
Everything good?
She asks, blowing cooled breath across the top of hers. Just making sure we can save the bunkhouse. I know how much it means to you. Her eyes widen.
You're going to save it?
Of course. Her expression lightens, and the joy on her face fills me with lightness and warmth.
Thank you, River. You have no idea how much this would have meant to my dad. He worked so hard building this, did it all on his own.
Anyway, I'm about to head into town to the New Holland dealership to order a new disc. You want to come? You look bored. I chuckle as I watch Leighton study the various implements spread across the showroom floor. She turns to me.
I'm testing myself.
Testing yourself?
Seeing if I remember what these do.
She moves around a tiller.
This one tills, that one rakes, the one in the corner is a field cultivator. So far I'm 3 for 3.
Not bad. The salesman flags me down, waving his pen, and I head to his office to sign on the dotted line for my new disc harrow. When I'm finished, I take Leighton by Tanglewood Tack to get her a pair of riding boots to go with the horse I bought her last week at the auction. She doesn't know the horse is hers, but after hearing about the Palomino mare she had and loved as a young girl, and how she hadn't seen it since her family moved, I thought it'd be nice if she could get a do-over. I'd be happy to keep this one here as long as she likes, and my mares could use a little company anyway.
What are we doing here?
Leighton asks as I park outside the tack shop. You need some riding boots.
For what? I don't have a horse.
That Palomino I bought the other week. It's yours. I lock the truck and head for the front door.
River.
She follows, her jaw hanging.
You didn't. It's your horse.
I don't need another horse. Mine does just fine. I get the door. I'd be happy to take care of it as long as you need. We're picking it up on the way home. Her hand cups her mouth before she throws her arms around my shoulders, hanging from me as she bounces on her toes.
You're amazing.
She pulls her body from mine before gifting me with a kiss, and I take her hand, leading her inside the air-conditioned, leather-scented store.
Oh.
Leighton freezes as the bells on the door jingle as it glides to a close. Standing 5 feet ahead of us, swiping his card at the cash register, is the devil himself.
River? Leighton?
Seth flashes a smile that could fool an angel into thinking he was one of them, and he tips his hat. The young girl working the register stares at him, fidgeting like the butterflies in her stomach won't allow her to stand still.
Got any plans after this, Seth?
She asks, leaning forward and squeezing her cleavage as she snaps her pink gum.
I hear it's going to be nice out. I was thinking of going to the pool after work. You should go.
Seth chuckles. This girl is at least 15 years his junior. But as long as she's over 18 with big tits and a perky ass, he doesn't discriminate.
That sounds like a nice time, Avery, he says with a wink. I might have to join you.
Leighton and I exchange looks, and she pulls me away from the door and toward a wall of cowboy hats. Avery gives him a dainty wave after handing him a small receipt, and she stares like a schoolgirl overcome with a crush as he struts away.
Leighton, you're looking beautiful as ever,
Seth says, stopping a few feet from us on his way out. I squeeze Leighton's hand before trying to let it go, but she holds tight.
Brother, good to see you, he says. Don't be a stranger.
A couple of women shopping in the back of the store look up, watching the exchange. Everyone in Bonesteel Creek knows my brother, and this is nothing more than a live-action PR campaign with a mission to keep his good reputation in good standing.
Come on.
Leighton pulls me to the back of the store.
We're here for Boots, not to waste our time on that jackass.
The bells on the door jangle and the air feels a little more breathable than it did a minute ago.
Calm down.
Leighton speaks under her breath, interlacing her fingers in mine.
If you let him get to you, then he wins. Don't let him win.
It's not about winning. It's about justice.
Karma will bite him in the ass one of these days.
I don't believe in karma. My jaw clenches, pain radiating up my face.
That's no excuse to take matters into your own hands.
She rises on her toes to reach for a pair of black boots on a top shelf. It's every excuse.
You kill him and I'll kill you,
she says with all the nonchalance in the world.
Because I can live in a world where Seth exists, but I can't live in a world where you're locked up behind bars.
Her words steal my train of thought for a moment.
What?
Her mouth pinches, stifling a grin.
I like you, River. You act surprised.
Wasn't expecting it, that's all.
How could you not expect it? I couldn't take my hands off you last night.
Her voice dwindles to a soft whisper as she peers around the store. The feeling was mutual, and it still is. I hook my hand on her hip, pulling her against me and leaning down to kiss her sweet mouth.
You're taking me home after this, right?
She asks, peering up at me through long, dark lashes. Placing my hand beneath her chin, I align her lips with mine, grazing them before breathing her in. For the last several minutes, I'd forgotten about Seth, about Allison, about the pile of tragedies that comprise my life history. I've forgotten about the nagging loneliness that eats through my bones day in and day out. I've forgotten how dark my past is, and how murky my future feels. I've forgotten everything, and it's all because of the woman smiling up at me this very second, looking at me like I'm the best thing to ever happen to her. Whether or not that's true is none of my business. All I know is until I met her, I was falling, sinking into an endless black hole. Then I kissed her, and suddenly I felt the earth beneath my feet again. Let's buy these damn boots so I can get you home. I kiss her again and again, until the sound of someone clearing their throat reminds me we're in public.
Did you need to try those on?
Avery asks, lashes batting. Leighton's fingertips trace her lips and her cheeks warm.
Yes, size 7, please.
When Avery disappears into the back room, Leighton steals another kiss, each one bringing me closer from the brink. Each one a silent promise, reassuring me that everything might be okay after all.
Chapter 38. Leighton. I'm bent over the kitchen table, because apparently River couldn't wait a minute longer. My hands splayed across the polished wood top as my panties are wrapped around one ankle. He spreads my thighs apart, dragging a finger between my seam before plunging it deep inside. My body shivers at his touch, and his free hand slides up my bare belly before cupping my breast. My clothes are scattered between here and the front door, and he all but carried me caveman style up the front walk the second he pulled into the drive. There's something lighter about him, something less closed and unfeeling. I wasn't planning on telling him I liked him earlier, but the timing felt right, and I had to get it off my chest because it was all I'd been thinking about since we had sex by the lake. God, you're so fucking wet, he groans. I spread my legs wider, arching my back as he massages my clit from behind. A moment later, his body heat leaves mine as he lowers himself to his knees, tonguing my pussy with soft, hungry strokes. My knees buckle, threatening to give out with each lash, and when he slips his finger inside me again, I almost lose it. Fuck me, River, I beg, desperate to feel his force, desperate to feel each inch of him filling me as deep as he can fit. I want to feel close to you. Rising, he retrieves a condom from his pocket, clearly prepared to come inside me this time. He must have purchased them while we were in town today. Sheathing his girth, he presses his thick head against my entrance before sliding his length inside. Exhaling, I fall forward, my cheek pressed against the smooth table and my body limp as he takes me from behind. My body is made for his pleasure, willingly, happily. Gathering my hair in his hand, he pulls me against him, his hips pistoning, his cock in and out of me at warp speed. The slap of skin on skin, the scent of sex in the air, his palm covering my neck and his breath in my ear. It's all I can do not to come all over his cock this very instant. "You feel so fucking good," he breathes, his words hot against my neck. "Don't stop." I buck my hips against his, meeting his rhythm, thrust for thrust. He releases my hair, sliding his hands down my sides and controlling my hips, thrusting harder and deeper, faster and more animalistic than ever before. Friction builds on friction until I can no longer hold back, my pussy clenching his cock as his fingers dig into my flesh. The steady build turns into sweet release, and when he's finished, he pulls my breathless body against his. "Good God, woman," he says, exhaling as he lingers inside of me. "I already want you again." My lips curl at the sides. "Ready when you are." He pulls out of me, strutting to the nearby bathroom to clean up, and I begin gathering my clothes from various places: the back of the chair, hanging off the sink, the floor in the entryway. When the last article is crammed into my arms, my phone rings from my purse. Fishing it out from the bottom, I answer my sister's call. "Hey, Obs," I say, trying my best to sound like someone who wasn't recently ridden hard and put away wet. "I'm so glad you answered." The desperation in Aubrey's voice sends a sick swirl to my stomach. "Leighton, it's Grandma." My grip loosens on my phone. "She's really sick," she says. "She's in the hospital, and the doctors don't know how much time she has. I'm getting on the next flight to Kansas City. We leave in 3 hours. If you want to say goodbye, while you still can, I suggest you do the same." I steady myself against a wallpapered wall, my heart sinking slowly, painfully. "She was healthy," I say. "What happened?" "Pneumonia, I think," Aubrey says, her voice breaking. "She's not breathing on her own. That's what Mom says, and this is the 4th time she's had pneumonia this year." "I'll be there as soon as I can," I say, making a promise I'm determined to keep. I have no idea how I'll get there, but I will. Ending the call, I turn to see River standing in the middle of the room, shirtless and fastening his belt buckle. "Everything okay?" he asks. "My grandma is sick," I say, my voice and my heart deflated. "They don't know how much time she has." "Where is she?" "Kansas City. I'm going to look for a flight. I'm going to have to get one of those airline credit cards with the absurd interest rates. I officially have no choice." "It'll be faster if we drive," he says, grabbing his shirt off the floor and tugging it over his head. "What?" "I'm going to drive you." He checks his pockets for his keys and phone. "By the time you book a flight, drive to Pierre, and spend all that time in airports, it'll just be quicker if we go by car. It's a 7-hour drive. We could be there by tonight." "River, are you sure?" His offer is exceedingly generous, but I'm not exactly in a position to turn it down. "Pack a bag and meet me at the truck in an hour. I'm going to call Guy and see if he can watch the farm for a couple of days." "Thank you." Rushing to him, I cup his handsome face in my hands and kiss him hard. "Thank you so much."
Chapter 39. River. I keep to the back of the hospital room, trying not to intrude on this private family moment. I offered to stay in the waiting room, but Leighton wanted me here, with her. Her mom, Renee, is seated next to her grandmother, who drifts in and out of sedation but isn't capable of saying much thanks to her oxygen mask. Renee looks up at me after a while, her dark eyes squinting as she tucks her gray-brown hair behind one ear. The whites of her eyes are tinged yellow, and the tip of her nose is cherry red. She's been crying and drinking, I presume. Leighton, you going to introduce us to your new boyfriend? Renee does very little to mask the snide flavor of her tone.
Mom, she already did,
Aubrey says, chin tucked and voice low.
His name is River, remember?
Renee's eyes scan the length of me. That's right. What kind of name is River, anyway? A family name, ma'am. I give a polite nod, opting not to elaborate. I don't need to get into specifics about how my biological mother named me after her father, who was a Baptist preacher and 1/8 Sioux, in an attempt to try and reconnect, only he disowned her for becoming an unwed mother, and I spent the rest of my childhood being bounced from foster family to foster family, all the while getting shit for having a name that was different from everybody else's. Had my existence not been so shielded in secrecy, maybe I'd have wound up on a reservation somewhere with distant family. And maybe my life would have turned out a whole lot different. But then I never would have married Allison. I never would have had Emma or the promise of Cannon. And I never would have met Leighton.
Mom?
Leighton shoots her mother a look.
Let's focus on Grandma.
Her brother Jackson hasn't said 2 words since he arrived with a bouquet of flowers. I don't suppose it's tradition to give a dying woman a bouquet of lilies, but I suppose the poor man didn't want to show up empty-handed. He's tall and strapping, with a body built for farming, but used for linebacking. Leighton says he plays football at Notre Dame on a full scholarship, but other than that, she isn't sure what he's up to these days. She said they don't keep in touch like they used to. He brought a girl with him, a skinny cheerleader type with fake breasts and bleached blonde hair. Renee seems to like her. In fact, Renee is friendlier to Jackson's girlfriend than her own daughters combined. Leighton is hunched forward, her hand enveloping her grandmother's, stroking her veiny, paper-thin skin. I'm going to grab a coffee, I say. I think that drive's starting to get to me. Anyone else need anything? I'll come with you. Renee rises, tugging on her Notre Dame sweatshirt. Her eyes focus on me, her lips curling into something mischievous. I could use a walk. Within seconds, we're strolling down the hall toward the vending machines. Renee moves slowly, like a woman feigning sobriety, but every so often she steadies herself on the handrail attached to the hospital walls. How long have you known my daughter? She asks, peering up with a cocked eyebrow. The scent of stale beer on her breath is undeniable. Not long, I say. Couple weeks, maybe a little longer. Did she leave Grant for you? I'm taken aback by her frankness, but I keep my cool. No, ma'am. It just seems odd that she had this good thing going for her and she gave it all up for, no offense, a small-town cowboy. My lips flatten and I exhale through my nose. I refuse to let this drunk woman get under my skin, and truth be told, I've been called a hell of a lot worse than a small-town cowboy in my day. With all due respect, I would hardly call Grant a good thing, I say, fishing change from my pocket. The coffee vending machine is generic, but it's all they have. I deposit 75 cents and make my selection. Renee's face scrunches. Grant would have given my daughter a very comfortable life. She wouldn't have had to want for anything. The entire world would have been at her fingertips. Now you tell me that's not a good thing? He didn't love her, I say. He was sleeping with other women. It's not my place to tell her, but I refuse to allow this woman to deify that asshat. Renee scoffs. He would never. Leighton didn't tell you? My daughter doesn't tell me anything. She squints at the machine, struggling to read the options and trying her hardest to focus. She doesn't need me anymore. She stopped needing me a long time ago. You so sure about that? Renee ignores me, clearly choosing to live in denial, as she presses the button for a medium roast coffee. But nothing happens. She presses harder, then harder still. Piece of shit, she mumbles. Without saying a word, I pull 3 more quarters from my pocket and place them in the machine. Oh, she presses the button again, not the least bit embarrassed or thankful. and we wait as her drink is dispensed. Making our way back to the room, Renee says nothing, nursing her coffee and staring blankly ahead. But the second we reach the door, she stops me with her hand on my arm.
My daughter deserves better than you.
I know.
Chapter 40. Leighton. The takeout pizza on my paper plate has hardened, and my appetite has been non-existent since I got the call this morning from Aubrey. You need to eat something, my sister says, perched on the edge of her hotel bed beside her husband. Not hungry. I pick at a piece of greasy pepperoni. The thought of eating it makes me nauseous. The doctors seem to be hopeful, Adam says, ever the optimist. It's easy to be optimistic when you're bilking a 7-figure salary from one of the hottest up-and-coming Silicon Valley startups to hit the scene in years. Aubrey married well. Mom is proud. That's all she ever wanted for us, to marry up. She was convinced if we married well, we could insulate ourselves from tragedy and hardship. She loved my father, but she felt wholeheartedly that had he took the job working for her father at his Kansas City Chevy dealership, he never would have taken over his father's farm and never would have died so young. Grief makes your logic a little fuzzy sometimes. So does alcohol. You want this? I slide my plate toward River, who shakes his head. You should try to eat. You haven't eaten anything since breakfast, he answers gently. Glad you're keeping track. I lift my slice a couple of inches, but I'm unable to bring it any closer. The doctor gave her a 50-50 chance, Adam says, popping the cap off a bottle of local craft beer. Don't lose hope. I'm allowed to be realistic, Aubrey says. I mean, we knew this day would come eventually. She's almost 90 years old, I get that, but she was our grandmother. She took us in and gave us a place to stay, a chance at a normal life. She sewed our Halloween costumes when Mom couldn't. She taught Leighton how to cook so she could feed us on the days my grandmother wasn't feeling up to it. She cheered us on from the sidelines at all of our games when Mom was too drunk to remember to show up. After we lost everything, she was all we really had. Aubrey wipes away a tear before sliding off the bed and shuffling to the bathroom. She's always hated to cry in front of other people. It makes her feel weak and powerless. Checking my watch, I realize it's almost 11 o'clock, so I tap River on the arm. We should get back to our room. He nods, and I toss out my untouched dinner. Tell Obbs I'm down the hall if she needs me. I tell Adam. We're in 307. I climb under the crisp hotel covers after washing up for bed. River's body is warm, and I slink up to him, melding my body against his and slipping my arm over his side. Pure, unadulterated comfort. He rolls to his side, facing me. I thought you were asleep, I say. I'm too tired to fall asleep. Me too. I kiss his mouth before burying my nose into his neck. The faint scent of aftershave fills my lungs. Thank you for everything. I rub my fingertips along his smooth chest before pressing my cheek against it, finding solace in the steady beat of River's heart.
Chapter 41. River. Leighton's perched on the edge of the bed the next morning, cradling the hotel phone on her shoulder when I step out of the shower. She turns to face me, her free hand resting on her chest.
That's great news,
she says, exhaling.
Thank God.
Our eyes lock and she smiles.
Yes, we'll stop by and visit this morning.
Leighton turns away.
Love you too.
She hangs up, twisting toward me.
That was my sister. My grandma apparently made some improvements overnight. The doctors say she's going to be fine for now. They're looking into sending her home in the next day or two. She's off supplemental oxygen and her stats are near perfect.
Glad to hear it.
Leighton rises, nuzzling into my arms and pulling in a lungful of steamy, soapy air.
Let's go visit her this morning. I want to spend some quality time with her before we go back.
Of course.
River, can you come in here? Leighton steps out of her grandmother's room to where I'm lingering in the hall. I wanted to give them some time alone before Renee, Aubrey, and Jackson showed up.
She'd like to meet you.
Heading in, I stand at the foot of the woman's bed, watching as a slow smile curls across her wizened face.
Alone, please, Leighton,
she says, reaching a shaking hand in my direction.
I wanted to speak to him alone.
Oh,
Leighton's eyes widen.
Right, sure. River, this is my grandma, Joyce. I don't think I've properly introduced you yet.
Nice to meet you, ma'am,
I say as she studies me. Leighton sneaks out, turning to give me a reassuring wink before she vanishes around the corner.
Have a seat, sweetheart.
She points a crooked finger toward an empty chair, and I oblige.
I wanted to have a minute with the man who put the twinkle back in my granddaughter's eyes.
Releasing a partial chuckle, I smirk. I don't know about that.
I never liked that Grant fellow,
she says, her scarce eyebrows meeting in the middle.
Leighton's face never lit up around him. That's how I knew she deserved better. Sure, he put on a good show, but that's what men like that do. Never trust the charmers. That's what I told my kids. That's how Renee picked Leighton's father. He was kind and genuine, with a good heart.
For a woman who was nearly on her deathbed 24 hours ago, I sure can't tell. Joyce coughs, and I hand her a styrofoam cup of ice water from a tray beside her bed.
Thank you, dear,
she says, sipping.
As I was saying, I don't know you. Not yet. But any man who drops everything to take a woman to see her sick grandmother is a keeper in my book.
I was just doing the right thing, ma'am.
She points, her lips pulling wide and eyes lighting.
But you did the right thing because you care about her. You put her needs before yours.
Her head tilts.
You like her, don't you?
I nod. I more than like her, but I'll keep that to myself until the time is right.
She likes you. I see it written all over that pretty face of hers,
Joyce says.
Now, I know we're not supposed to have favorites, but Leighton's always been mine.
Understandable.
I'm an old woman, she continues. I don't have all the time in the world left on this earth, but if God could grant me one dying wish, I'd wish for my granddaughter's happiness, someone to love, and someone to love her back, and none of this sports car driving, big diamond giving, slick suited artificial kind of love either. She needs the real deal.
Joyce puts an IV'd hand over her heart.
Like what I had with my sweet John. Now that was love.
She glances up toward the ceiling, stuck in a memory for a moment.
Promise me something, River,
she says, reaching for my hand. I place mine in hers.
If you ever decide you love my Leighton, love her with everything you have. Even when it seems impossible. Can you promise me that?
I promise.
Good morning.
A woman with long blonde hair and a white lab coat enters.
I'm Dr. Gannon filling in for Dr. Peha. How are you feeling this morning, Joyce?
I excuse myself, stepping out to the hall and heading to the waiting room where Leighton is flipping through an issue of Better Homes and Gardens magazine that has clearly seen better days.
That was quick.
She peers up, folding the magazine and placing it on the table next to her.
What did she want?
I think she wanted to get a few things off her chest. I reach for her hand, pulling her to a standing position. The doctor's in there now if you want to head back and talk to her.
You're not going to tell me what she said?
Leighton nudges me. It's probably nothing that you don't already know. I kiss her forehead. She just wants you to be happy.
She didn't threaten to chop your balls off?
I almost choke on my spit. Joyce is a sassy old woman, but I can't imagine those kinds of words coming out of her mouth.
She threatened to chop Grant's balls off once, Leighton says. And I fully believe that if she could right now, she'd totally do it.
Chapter 42. Leighton. How was Kansas City? Molly adjusts her ponytail as River's dog runs circles around us. River's getting caught up on field work tonight, so I thought I'd take the truck and pick up the dog from the fast horses. Is your grandmother okay? Yes, thank goodness. She gave us a good scare. Glad to hear it. Molly follows me to the truck, opening the lift gate for me and whistling for the dog to hop in. Everything going to be okay with the two of you? That's an awful lot of time to spend together, close quarters and all. Molly, I groan, you're killing me. She grins. I can't help myself. Back in high school, I was known as the queen of matchmaking. 3/4 of the couples I set up went on to get married. I have a gift. I see people and I just know when it's right. I like him, okay? I blurt out. I like him a lot, more than I thought I would, and I don't know what to think. Molly's eyes widen, and she does a little jump. I knew it! But how much of this is forced proximity? I ask. Maybe it's a convenience thing. I'm a woman, about his age, living in his house. He's lonely. I'm right there. Stop. Stop it right now. Don't second-guess this. It's real. Trust me. If he didn't like you, you'd know. And you'd probably be staying at Edna Greenfield's cat-infested bed and breakfast. Did I tell you I stayed there? My first night? You didn't. Found out the next day that I'm allergic to cats. Molly covers her mouth, subduing a laugh. Anyway, she says, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself here. I've got to get back inside. Got some tomatoes stewing on the stove. Let me know if you ever want to experience the joys of canning. I give her a wave and climb into the cab of River's truck, dropping off the dog before driving to town to get some groceries. River lives off frozen dinners and frozen everything, and yet somehow his body looks like he walked off the cover of Men's Fitness. That's her answer for you. Pulling into the Green Diamond Food Mart, I grab a cart and pull up the list I made on my phone. Pushing past the sliding automatic doors, I spot Carly up ahead, inspecting avocados before choosing the perfect one. Carly, I stop beside her. Hi. It takes her a second for my face to register. Leighton, what are you doing here? I mean, duh. You're grocery shopping, sorry. She shakes her head. Wasn't expecting to run into you. I'm used to bumping into the same old mugs. River's getting low on groceries. Thought I'd wean him off that processed junk he lives off of and show him how to eat like a yuppie health freak. River? Yeah, I say. Oh, I could have sworn I told you. I'm staying with River McCrae. He lives in my old house. I didn't tell you that? Her smile fades. River McCrae, huh? That's a name you don't hear too much anymore. You know him? Her brows rise. Of course I know him. Everyone around here knows River, or they know of him. How do you know him? He's older than us. We didn't go to school with him. The McCraes went to our church, she says. I always had a crush on River growing up. Seth, too. They were both drop-dead gorgeous. The kind of boys you stare at when you're tuning out a boring Sunday sermon. She chuckles. Anyway, River was always so dark and mysterious to me. He was friendly, but he didn't make rounds the way Seth did. He always kept a careful distance. Had a smile that could make a girl weak in the knees, though. I'd never forget a smile like that. My heart warms when I think of River, and how I hope to see more of that smile someday soon. Anyway, I'm rambling. Carly wags her hand. He was always so nice until about 12 years ago. Something happened, and it changed him. It was actually right around the time you guys moved. He was never the same after that. He stopped making eye contact, stopped smiling altogether. It's like someone flipped a switch and he put this wall up, even bigger than the one before. Of course, I was just a young girl. Maybe that was just my perception of things. He's really nice, I say. He took me in when he didn't have to, and gave me a place to stay. Shock registers across her face. That's interesting. I know a lot of people said he kind of pulled into his shell after his family was killed in that car accident. So sad. I'm assuming you know about that? I do. Well, after Allison died, he was never the same, at least from what I hear. I've seen him around town a few times, but I haven't talked to him. She chews her lip. I am curious, though, about what happened 12 years ago. That's something I never did figure out, and it always bothered me because I didn't know if I was imagining it or not. And it was right around the time you lost your dad, so maybe I was just projecting. Projecting what? Carly, what are you saying? I don't want to point fingers. Her eyes rest on mine and she hesitates. There were rumors after you left that the McCraes had something to do with the hit and run. River, specifically. My heart free falls, and my mouth dries before I have the chance to respond. I don't want to believe this. I refuse to believe he's capable of something so horrific. Carly reaches for me, placing her hand on my arm. Layton, you okay? Do you think it's true? My eyes blur in mist, but I blink away the urge to submit to this ridiculous theory just yet. She shrugs, rubbing my arm like that could possibly comfort me at a time like this. It's just a rumor. People talk all the time. It's probably nothing. They wouldn't point fingers at River for no reason, right? There had to be a reason. Somebody saw something. It was so long ago, sweetie, I have no idea. I wouldn't have said anything if I knew it would get you worked up. For 12 years, we've had to live with not knowing who left my father there to die. My voice trembles, and from the corner of my eye, I see a woman watching us, listening in, but I don't care. I don't want to believe it was him, Carly. It can't be him. Ask him, she says. His reaction should tell you all you need to know. My heart races. My palms sweat. I have to go. I have to get home. I have to talk to him. I have to put this ridiculous theory to rest as soon as possible.
Chapter 43. River. You're back early. I climb down from my tractor, strutting up to Layton as she leans against the side of my truck, arms folded. I lean down to kiss her, but she turns her cheek. The back of the truck is empty. Not a single grocery bag in sight. What's going on? My stomach is hard as a rock, and she looks like she's about to be sick. Is it Seth? I ask. Did that son of a bitch bother you?
River.
Her eyes snap to mine, and she seems to be on the verge of tears.
12 years ago this month, my father was coming back from checking on his cattle because one of our neighbors called and said we had a gate knocked down. It was a Saturday night. It was the middle of the night, maybe 2 in the morning, 3? We're not entirely sure. He was driving down a gravel road a few miles west of here when someone hit him. His truck was hit on the side, flipping him upside down. He landed in a ravine. His seatbelt jammed.
Her gaze falls to my boots and her bottom lip trembles.
He drowned because he couldn't get free. Whoever hit him drove off, didn't even try and help. Someone could have cut him free. Someone could have saved him. Instead, they left, like a fucking coward, and they left him there to die.
Tears streak her cheeks, but she smears them away with angry swipes.
He didn't have to die. He didn't deserve to die. Our family was destroyed that night, all because someone was afraid to do the right thing.
My heart pounds in my ears, her words becoming tinny and distant. This is the past coming full circle, just as I always knew it would. And this is why I don't deserve her. This is why I don't deserve happiness. I stole her happiness. The universe stole mine.
Carly said there are rumors.
Her voice breaks.
People say you had something to do with it. Tell me it's not true, River.
I lick my lips, wondering how the hell I'm going to break this to her in a way that won't shatter her world more than it's already been shattered.
Oh my God.
Her shaking fingers cover her lips. Her brown eyes round as saucers. She looks at me like the monster I am.
It was you. You left him to die. You killed my father.
I'm sorry, Layton. I'm so fucking sorry. Shaking her head, she turns away from me, striding back to the house as if she can't get away from me fast enough. I don't chase her. I don't follow her. I let her go because offering her comfort at this point would be sick and cruel, and the world's already been cruel enough to her. Falling to my knees, I squeeze my eyes tight, feeling hope slip from my fingertips, dissipating into nothingness. I had no business feeling that kind of hope to begin with, and I damn well knew better. I'm going to do the right thing. What I should have done years ago before Seth convinced a young, terrified version of myself out of coming forward. But it ends now. I'm going to turn myself in. Layton wheels her suitcases out of the front door 20 minutes later. She won't look at me, but I watch her. I watch her go, and I let the pain of this moment sink in because I need to feel it. And this punishment, it's only the beginning. But I won't feel sorry for myself. I've earned it. Layton's car kicks dust and gravel as she speeds out of my driveway and down the road, and I lean against my truck, frozen, unable to move, replaying this moment again and again like some masochistic asshole. I'm seconds from heading inside when Molly Fast Horse's Suburban pulls up.
River, what the hell is going on?
She hops out.
I just saw Layton speeding down the road, bawling her eyes out.
My mouth tightens. I hate that she's hurting, and I'll never forgive myself as long as I live. You got a minute? I ask, arms folding. I've never told this story to anyone. At least not out loud, but I've replayed the moment in my head more times than I could possibly count.
What the hell is going on? You're scaring me.
Molly yanks her sunglasses from her face.
Tell me what the hell is happening here. She was literally at my house a couple hours ago telling me how much she liked you.
Fuck. 12 years ago, Seth was back home on leave from the army. I say. We went out drinking, he and I and a friend of his. They were getting hammered, and they made damn sure I was too. I wasn't much of a drinker, and I didn't realize what a lightweight I was. But they were slamming them back, and like an idiot, I was trying to keep up. We went from bar to bar over in Kipaha, staying until closing time at this little pub on Main Street. Anyway, the next thing I know, we're piling into Seth's truck to come home, and the last thing I remember, I'm sitting behind the driver's seat, buckled in, and the truck is stuck in a ditch. Seth and his friend are yelling at me, saying I crashed the truck. There was blood on my forehead and my hands and blood on the steering wheel. We were all covered in blood, mostly broken noses and busted lips from the airbags and shattered glass. Molly hangs on to my every word, her jaw falling and her hand covering her eyes. The two of them pushed the truck out of the ditch as I steered, and somehow we made it home. Our parents were none the wiser, I say. The next day, they were saying on the news that a local man had been killed overnight. His truck had been hit and flipped over. He drowned. Seth told me I'd hit him. And when I asked why we didn't stop to help, he said the guy was already dead and he didn't want me to be sent away for murder. He told me I'd get in even more trouble if I came forward, leaving the scene of a crime or something.
River.
I was young, and I was terrified, and I was a goddamn moron. I say, if I could go back and change it, I would. I release a forceful breath, remembering how Seth put the fear of God into me every chance he got, doing everything he could to ensure I kept my mouth shut. Several years went by, and the guilt ate away at me, kept me up at night, gave me nightmares. I was about to turn myself in, and then I met Allison. Molly places her hand on my arm.
No,
No?
I refuse to believe this.
I'm telling you that's the story, I say. That's what happened. I was there. Her lips form a straight line.
This has Seth written all over it.
My brows meet. I did it. I was behind the wheel.
How do you know Seth didn't move you there after the crash? Do you remember getting in the driver's seat that night?
We were all plastered. I don't remember anything between leaving the bar and waking up with blood on my face. Folding my arms, I pull in a deep breath. Seth and I were in a good place back then. He'd gone away to the military for a few years, and when he came back, he said he wanted to spend time with me, get to know me all over again. He apologized for tormenting me when we were younger, admitting he let his jealousy get the best of him, and he wanted to make up for it. I was still young and impressionable, and I followed him like a lost puppy, buying everything he was selling. It wasn't until after the accident, when Seth's manipulative ways came out to play again, I realized he was still a snake. And for the last 12 years, he's been holding that secret over my head, leveraging it any time he needed me to cover for him. I just want this to be over, I say. I need to come forward. Leighton's family needs justice.
But you didn't do anything.
You don't know that.
I do, Molly says, getting in my face. You're a good person. You would have stopped and helped. You would have gotten help. Seth is the one who made you drive away. Seth is responsible for that man's death, not you.
The law is going to care more about who was behind the wheel than whose idea it was to lead the getaway, I say. Besides, it's been so long, it's going to be his word against mine.
What was the name of the other guy who was there with you that night? Maybe he can corroborate this.
I shake my head. I couldn't even begin to tell you. Some army buddy of his who stayed with us for a while. Never saw him again after that.
Do you remember what he looked like? Anything?
I snuff. He had a thick scar on his forehead, kind of right over one eyebrow, and he had brown hair. That's about it.
I'm going to find him.
Good luck. I roll my eyes.
I'm serious. I can find anyone on social media. Anyone. I'm going to find this guy, and I'm going to get him to come forward.
Like he's going to want to implicate himself?
You never know.
Molly chews on her lower lip before hopping back into her Chevy like a woman on a mission.
That damn Seth.
She slams the door and peels away. I'm not even sure why she was over here in the first place, but none of it matters now. There are more important things to tend to. As soon as I can get my estate affairs in order, I'm going to do what I should have done 12 years ago. I'm turning myself in.
Chapter 44. Leighton. You sure you don't need me to call someone for you? The pawn shop owner hunches over his glass counter as I slide my iPad Pro toward him. I'm sure I look like a hot mess with bloodshot eyes, ruddy cheeks, and messy hair, but I don't care. How much for this? I ask. It's the latest generation, tons of storage, like new. I don't need it. Not when I need gas money and enough for a hotel to catch some sleep on my way back to Arizona. Harold said he'd pay me in person, in cash, and if I can just make it there, I can collect my wages and figure out my next step. I might be running on fumes by the time I pull into Scottsdale, but I'll get there. The man inspects it carefully, pressing the home button and swiping through the apps. It was a belated birthday gift from Grant after he'd missed my birthday this year. He purchased me the Pro version because it was the most expensive, and therefore he believed it to be the best. Never mind that I only ever used it for social media, online shopping, and curating a frivolous collection of pool-worthy pop songs. It's completely up to date, and I've just reset it to the factory defaults. I have the charger and the protective case. There's not a single scratch on the glass. You can't even tell it's been used, I say. 200. His chin juts forward. My chest tightens. I can't get home on $200 unless I sleep in my car and subsist off dollar menu garbage, and even then it's not a sure bet. This is worth more than $200, I say. It was almost $1,300 brand new. You got the receipt? He asks, slipping a toothpick between his teeth. No, but you can pull up the Apple website and look, I say, pulling out my phone. Want me to show you? 300, he says. No. Lady, this is a pawn shop. He pulls the toothpick from his mouth and cocks his head. You do know how pawn shops work, right? 500, I say. 500 and it's yours. The odds of someone walking in wanting to spend that kind of money on a little machine like this are slim to none, he says. Nobody in this town cares about fancy iPads or whatevers. Then sell it online. I bet you could get $1,000 out of it. Then why don't you sell it online if you think you can fetch that much? Because I need the money now. My voice quivers. I don't have the time or the energy to argue with this man. Forget it. I'll go down the street to Pawn Shark. $4.75, he says, eyeballing me. Final offer. Sighing, I meet his steely gaze. If it makes you feel better to pocket that extra $25, then fine. You have yourself a deal. I slap the charger and cover on the counter, and he moves to the register, counting out $475. Fill this out. He hands me a form to complete. You have 90 days to buy it back, and then it becomes property of Pickerman's Pawn and Loan. Not necessary. I won't be back. I shove the cash in my purse and get the hell out of Bonesteel Creek, this time by choice. Chapter 45. Layton. 1 week later. You want some more tea, Grandma? I take a seat on the edge of her sofa as she shuffles cards for another round of gin rummy. After making it back to Arizona, I was able to collect my final earnings from Harold, collect the last of my things, hire an attorney to threaten Grant with a restraining order. It wasn't until after an hour-long heart-to-heart with Grandma Joyce over the phone that she convinced me to come stay with her for a while. Yes, but I can get it myself, she rises. You need to sit down, Layton. You've been flitting around like a busy bee all morning. I'm getting exhausted just watching you. But at least your kitchen is sparkling and your laundry is all caught up. I follow her to the kitchen, glasses in hand. I might be busy, but she's stubborn. Didn't the doctor tell you to take it easy from now on, and to accept help when it's offered? Clucking her tongue, she yanks the fridge door and pulls out a heavy pitcher of freshly brewed iced tea. It shakes in her hand, but sure enough, she refills our glasses without missing a drop. I didn't fly you here to help me, she says. I flew you here because I wanted to spend time with you. Now that you've finally seen the light with that Grant asshole, she shuffles back to the living room, her house slippers scuffing across the linoleum floor. I'm so sorry it didn't work out with River. I really liked him. I did too. I force a bittersweet smile. Ready to play? We take our seats, and I try to focus on the game. I haven't exactly given her all the details as to why River and I parted ways. With her health being so fragile, I didn't want to cause her any added stress, and I didn't want the family knowing I was rolling in the proverbial hay with our father's killer. It still makes me sick to my stomach when I think about it, and when I'm not physically ill, I'm heartsick. I was starting to fall in love with that man. My phone rings in the next room, and I excuse myself while my grandmother mutters something along the lines of, "You kids and your electronics these days." I'm sorry, I say. I'm expecting a phone call about a job, or I wouldn't take it. The number flashing across the screen is unfamiliar, but I answer anyway, on the off chance it's tied to that coffee shop I applied to the other day. Hello? Leighton Hart speaking. Leighton, oh my God, I'm so glad you answered. Who is this? Molly, she says, slightly offended. Molly Fast Horse? I take a seat at my grandmother's kitchen table, heart pounding. I stole your number from River's phone when he wasn't looking, she says. I'm sorry to bother you, but you need to come back here. Absolutely not. River's about to turn himself in, she says. Good. And he's going to leave his entire estate to you, she adds. Tell him I don't want it. He's innocent, Leighton, she says, her voice breaking. I scoff. He confessed. Of course he did. He believes he was responsible for what happened, but I'm telling you, this whole thing has Seth written all over it. My nose wrinkles. What does Seth have to do with this? Everything, she says. Didn't River tell you the whole story? I didn't exactly give him a chance to explain. I bury my face in my hands, and he wasn't exactly saying a whole lot. I think we were both in shock. Come back, she says. Talk to him. I really don't want to see him, Molly. I'm sorry. It's really hard for me right now, and I don't expect you to understand, but I ask that you respect my... Well, you're going to have to tell him you don't want his estate, she says. He's leaving everything to you. The house, the livestock, the machinery. Why? So he can haul off to prison with a clean conscience? Look, Molly exhales into the phone. I realize I'm asking the world of you right now, but please, he's innocent and I can prove it. Don't make him spend the rest of his life paying for a crime he didn't commit while Seth McCrae walks around free as a bird. What am I supposed to do about this? Come back, she says. Talk to River. Convince him not to turn himself in. Yet. I need more time, but I'm so close to tracking down the one person who might know the truth. I take a deep breath, holding it in my chest until it hurts. Returning to Bonesteel Creek is the last thing I want to do. But I miss him. I hate him, and I miss him. And I never knew those two feelings could coexist, but they do. And I can't deny either of them, no matter how hard I try.
Chapter 46. River. The police have been called. My attorney is going to meet me at the Bonesteel County Sheriff's Office. He spent the last week drafting documents that would leave everything I own to Leighton. She may not want any of it, but there's no one else I could imagine giving it to. And in a roundabout way, I took this from her. At least now I can give it back. I place my phone face down on the table and take one final look around the house that once held the happiest moments I've ever known. The police should be here soon, and they'll take me in for questioning. I'll never step foot in here again after they book me. Life, as I've known it, is officially over, and while I'm facing the possibility of decades behind bars as a prisoner, my soul will finally be free because there's freedom in the truth. The knock at my door comes sooner than I expected, but I'm ready. Pushing myself up, I make my way to the door. Only the person standing on the other side isn't dressed in a uniform. "What are you doing here?" I ask.
Can I come in?
Leighton tightens her grip on the strap over her shoulder, her posture stiff and uncomfortable. "Of course." I pull the door open and stand back.
I'm only here to tell you I don't want your farm, she says, exhaling. All of my memories, all those moments that belong to this house, to this place, they're all ruined now. Tarnished. I don't want this farm. I don't want any of it.
"Fine," I say. "I'll donate it to charity. Is that why you came here? You could have just called." I'm angry. Angry at the situation. Angry at this shitty excuse for a life I've been given. Angry at having to stare at the one woman I was starting to fall in love with, and knowing she's never going to look at me the way she did before.
Molly seems to think you're innocent, she says.
"Molly sent you." It makes sense now. Molly's the queen of persuasion, with nagging persistence as her trump card.
Molly didn't send me. She asked me to come. I came on my own accord, she says.
So you came all the way here to tell me in person that you don't want the farm. Okay. Her face pinches and she looks like she's halfway between slapping me and jumping my bones, and I'm really fucking confused right now.
Molly says you didn't do it, she says. I just wanted to ask you one more time for the truth.
She swallows, her eyes searching mine.
Give me a reason not to hate you, River. Give me a reason not to hate the man I was beginning to fall in love with.
Her words sting, and I wish I could tell her what she wants to hear, but I can't. I wish I could. Her eyes water and her lip trembles.
It's not fair.
Tell me about it. She steps closer.
I waited 12 years to put a face to this crime, to look into the eyes of the man who killed my father. Why'd it have to be you?
I don't speak, wishing I could absorb her pain, take it all away.
Why?
She cries, tears streaming down her pretty face. Leighton pounds on my chest, but I feel nothing. I let her hit me. I stand there and take it. And when she's almost out of strength, struggling to stand, I take her in my arms. Her body shakes and shudders as she cries into my shirt. I'm sorry, Leighton, I whisper into her ear, breathing in the sweet scent of her shampoo, and feeling her silky strands on my cheek one final time. But there's something more I need to say. Something I'll never have another chance to tell her as long as I live. I love you. Pushing herself away from me, she gives me a wild-eyed glare.
Why? Why would you say that right now?
My brows angle. Because it's the truth.
Don't you think this is already hard enough? Why would you hurt me like that?
Hurt you? By telling you I fucking love you? Her arms fold.
Yes!
Forgive me.
You don't get it, do you?
She asks, brushing tears from her cheeks. Don't get what?
You're making it hard for me to hate you,
she says, head tilted and shoulders falling.
And I really need to hate you right now.
Then hate me. I deserve it. She shakes her head.
I can't hate you and love you at the same time.
Something comes over me, something I can't control. Maybe those rosebud lips of hers don't belong to me anymore. Maybe her heart will never be mine again. But I need to feel her one last time. Crushing her mouth with a kiss, I commit one last crime against the woman I've come to love. And it'll be the last time I ever hurt her. Police lights flash outside the window. It's time. Chapter 47. River. My head pounds. I'm not sure how long I've been in this interrogation room. Hours, I'm guessing. I've gone over my story, at least what I remember, frontwards and backwards dozens of times. Every time they send in someone new, I have to start at the beginning. I know they have to check for inconsistencies, but this is fucking ridiculous. I'm alone now, and any minute they're going to send in someone new, and I'm going to have to rehash that night all over again. The door lock clicks, and a plain-clothed detective steps in. River, you're free to go. What? I think we've got all we need. He stands aside. Your ride is waiting in the lobby. We'll be in touch if we need anything else. I'm really fucking confused, but I don't argue. And when I get to the lobby, I find Molly and Guy seated in the corner wearing exhaustion and sipping coffees. It's dark outside now, not a single car cruising down the highway outside the window. While I've been holed up in an interrogation room, the rest of Bonesteel Creek has retreated to their humdrum lives.
River.
Molly wraps her arms around my shoulders.
Oh my God.
They said I could go, I say, wincing. Why are they letting me go?
Because I found the guy,
she says, grinning ear to ear. What guy?
The military friend of Seth's, she says. His name is Brant Halifax. Seth was friends with him on Facebook. Super easy to track him down, though it took him a few days to respond. He says he's not online that often anymore. I convinced him to come forward. He said that night had been weighing heavy on his mind, too. He said he didn't know they'd even hit anyone until years later, and at that point Seth had threatened him into keeping his mouth shut. I guess he had some dirt on him and he was afraid of being dishonorably discharged from the army. Anyway, Brant was passed out when it happened, woke up to find Seth moving you into the driver's seat and telling him to help push the truck out of the ditch. He didn't see Leighton's dad's truck because it was dark and it was upside down.
So I didn't.
No, River. You didn't. You're not responsible for what happened.
Molly stands on her toes, cupping my face in her hands. Exhaling, I find the nearest chair and sink into it. I need to catch my breath and wrap my head around this.
When you're ready, Guy can drive you home, she says. I drove separate. Gotta get back home to the boys.
Dumbstruck and still deep in shock, I look over at her. Thank you.
You should have believed me the first time I told you you were innocent, she winks. Would have saved you a world of hassle.
Molly tosses her bag over her shoulder and heads out of the county sheriff's office, and Guy and I head out to his truck a few minutes later. All I can think about is Leighton. I need to know if she'll ever be able to look at me the way she once did, if she'll be willing to look at me again at all. When Guy pulls into my drive, the house is pitch black. A couple utility lights paint the sidewalk, and the dog greets me with a lick on my hand. But Leighton's car is gone. She didn't stick around. And that tells me everything I need to know.
Chapter 48. Leighton. They cleared him! Molly rushes into the house at 11:30 that night. After the police took River in for questioning, Molly asked if I'd stay at her house with the boys for a few hours while they handled some business. A part of me wasn't ready to leave. As angry as I was with River, a part of me was holding out hope that he was innocent, that Molly was right. I shush her. The boys are sleeping. I don't care. I'm going to shout it from the rooftops. River is a free man. He didn't do it. What do you mean? Are you sure? Is there proof? How do they know? I rise from her sofa, tossing a throw blanket off my lap. I'm wide awake now. The night of the accident, there was another man there. I tracked him down and he came forward, she says. They're launching a new investigation focusing on Seth now. At least that's what they told Brant. So it was Seth all along? Molly nods. The guys were coming home after a night of drinking. Seth was drunk and hit your father's truck, moved River to the driver's seat, and they fled the scene. He had River believing it was him all these years. I lift my fingertips to my mouth, relieved, yet still craving justice. Do you think they'll charge Seth? It's been so long, and at this point, it's his word against theirs. I don't know, Leighton. Molly sighs. For now, I'm choosing to believe that asshole's going to get what's coming to him. Yawning, I rake my fingers through my hair. I really want to see River. You think he's home yet? He should be. Guy was going to drop him off. They left shortly after me. He's probably exhausted. Maybe I should wait until morning. Are you insane? Go to him, she says. Now!
Chapter 49. River. I'm not ready to go inside just yet. Guy's red taillights fade to black under a blanket of midnight, but I'm sitting on the front steps listening to the howls of the coyotes and the chirp of the crickets. Growing up, they always made me feel less alone on nights when all I had was myself. The other side of that door represents a life I was prepared to leave behind today. Reclaiming it feels like it'd be kind of bittersweet, and I'm too exhausted to feel anything that intense again today. 2 headlights roll up from over the hill, and the car slows at the top of my drive before turning in. Standing, I begin walking down the path to meet the car and see who the hell's paying me a visit this time of night. The car parks, shuts off the engine, and the lights go dim. A second later, the door opens and out steps Leighton. The second our eyes lock from across the yard, she runs to me. I scoop her into my arms, holding her tighter than I've ever held anyone in my life.
You didn't do it,
she says. I didn't do it.
You're innocent.
Leighton begins to cry, burying her face into my neck. I'm innocent. Taking her face in my hands, I kiss her sweet lips and wipe away her happy tears.
You still love me?
She asks, her mouth grazing mine. I still love you. Wrapping her in my arms, I carry her to the house, kissing her neck as her hands rake through my hair. Taking her up the stairs, her body slides down when we reach the top, and I press her against the hall wall, ripping at her shirt until it's tossed aside and pulling at her shorts until they're lying at her feet. Lowering myself to my knees, I slide her panties down her thighs and press my mouth against her sweet mound. She tastes like heaven, and she's all mine. Dragging my tongue along her seam, I circle her clit before sliding a finger inside. Leighton moans, her hands splaying flat against the walls as she widens her legs and begs for more. Devouring her, I show her no mercy, bringing her to the edge until she fists my hair and forces me away.
I want the rest of you,
she says, breathless, our lust-filled gazes fastening. Slowly rising, I tower over her, lowering my mouth to hers and leaving the taste of her sweet arousal on her tongue as she works my belt and shoves my jeans down. With my hands sliding along her outer thighs, I lift them against my sides, positioning her slick pussy right where it belongs. Gripping my throbbing cock, I slide into her, pushing deeper, harder, feeling the clench of her body followed by the sweet release and the look in her eyes that tells me she's giving herself to me completely. My hips jut back and forth, my cock pistoning deeper inside of her with each thrust, unsatisfied unless I'm feeling every inch of her sliding down every inch of me.
I've missed you so much,
she breathes, her lips passing over mine and stealing another taste.
I'm never going to leave you again.
I love you, Leighton. My lips move from her jaw to her ear to her neck before settling on her collarbone. Never leave me again.
I promise.
She kisses my forehead, and I carry her to my bedroom, our bodies still connected. It's been years since another person has set foot in here, but tonight I'm ready. I'm ready to finally move forward. I'm done treading the same old dark waters. I want to love her, and I want to feel her love. And more importantly, I want to feel worthy of her love, because at the end of the day, you can't give love fully if you can't accept it in return. Placing her in the center of my bed, I climb over her, creating a temple with our bodies, just the two of us. Nothing else exists. No one else exists. There is no world outside our door, nothing and no one to steal this moment from us. The moment we finish, I roll to the side, pulling her over the top of me and holding her. Since the moment she left, all I wanted to do was hold her, feel her skin on mine, and let our hearts do the talking. Kissing her forehead, I close my eyes, wanting to stay awake, to bask in this moment a bit longer, but too tired to fight it. But when the dog barks outside, I sit up, suddenly awake.
What is it?
She asks, brushing her hair from her eyes and pulling a bedsheet around her swollen breasts. Moving to the window, I spot a shiny black truck. Seth, I say, my jaw clenched. Stay here.
River, don't.
She scrambles after me, tugging at my arms as I find my jeans in the hallway and try to tug them on.
Just ignore him.
Ignoring her, I head outside, flinging the screen door against the house and charging at him with clenched fists.
What the fuck, River?
He says, arms wide.
Fucking Brant Halifax? Buddy of mine at the sheriff's office let me know you guys are running some kind of gambit against me, trying to get me to go down for your crime. Not going to happen. I'm not taking the fall for that. You left that man for dead, not me.
It's over, I say. I know the truth. I know what you did that night.
You don't know shit.
Spittle flies from his mouth when he talks. His voice may be calm, but the rest of him is shaking, filled with a cocktail of rage and fear.
You were nothing without us, just some poor foster kid with dirty hair that nobody wanted. We took you in, gave you a family.
What family? You convinced Mom and Dad that I was some outcast monster before they died, telling them I'd done horrible things, I say. Also, you could keep the inheritance to yourself like a fucking pathetic moron who couldn't get off the tit long enough to support himself. Seth charges at me, his fist pulled back, but I dodge him and he falls forward, landing on his hands and knees. He's been drinking, the stench of liquor wafting off his uncoordinated body. Standing behind him, I watch as he steadies himself on his knees, but I can't resist the urge to kick him when he's down. So I do. And it feels fucking incredible. He flies forward, landing on his face.
What the fuck?
He screams. When I kick his side, he rolls to his back, and I stand over him, placing my boot on his sternum. I'm giving you one goddamn chance to come clean, or I'm going to kick in those pretty little teeth of yours, I growl.
Fuck you.
He tries to spit at me, only it lands on his shirt. Pressing my boot into his chest, I apply enough pressure to make him cough and choke for air. One fucking chance. Take it or leave it.
Nobody would have believed it was me anyway, he said. You were the damaged one. You were the troubled kid that nobody wanted. You had no future. I did.
It takes everything I have not to grind my heel into his windpipe.
You were always trying to show me up, he said. You were better at farming than me. You got better grades in school. Didn't matter how friendly I was, people still gravitated toward you, and I fucking hated you for it.
I step off of him, letting the sad sack of shit scramble to a standing position. He sways, adjusting his disheveled clothes and leering at me with unfocused eyes like some goddamn lunatic.
No one's going to believe you assholes, he says, pointing. Brant was drunk, and you were passed out. The evidence is gone. Nobody has proof that I moved you into the driver's seat.
So you admit it?
Of course I fucking admit it. I did what I had to do, and I don't regret it.
He snickers.
Keeping you under my thumb for the last decade, letting everyone treat you like the reject you are, best fucking thing I ever did.
A flash of red and blue comes over the hill. Leighton must have called the police.
The fuck?
Seth spots the deputy's car and makes a beeline for his truck, but I grab his arm and twist it behind his back. Stay put, jackass. The deputy cruises to a quick halt before jumping out and assessing the scene. We got a report of a drunk driver, possible domestic disturbance. Leighton steps out from behind the front door, her phone in hand.
Yes, officer, I'm the one who called. This man showed up at our house drunk and disorderly. He also confessed to a homicide, and I have it all on video.
Sweet Jesus. I love this woman.
Chapter 50. Leighton. And now, we turn to a story about a recent development and a decade-old hit-and-run investigation. The local report plays in the background as River and I finish breakfast Sunday morning. Seth McCrae of Bonesteel Creek has been arrested and charged with the death of then 37-year-old Rodney Hart, also of Bonesteel Creek. You have no idea how long I've waited to hear someone say those words, I tell River. He takes my hand in his, kissing the top. I can imagine. You ready to take Miss Ada Flowers to church? I ask. Today would have been a perfect day for staying in bed, he groans, standing and adjusting his tie. We've got all day to catch up on sleep. Who said anything about sleep? He takes my hand, pulling me up and wrapping his arms around me. His face buries into the bend of my neck, and he nips my flesh between his perfect teeth before soothing it with a kiss. I can't wait to have you again. Well, you're going to have to. Church starts in 30 minutes. I help Ada out of River's truck, standing back as she trots across the parking lot, waving at her friends like a schoolgirl running toward a playground. I hope to be half as spunky as she is in my old age. The church bells ring, and I take a look around. You going inside today? I ask. Nah, not today. Following his gaze to a little field across the street, I'm taken aback. I'm not sure how I missed it before, but across the street is Resting Hill Cemetery. River's glancing that way, and I realize now that all those times he stayed back while Ada went into church, he was probably visiting his family. Mind if I join you today? I ask. I don't want to intrude or anything, but I'd really like to meet them, pay my respects. Our eyes intersect, and he shifts in his place for a second. I hope I didn't make him uncomfortable or cross a line that wasn't ready to be crossed yet. Yeah, he says, after giving it some thought. That'd be nice. Coming around the back of the truck, he takes my hand and leads me across the road, and along the way, I stop and pluck a handful of wildflowers from the ditch. Walking a stone path that leads to a shady maple, we approach a granite headstone with McCrae etched across it, and the names Allison, Emma, and Cannon beneath. If it's okay with you, I'd like a moment alone, I ask. He scratches above his ear, pulling in a long breath before taking a few steps back and sliding his hands in his pockets. I take a seat on the plush grass that covers their final resting place, tucking my knees beneath me and gathering my thoughts. Turning around, I make sure River is out of earshot. I've never spoken to a headstone before. Dad was cremated, and it feels a little silly, but there are some things I need to say to Allison, and this seems like the best way to do it. Hi, Allison. I'm Leighton. This feels ridiculous, but I continue. I just wanted to let you know that River's in good hands. I clear my throat, pulling at the tall grass between my fingers. I'm sorry you didn't get to spend your life with him, like the two of you planned, but I want you to know that I'm going to personally see to it that he's happy, and loved and cared for, the way you would have wanted. My love of him brings a bittersweet smile to my face. He's a good man, and I know you know that. I just want you to know I know it too. He's got a big heart, even if he doesn't always want to admit it, which I'm sure you also know. Anyway, I know I haven't known him that long, but I've known him long enough to know he's special, and I've known him long enough to know that I love his heart, and his soul, and everything about him. I also know he likes his eggs over easy. He goes to the old home diner at least twice a week, and his favorite color is navy blue. I also know that he's a great dancer, and he's good with his hands. He can fix just about anything. My dad would have loved him. Anyway, I just wanted you to know I'm pretty crazy about him, and I'm going to love all those random things about him just as much as you once did. A barn swallow sings a cheerful warble in the tree above, swooping down before landing on top of her headstone. I can never be you, I continue, and we can never have what you two had. But I believe there's room for two great loves in this man's life, and I think that makes him pretty lucky. Rising, I inhale the sweet scent of the country wildflowers before placing them along the top of the gravestone. Allison, Emma, Cannon, I say, tracing my hand across their names. Until next time. Turning back to River, a flood of peace and warmth washes over me, and warm sunlight kisses the top of my head. Taking my hand in his, he kisses me. How did it go? You say what you wanted to say? My smiling lips graze his. Yeah, I did.
Chapter 51. River. You look good on that horse. I ride behind Leighton Wednesday evening after dinner. You're a real natural.
Stop checking out my ass, she calls out, her shiny riding boots resting in the stirrups of her Palomino saddle.
Nothing wrong with enjoying the view.
She pulls her horse, Soraya, to a stop, waiting for me to catch up, and the dog trails behind us, sniffing rocks and cow pies every so often. Where are we headed anyway? I'm not familiar with this trail.
She peers around the wide open space. My property spans from horizon to horizon. We can go anywhere you want, I say. We don't have to stick to the trail. Everything you see from here is mine. Go wherever you want. I'll be right beside you.
What about that butte over there? She points, shielding her eyes with her other hand. Do you own that butte?
I do.
She loosens Soraya's reins and gives her a gentle kick, and we head toward one of the biggest buttes in Bonesteel County. 10 minutes later, we stop the horses at the bottom and dismount, hiking the rest of the way to the top. This view is everything, she says, slipping her hand around my lower back. I could never get tired of this.
Same.
Peering up at me, a mischievous grin claims her face. Have you named this one yet?
Leighton, it's a giant rock, not a damn dog.
I chuckle, shaking my head. People name mountains. Why is it so odd for a butte to have a name? She elbows me. If this guy is nameless, I'd love to have the honors.
Be my guest.
We should call it Tibbs Butte.
As in, Casey Tibbs?
Yeah, she laughs. The guy who rented out your house online. I mean, not the real Casey Tibbs, but you know what I mean.
Tibbs Butte it is. For a second, I find myself imagining her dressed in white, standing here on top of Tibbs Butte, flowers in her hair and love in her gleaming eyes. I'm going to marry this woman. I'm going to marry her right here, on top of this butte, overlooking our land and the life we'll build together as we embrace the second chance at happiness we were so generously given.
Chapter 52. Leighton. Molly and Guy just pulled up. I tell River, Saturday afternoon. I was putting groceries away when he came in with a cut on his hand. Cleaning him up, I inspect my work before letting him go. Wonder what they need, he asks, heading outside to talk to Guy. A moment later, Molly walks in. Hey, lady. Guy just needed to borrow a tool from River. We won't be in your hair very long. Don't be ridiculous. Stay as long as you want. I move toward the cupboard. You want something to drink? No, I'm fine. We'll be leaving here in a few minutes. I just wanted to stop in and say hi. Her hooded eyes glint and her lips fight a smirk. Also, I had a dream last night that you were pregnant. Molly. I slammed the cupboard door. Don't scare me like that. You're not pregnant now, she says, waving her hand. At least I don't think you are. But in my dream, you were having twins, a boy and a girl. I like the idea of twins, but I'm guessing the reality is, if you have a girl, you have to share it with me. I'd kill for ribbons and bows, she says. You'll share it with me, right? I laugh. Of course. Molly hooks her muscled arm over my shoulder. Let's check on the men, shall we? Guy's probably chatting River's ear off. He read this article about pesticides the other day, and it's all he can talk about right now. Guy and River stand in the middle of the front yard, and Molly and I take the rocking chairs. A warm breeze kisses my face, and River turns, meeting my gaze with a smile that makes me feel like it's only the two of us. He does that, looks at me like I'm his whole world, and it makes me melt from the inside out. The second Guy and Molly leave, I'm going to be all over that man, loving on him, kissing on him. One of the fast horse boys climbs out of the back of the Suburban. Mom, we have soccer tonight. Oh, shoot. Molly springs up. Totally forgot. Guy, we gotta go. Cooper has soccer. Leighton, I'll catch you later. River comes to my side, and I wave, watching as they drive away a minute later. My heart is filled with so much bliss, it's on the verge of exploding. Being here on my family's farm with River McCrae makes everything feel like it's finally come full circle. I could stay here forever on this little piece of heaven and never get tired of the view or the company. For the first time in over a decade, home feels like home again. And this time, I'm never leaving.
Epilogue. River. 2 years later. My wife cradles our newborn infants in her tired arms, rocking them to sleep in the nursery they share. She hasn't taken her eyes off of them since the moment they were placed in her arms. Asher Cannon has her dark hair and pointy chin, and Autumn Emma has my nose and ears. A year ago, we exchanged vows on top of Tibbs Butte, surrounded by her family and my friends. It was a small, intimate ceremony with handwritten vows. When it was over, we released 2 white doves while our loved ones cheered with happy tears in their eyes. Grandma Joyce cried the most and cheered the loudest, and while she's no longer with us, I know she's resting peacefully with her beloved John, looking down on her favorite grandchild and knowing she's happy and loved, her dying wish granted.
Did you get the bunkhouse painted?
Leighton whispers, not wanting to wake the sleeping babies.
It's going to be years before they're big enough to play in it, I tell her. You're getting a little ahead of yourself, don't you think?
She smiles.
I can't help it. I'm so excited for them. I think of all the fun I had growing up here, and I just want that for them.
A month ago, Leighton started nesting like crazy, insisting that we turn the bunkhouse into an outdoor playhouse, and that I find a couple of old tires so we can hang swings from one of the old trees out front where she once played as a child. Crouching over the newest McCraes, I kiss all 3 of them on the tops of their perfect heads, and my heart overflows with joy and hope and peace and happiness. Leighton saved me. These babies healed me. And I'm never going to be the same after this. I'll move heaven and earth to keep them safe, healthy and contented. I'll love them from the depths of my soul to the end of the ocean and back.
They're so perfect, aren't they?
Leighton rocks them, humming a sweet lullaby a moment later.
Of course they are, I say. We made them.
I mean, I don't mean to be biased, but these are some beautiful babies.
I won't argue with that.
I glance around the room, painted in a sunny shade of yellow, and stop when I spot a small photo of her father, Rodney. While I'll never get to meet the man who helped shape this beautiful woman into the resilient creature she is today, I hope I'm able to give him a sense of peace in knowing his daughter will forever be loved and cared for.
Molly's dropping dinner off tonight, I say.
That's 4 nights in a row. How does she find the time?
Leighton chuckles.
I need to take notes from her. She's got this mom thing down pat.
So do you,
I say, admiring how good motherhood looks on her. She's glowing, and she hasn't stopped since the day we found out we were expecting.
You're a natural. You make this look easy.
Stop kissing up to me and just kiss me already.
Resting my hand gently along her delicate jaw, I trace her bottom lip with my thumb before pressing a tender kiss against her mouth.
I love you,
I whisper.
I love you more.
This has been an Audible Studios production of Country Nights, written by Winter Renshaw, performed by Grayson Ash and Alistair Hainsbridge. Executive producers Susie Bright and Mike Charzuk. Producer Neil Basic. Copyright 2017 by Winter Renshaw. Sound recording copyright 2017 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.